The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 23, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Jerry L. Carl to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the minority and the majority leaders for the morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognize between the parties and the time equal allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and the minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall the debate continue beyond 11:50. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kepker. I know I mispronounced that. I recognize her for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the major challenges plaguing our banking and financial sector to the detriment of everyday Americans. Specifically, I refer to banking deregulation, lax oversight, and major consolidation. Albert Einstein said that insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Well, the most recent financial market tremors followed the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank in California and Signature Bank in New York. These events remind us our economy is still digging out of the 2008 massive market collapse. The key question is, do U.S. banking laws still allow too much speculative financial activity and excessive risk-taking? Just 3 trillion-dollar megabanks now control 1/3 of U.S. banking assets. This chart tells the story. That's too much power by too few. The financial crash of 2008 was a harsh reminder that throughout U.S. history, speculators have squeezed through every regulatory keyhole to bring their much higher risk, reckless, speculative ventures inside the confines of what should be prudent banking. Regulators must provide a firm separation between speculation and prudent banking. Regulators must provide firm separation. Do they hear me? SVP was investing in speculative Chinese tech startups. How about that? Signature was intertwined with Swiss Bank's operations and cryptocurrency. Well, both banks collapsed. History has taught us speculation, derivatives, venture capital are not normal banking activity. They are much higher risk, and their complexity and uncertainty can threaten the assets of other depositors, like me and my constituents who choose not to highly leverage their assets. We should protect American depositors from rampant speculation. The Biden administration is working to stem the bleeding. But the management of both failed banks were shown the door, and the Federal Reserve, for the moment, put in place programs for banks or credit unions to meet their depositors' withdrawal requests. But after these collapses of SVB and Signature, both high risk, and I emphasize again, coastal banks, where all of our major financial problems have started over my term of service, which is long, we are all enduring a truly troubling trend of massive bank consolidation that has been happening since the 1980s. The pandemic pushed even more consolidation into overdrive. Another 9% of all branch locations in the U.S. closed between 2017 and 2021, a loss of 7,500 more brick and mortar locations in places that the American people live and work. The empty buildings pockmark every community across our country. The branch closure rate doubled again during the pandemic, and more than 4,000 more branches have closed since March 2020. People, pay attention. The money's walking away from your community to the very institutions that are causing the problem. The rate doubled of bank closures from 99 per month during the 10 years prior to the pandemic, and now to 201 closings per month. The big fish are eating the smaller fish. Those of us who have fought against the mega bank culture that squashes prudent banking need look no further than the severe diminishment of market share held by local and regional banks over the last 40 years. Step one is to reinstate the Glass-Steagall's separation of prudent banking and speculation. Second is developing a decoupled financial system that strengthens regional banks to manage an increasing share of local housing finance and commercial loans. Soon, I will reintroduce in this Congress the Return to Prudent Banking Act, and I invite all my colleagues on a bipartisan basis to join me. This bill would put America back on a path to fixing reckless speculation inside our banking and financial sector. As a result, no single company could be both an investment and a commercial bank. This structure worked for decades. It proved to be a sound way of creating local economic growth and limiting the systemic risks posed by hiding reckless speculation and venture capital inside our financial institutions. They have a right to exist, but put them elsewhere in the system. Depositor safety, not speculation, must be our objective. We must strengthen regional and community banks. In the wake of SVB and Signature Bank, the time is now. Congress must implement real reforms to protect depositors and the American economy. Congress must demonstrate we stand with the American people and their communities, not just for the coastal scions of massive wealth who use the safety of our deposits for their reckless speculative gambles. Prudent banking should be rewarded, not reckless behavior. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as Congress works to reauthorize the Farm Bill, I rise today to deliver the 17th installment of my Farm Bill Impact Series, where I'm highlighting various aspects of the legislation that deserve Congress' awareness and support. The Farm Bill won't ever be effective, though, if the stepped-up basis is eliminated and if producers get saddled with unjust capital gains taxes. Sadly, that's exactly what President Biden's budget proposal does. It works to eliminate the stepped-up basis and impose capital gains taxes on assets that have been held in family trust or ownership for over 90 years. This is the farm killer tax. Here's why the stepped-up basis is so important. Let's say you're a young person working on your family farm and you're slowly taking on responsibility and risk. You work for your parents until the time comes for you to take over the land, equipment, and livestock. When that happens, the federal government should not jump in and impose taxes on the unrealized gains of these inherited assets. This principle is called the stepped-up basis and has long been precedent in the tax code with tons of bipartisan support. The president's budget, however, works to eliminate this, which would destroy family farms overnight. The day-to-day trials of operating a successful farm, ranch, or small business are challenging enough without worrying about paying devastating capital gains taxes. And now, the Biden administration wants to impose new taxes on these people. Unbelievably, it gets even worse when dismantling stepped-up basis. President Biden's budget proposal also includes the farm killer tax. The President Biden's budget proposal, there's a plan to impose capital gains taxes on farms that have been in the family for over 90 years. Think about that. In 1940, the average cost of Kansas farmland was $50 an acre. Now, irrigated land is as much as $4,000 per acre. Imagine the capital gains tax implications on that history of ownership. This proposal would propose hundreds of thousands of dollars in new capital gains taxes on agriculture producers, destroying their livelihoods. 98% of all American farms and 90% of all American small businesses are family-owned and operated. A budget proposal that eliminates the stepped-up basis and imposes the farm killer tax is not a game changer for American family businesses, it's a game ender. Agriculture is a multi-generational calling. This is National Ag Week, when we celebrate the tireless efforts of farmers, ranchers, and producers who have earned our support. President Biden's budget proposal is the opposite of support. It is a gut punch to the people who feed, fuel, and clothe us all. This week, I introduced a bipartisan resolution with more than 60 of my colleagues that support the preservation of the stepped-up basis, oppose any efforts to impose new taxes on family farms and small businesses, and recognizes the importance of generational transfers of farm and small business operations. I encourage all of my colleagues in this body to support it. If we want to invest in the future of our country, we need to invest in the future leaders of American agriculture. Congress must preserve the stepped-up basis and oppose the farm killer tax. I'll be back on the floor soon to deliver another installment of my Farm Bill Impact Series and highlight more programs and titles within the bill that I believe Congress must understand and support to ensure that agriculture thrives in America. The people who feed, fuel, and clothe us all deserve our unwavering support. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When President Obama signed the Affordable Care Act, he told those gathered at the White House, "I'm signing this reform bill into law on behalf of my mother, who argued with insurance companies even as she battled cancer in her final days." In the 13 years since, the ACA has transformed healthcare in America, safeguarding the dignity of the sick, the security of families, and the health of us all. Perhaps nobody has benefited more from the ACA than women. Before the ACA, being a woman was a pre-existing condition. Insurance companies were free to deny coverage for no reason other than being pregnant. Today, that kind of discrimination is a relic of the past. Today, women no longer have to pay more than men for insurance. 13 years ago, 90% of market plans offered no maternity benefits. Today, they're offered by every single market plan in this country. Thanks to the ACA, every insurance plan empowers women to take control of their health. Birth control, annual well women exams, breast and cervical cancer screenings, breastfeeding support, maternal depression, and much more. So what did Republicans have to say about this victory? One called it the most dangerous piece of legislation ever passed in Congress. Another called it downright evil. They voted more than 50 times to repeal the ACA. They did everything in their power to put politics over the health of the American people. Thankfully, they failed every single time. And for 13 years, Democrats have proudly defended the ACA. Under President Biden, we haven't just held our ground, we have expanded access to quality, affordable health coverage. With our American Rescue Plan and with our Inflation Reduction Act, we built on the life-changing, life-saving access of the ACA. Now a record 16.3 million Americans are using the ACA marketplace to gain the security, the peace of mind that comes with quality health insurance. So as we celebrate all that has been achieved, I'm grateful to those who made it possible. I'm thankful for the leadership of President Obama and President Biden. I'm thankful for the strength and unity of the House Democratic Caucus. I'm thankful for the millions of Americans who have made their voices heard, voting, writing, calling, and marching to defend the Affordable Care Act. Our job is to lift up those voices, to put people over politics. I invite our Republican colleagues to reflect on the progress of the last 13 years and to work with us to defend that progress and strengthen and secure it for the next generation. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. MAGA Republicans continue to use political stunts to try and distract the American people with unnecessary legislation. This week, House Republicans are advancing the Politics Over Parents Act. This legislation is part of a harmful, nationwide, extreme MAGA Republican crusade towards censorship and book bans. It would deprive our students of an accurate and fact-based education. Extreme Republicans are bringing cultural wars into our classrooms. I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker. I support parents' right to be involved in their child's education. That's why, together with President Biden, Democrats are delivering the support and resources our schools need. And House Democrats are working together to provide our American children with the highest quality level of education everywhere in America. That's what parents want for their children. And parents want their children to feel safe in their schools. Moms worry every day, everywhere, about whether or not they're going to get that text or that call from their school about a shooter at their child's schools. Recently, Mr. Speaker, I spoke at a seniors event and afterwards visited with the seniors for Q&A. The question came up from a grandma. She is worried about her grandbaby. When will we do something about guns? Will her grandbaby be safe? Sadly, today, leading cause of death in children is firearms. But House Republicans have not held a single hearing on gun safety. But they have found the time to ban and censor books in school libraries. House Republicans continue to waste time on political stunts. House Democrats, on the other hand, are focused on improving public education and making our schools safer. Americans want Congress to work together to solve real problems. House Republicans need to stop wasting time on circus-style hearings and divisive legislation that, frankly, will go nowhere. Because the real problem in our schools isn't books or critical race theory. It's keeping guns out of schools, addressing teacher shortages, and keeping students and staff safe. House Democrats will continue always to put children over guns, books over bullets, because every child deserves to go to school without fear of losing their life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, our residents are saying enough. Enough with giving billionaires and corporations taxpayer dollars that should be going to improving the quality of life of our residents, especially in a city that's still struggling with water shutoffs and foreclosures. In the city of Detroit, billionaire developers are now lining up for $800 million in tax giveaways after decades of broken promises. And they even have the nerve to say the money isn't enough or coming fast enough. Billionaires are asking a recently bankrupt city, the city of Detroit, for $800 million in public dollars, a city grappling still with poverty, with the lack of affordable housing and so much more. And I just cannot believe how easily we give this money away to people with a track record of failure. In Detroit, the Illich Holdings took $400 million for what they call, quote, District Detroit just a few years ago. They showed us these beautiful imageries and renderings, and said this is what they were going to do with that money, with the public dollars. Do you know what we got? We got parking lots. Just parking lots, just asphalt, even though they got much of the property on top of the tax dollars for just $1. Again, many of these parking lots sit empty. Again, while we struggle for affordable housing and so many other things, again, because of these broken promises, we are stuck with, again, grappling with poverty. They took the money from the people and they didn't deliver on those promises, and we're just going to go ahead and give them double the amount with little assurance that they actually would do their jobs this time. And I ask my colleagues, really? Really? For those that are in Michigan, really, we're going to go ahead and trust a company that continues to tell us they're going to do this and give us this? Corporate greed is a virus, I know, that infects every level of government. Campaign contributions from those corporations are killing our democracy. Our residents deserve better. Our neighbors pay taxes so our government can provide much-needed resources and services to our communities, not billionaires seeking profits, no matter that they are now functioning literally few blocks from a school, a public school, that doesn't have clean drinking water. We say enough. We need community benefits, protections that ensure that we all are able to thrive. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to say Ramadan Mubarak to our Muslim neighbors around the world and wish all that who celebrate and observe peaceful Ramadan full of family, faith, and community. As a Muslim myself, I know how critically important it is that we celebrate, again, our neighbors and help those that are most vulnerable among us during the month of Ramadan. It is observed by more than 1 billion Muslims around the world. It involves deep prayer, reflection, robust charity, and giving, as well as fasting from sunrise until sunset, and yes, even water. Ramadan is observed during the 9th month of lunar calendar and is also meant to bring consciousness in the heart and mind to be closer to Allah. I invite my colleagues and those watching to learn more about Ramadan, its meaning, and to even break fast with us. Join our iftars that are near your communities. We welcome you. Again, Ramadan Mubarak to all of our Muslim neighbors across the country and the world. Mr. Speaker, nearly 1 in 5 adults have medical debt collections listed on their credit report. That means 1 in 5 Americans may be denied housing, be forced to pay more in rent, struggle to purchase a vehicle or other necessities because of a sudden health crisis or a visit to an emergency room. That hits particularly hard in communities like mine, where residents already face challenges with access to credit. So this week, I'm reintroducing the Consumer Protection Medical Debt Collections Act to prohibit the collection of medical debt for 2 years and prohibit debt from medically necessary procedures from even being included in credit reports. We passed this legislation in the House last year, and it will be a major step in fixing our broken credit system. This bill, Mr. Speaker, would also provide protections and safeguards for people who, at no fault of their own, got sick and could not afford the medical care due to our broken healthcare system. In the wealthiest country in the history of our world, medical emergencies should not send a family into financial ruin. Collectively, Americans owe more than $195 billion in medical debt, and this is immoral. We need to stop punishing people for being poor and getting sick. Medical debt is a leading cause of personal bankruptcy in our country, and the pandemic has only made the crisis worse. No one, again, chooses to get sick. So this is common sense legislation, and we must get it signed into law. Thank you, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Nevada, Mrs. Lee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate a true conservation leader who has dedicated years of her life to ensuring the Tule Springs fossil beds in Las Vegas would be declared a permanent national monument. Jill DiStefano was one of the 5 founders of the Protectors of Tule Springs, and she worked tirelessly until the beds were officially designated the 405th unit of the National Park Service by President Barack Obama in 2014. She has served as the board president of the Protectors of Tule Springs as they protect, preserve, support, and promote responsible stewardship of the Tule Springs Fossil Beds National Monument and the Ice Age Fossils State Park. Jill's passionate advocacy for Tule Springs has ensured they will always be safe and that our children and grandchildren can enjoy them for years to come. And these protected lands tell a story and teach the next generation of our American values for conservation and preservation of our most precious remnants of our national history. Thank you, Jill, for all of your hard work to protect Southern Nevada's beautiful outdoors. The people of Nevada's 3rd District are eternally grateful for you and all that you have done. And I'm wishing you the best of luck in your next chapter. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as the proud representative of a large Armenian American community in Southern Nevada. As we mark 100 days since Azerbaijan began a devastating, heartless blockade of Artsakh, cutting off 120,000 Armenians from a critical humanitarian lifeline and their main artery to the outside world. For 100 days, Azerbaijan has denied the citizen of Artsakh basic human rights and access to food, fuel, and medicine in freezing conditions in what is on its way to becoming a humanitarian catastrophe. And as if that wasn't enough, we've seen increasingly escalatory and troubling rhetoric from Azerbaijani officials in just the last few days. It's long overdue that our government acts to hold Azerbaijan accountable for its heartless treatment of the innocent Armenian civilians in Artsakh. And that is why I was proud to join my colleagues as an original co-sponsor of House Resolution 108 in February, condemning Azerbaijan's brutal blockade and calling for an end to this man-made humanitarian crisis. I continue to urge the administration to take action here and to respond to Azerbaijan's aggression by cutting off U.S. military assistance in line with Section 907 of the Freedom Support Act. Particularly as we enter the thick of the appropriations process, I will also continue to work to ensure that vital humanitarian assistance is delivered to civilians who continue to suffer from the blockade and ongoing fighting. During these difficult times, I share the serious concerns of my constituents in Southern Nevada's Armenian American community, and I will continue to be an advocate for solutions to this man-made crisis. I will always stand with the Armenian people and to work to secure much-needed relief as they face down continued threats and unjustified aggression from Azerbaijan. Thank you, and I yield.
Pursuant to Clause 12A, Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today. Thank you.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, we need your presence with us this day. As a deer longs for streams of water, so our souls long for you. Our very beings thirst for you, you, the living God. Be with those who intentionally fast in this season of Lent and Ramadan, even as they wash their hands, purify their hearts, and draw near to you, draw near to them. Call us each to come closer to you and fast from all that tempts and distracts us from a right relationship with you. Deliver us from our dependence on our physical strength and uphold us with the power you alone bestow on us. Save us from our inclination to fill our minds with disparaging thoughts and our mouths with sarcasm and gossip. Release us from anything that deters us from the good and righteous life you call us to lead. Then may we, in our deprivation, be privileged to receive your revelation of truth. May we, in our weakness, learn to draw our strength from you. Break into our lives this season and remind us once again that who we are, what we enjoy, and all that we receive are grace gifts from you. We humble ourselves before you in the hope that you will restore us to the fullness which is found only in you. In your most holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. Now the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Miss Ross. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the American Flood Coalition for 5 years of driving proactive solutions to combat flooding. During this time, the American Flood Coalition has brought together political, military, business, and local civic leaders to build resilience against stronger storms and more frequent flooding. In North Carolina's 5th District, recent tropical storms have brought inches of rain in only a matter of hours, triggering destructive floods and landslides. These storms can leave behind millions of dollars in damages that burden communities for years. The American Flood Coalition works across all levels of government, supporting process improvements and projects that directly protect against such impacts, while lifting the experiences and needs of members to drive transformational adaptation policy at the federal level. Congratulations, American Flood Coalition, on 5 years of protecting our nation's residents, economy, and military installations from flooding. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek to address the House for 1 minute and revise the 10 minutes.
Without objections, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the 2023 School Librarian of the Year, Wake County's own Julie Stivers. At the Mount Vernon Middle School, she is the librarian and has worked to create an environment where students not only learn and thrive, but also where they can express their creativity and see their identities and interests represented in literature. Outside her library, a sign boldly reads, "In this library, we don't shush, we roar." Children's socioeconomic status should not determine their opportunities to learn, which is exactly why the library holds 2 book fairs a year where students can choose new books at no cost. As others have worked to ban books from schools across the country, Julie has fought against harmful proposals that would ban LGBTQ plus books in Wake County. Julie cultivates a welcoming space to ensure her students feel at home. Congratulations on this well-deserved achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose? Gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition.
I move unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Washington Post lead editorial March 10 confirmed the murderous invasion of Ukraine by war criminal Putin demands Western support of Ukraine as, quote, President Biden will be tested and judged by his own success in making a case for this country to step up in applying its military and industrial might. Sadly, there is a gap between the West's supportive rhetoric of equipping Ukraine and the pace of actual deliveries of arms and ammunition. It is critical that the administration perceive interests clearly and explain them compellingly for our European allies' security, but also to maintain a basic principle of civilized international relations that one state cannot invade another and subjugate it. It's also crucial to submit a message to China, North Korea, and other would-be aggressors that the United States will stand fast in defense, end of quote. In conclusion, it is clear President Biden will be tested and judged by his decisions to support the courageous people of Ukraine. Thank you, Prince William, heir to the British throne, for visiting the British troops in Poland, training Ukrainians for freedom. President Andrzej Duda is the courageous president of Poland. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, any mom or dad knows that being a parent is a lifetime job. It doesn't end when your kids are 18, and it certainly doesn't end when they're 7. That's why I was horrified when a Republican colleague of mine on the Agriculture Committee introduced a bill last week to kick parents with kids over the age of 7 and older adults ages 50 to 65 off SNAP by imposing harsh new work requirements. Let's be clear about who this would penalize. Grandparents raising grandchildren, folks who can't work full-time because childcare is too expensive, single moms and dads struggling to make ends meet. Over 10 million people, 1 in 4 SNAP recipients, live in households that would be at risk of losing food assistance under this bill, including 4 million children. When we kick parents off SNAP, we make it harder for them to feed their children. It's as simple as that. We have a chance to increase access to healthy and locally grown food by funding SNAP and passing a farm bill with a robust nutrition title. Let's focus on helping families put food on the table instead of trying to figure out ways to make life harder for working parents. And let's all commit to ending hunger now. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate National Agriculture Week, which kicked off March 21st, also known as National Ag Day. For 50 years, this week has marked a time to honor American farm families and the essential, often unsung role that agriculture plays in all our lives. The safe and abundant food and fiber supply Americans rely on a daily basis comes from hardworking farming communities across this country. With rising input costs, market uncertainty, increased regulations, and global supply chain disruptions, producers are facing increased hardship. Only 2% of Americans are employed in the agriculture sector, yet they successfully feed our entire nation and the world, despite the odds being stacked against them. During this week of education appreciation, I want to emphasize rural America, or what I like to call essential America, as the backbone of our nation. Mr. Speaker, this year we are reauthorizing the Farm Bill. The Farm Bill will put producers first and aims to revitalize rural America by restoring the farm safety net and expanding market access and much more. This is a day where I call everyone to celebrate, or this week, to celebrate National Agriculture Week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Lord, my Savior, Jesus Christ, said when he was on this earth, "Suffer the children to come to me and to not deny them." Unfortunately, this week, my Republican colleagues are bringing forward a bill, H.R. 5, the so-called Parents' Bill of Rights, which will continue to not teach our children to love, not teach them tolerance, not teach them the plethora of issues and ideas that extend to all Americans, but will bring culture wars into our classrooms, will deprive our students of accurate and fact-based education, will not teach them tolerance and love. Americans everywhere overwhelmingly agree that Congress should focus on tangible assistance that will improve student outcomes, not polarizing culture wars. The pandemic has already erased years of learning from our children, and nothing in this legislation will address that issue. We have not had one hearing on gun violence in our classrooms. Instead, we are prioritizing MAGA talking points over improving student outcomes. Let's get back to the people's business. Let's teach tolerance and love to our children.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Let parents open their hearts and their children's hearts to what needs to be done. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. What purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to ask for my colleagues' support on my new bill, the Trank Research Act. This bill directs the National Institute of Standards and Technology to analyze and advance research on dangerous fentanyl additives that are putting public safety officers' lives at risk, including those guarding our borders. Fentanyl has been entering our country at record levels over the past 2 years. Now we are witnessing dangerous cartels adding even more harmful chemicals like trank to an already deadly substance. Trank is also a dangerous substance containing a veterinary tranquilizer, which combined with fentanyl becomes even more deadlier than fentanyl itself. The Drug Enforcement Agency reports that between 2020 and 2021, detections of trank and fentanyl increased 198% in the southern United States. And from 2020 to 22, Georgia alone saw a 1,120% increase in overdose deaths involving this deadly concoction. And this issue may even be more widespread than we know. This bill is another step in fighting dangerous fentanyl additives by understanding what these additives are, how to test for them, and how to safely handle them. We can better protect our first responders.
The gentleman's time has expired.
This is a common sense bill, and I ask for my colleagues' support in supporting this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a quick show of hands. Wonder how many of us in this room have ever had someone come into our office and ask to make the world safer for their competitors? Me neither. The records will show that no hands were raised. This is because there is no lonelier position in Washington than being an advocate for free and competitive markets. Competition is hard. Free markets are scary. That's why when markets allocated capital to clean energy, cheaper energy, and it displaced fossil energy, and $20 trillion flowed into ESG funds, the losers came to Washington and got the majority of the people in this body and the majority of the people in this House to block that free flow of capital. I'd like to thank the minority of my colleagues and President Biden who blocked that from happening, who stood up for markets in spite of how hard it was. To my Republican colleagues who are being pressed by your donors and your colleagues, in William F. Buckley's words, to stand athwart history yelling, "Stop," I sympathize. It is hard and it is scary to support progress. It is hard and it is scary to support markets. And I hope that you will do what is right in spite of that pressure. There is no pride in only doing the right thing when it's easy, but history will smile on the brave.
The gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. For what purpose? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to celebrate an extraordinary Rhode Island veteran, Duilio Dewey Turilli. Born in Italy, Dewey was an immigrant to this country when he was only 6 years old. Shortly thereafter, he and his family settled in Rhode Island. After graduating from Central High School in Providence, Dewey was drafted as a radio operator for the 457th Fighter Squadron, a P-51 Mustang unit in the United States Air Force. Dewey's base was the notorious island of Iwo Jima, and he was present when U.S. forces raised the flag there on February 23, 1945, which also happens to be Dewey's birthday. 78 years later, just 1 month ago, Dewey celebrated his 100th birthday, surrounded by friends and family. An avid golfer and painter, Dewey now resides in Warwick, where he is an active member of the local veteran support group. I ask everyone to please join me in saluting Dewey Turilli and thanking him for his tremendous service to our nation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Request permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the gentleman from Virginia, former University of Virginia basketball coach Terry Holland. Coach Holland was hired in 1974 at the young age of 31 to be the head coach of the UVA men's basketball program after they had only experienced 3 winning seasons in 21 years. But under his leadership, UVA would win more than 300 games in 16 years, make 2 Final Four appearances, win an NIT title, an ACC tournament championship, and 3 ACC regular season titles. Not surprisingly, Coach Holland also won 2 ACC Coach of the Year awards. He retired from coaching in 1990, then returned in 1995 to serve as the athletic director at UVA. And then in 2014, he permanently retired, leaving behind a legacy of service and dedication. But sadly, about 4 weeks ago, on February 26, at the age of 80, Coach Holland succumbed to Alzheimer's disease. His exemplary life truly impacted the lives of his student athletes, his coaches, his colleagues, his competitors, and of course, his loyal fans, along with the entire University of Virginia community. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise to ask permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today because, frankly, I'm angry. This week, D.C. Republicans' hypocrisy is on full display. At the same time, they push a bill they claim supports parents. They're slashing funding for critical programs that countless parents depend on. My daughter Lillian just turned 1. And as one of the few people in this chamber who has changed a diaper recently, I'm tired. Republicans can't claim to be the party of parents when in the same breath they're gutting child care and education funding. They can't claim to be the party of parents when they focus more on banning books than teaching kids to read. Our kids really are struggling right now. It's time congressional Republicans put aside their political tantrums and actually do something to help. Or better yet, get out of the way and let us parents get it done. I yield back.
Back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Across the country, too many Americans are competing for too few homes. Building material shortages push up development costs, slow construction, and leave families scrambling. Cities, states, and industry cannot alone overcome these staggering obstacles. They need federal cooperation, and Washington is failing to be a good partner. Last Congress, we had a real shot at getting this done. I backed a bipartisan proposal to give states more tax credits to build affordable homes. It would have modernized bond financing requirements to fund more housing with less debt. These actions could have helped build more than 300,000 homes in California. We would lower costs for families, bring new jobs to our communities, and grow our entire economy. Americans are struggling because of the housing crisis, a crisis of cost and supply. Californians have a message for Washington. We need help with housing. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Wow, that was tall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise as a mother who went to many parent-teacher meetings and a few sessions with the principal, and a grandmother who just loves to see my own child's engagement in my grandchildren's education. But today, the congressional Republicans are mimicking my home state, Florida's extreme right-wing cruel policies. Alarmingly and sadly, In Florida, today, lawmakers are banning books, they're threatening to jail teachers, they're bullying LGBTQ plus students, and they're suppressing history. In Florida, a teacher can actually go to jail for putting a book about Rosa Parks or the Holocaust on a child's table. Teachers can be fined for comforting a gay child who's being teased for her gender. Schools can lose funding if they promote diversity or they teach Black history. Really? Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, parents want guns banned. They want their children to feel nurtured. They want their teachers to be paid well.
The gentlewoman's
yield
time
back.
has expired. Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
Ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and career of Detective Herman Moody, who passed away on February 25th at the age of 98. Herman Moody was the first Black police officer in the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. He attended Las Vegas High School and afterward honorably served in the U.S. Navy during World War II. After the war in 1946, he began his 31-year service to the Las Vegas community as part of the police department, when the town was still segregated and there wasn't even a police academy for him to learn. He was undeterred, however, and taught himself how to file reports that would stand up in court. He found books about Nevada law so he could make good arrests, and he shared that knowledge with his colleagues to raise the standards of the entire Las Vegas police force. And while he battled discrimination and was passed over for promotions, he never let that deter him from his goal. He rose to the highest rank and served as the second highest senior officer in the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. My condolences to his wife, Magnolia, to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and to the entire family. Detective Moody, may you rest in peace.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution H-Res 241 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 8, House Resolution 241. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the Bill H.R. 5 to ensure the rights of parents are honored and protected in the nation's public schools. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 2 hours, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and the Workforce, now printed in the bill, it shall be in order to consider as an original bill for the purpose of amendment under the 5-minute rule, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-2. The amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read. All points of order against that amendment in the nature of a substitute are waived. No amendment to that amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. Any member may demand a separate vote in the House on any amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole to the bill or to the amendment in the nature of a substitute made in order as original text. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. Last night, the Rules Committee met and reported out a rule, H-Res 241, providing for consideration of H.R. 5. The Parents' Bill of Rights is to be considered under a structured rule with 2 hours of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. The Parents' Bill of Rights would secure a fundamental right parents should always be guaranteed, the right to make informed decisions about their children. As my first time managing a floor debate, I couldn't think of a better bill to focus on. Our families in Indiana and across the country deserve debate on H.R. 5, and we plan to deliver. As a mother of 3 children in school, I know how important it is for parents to know what's happening in the classroom. Unfortunately, this bill is necessary because school districts across the country have failed to deliver basic transparency, and that became painfully obvious to parents during the pandemic. Our living rooms became classrooms. Parents came to realize exactly what their children's days looked like. Many parents were surprised and disappointed by what they were learning about their children's educational experiences. Like many of my colleagues, I prefer that most decisions regarding education be made at the state and local level, and this bill does not change that. But the actions over the past few years have compelled us to stand up and to act. There has been example after example of this becoming a bigger problem. In one example, a father from Virginia had to learn his daughter was assaulted in the high school bathroom from his child, not the school. Stories like this one shouldn't become the new normal. As I said in the Rules Committee during the hearing about the bill just last night, sending a child to public school does not terminate parental rights at the door. I worked in child services. I've cared for children in foster care. When foster parents are caring for their children who are in the custody of the state, they can't give those kids a haircut without getting permission from the child's biological parents. Shouldn't the same rules apply to the students' safety and well-being in our schools? Yet parents are left pleading. They're left to plead for information, to plead for the safety of their kids in public restrooms, to plead for the quality of their kids' education, and to plead for anyone who would listen to help restore their parental rights. This bill would restore transparency, consultation, and notification requirements to existing law. In doing so, it would give parents the right to more easily obtain critical information from school administrators, boards, and teachers to make informed decisions regarding their children's education. The bottom line, it gives power back to parents. As the Republican Education and the Workforce Committee members have said, the Parents' Bill of Rights contains 5 basic principles. 1, that parents have the right to know what their children are being taught, that parents have a right to be heard, that parents have a right to see the school budget, that parents have a right to protect their children's privacy, and that parents have a right to keep their children safe. Now, these goals are hard to fight against, but we have heard critics say this bill is somehow politicizing education, or that bureaucrats know better than parents, or that we're encouraging the banning of books. Let me be clear. Nothing in this bill has anything to do with banning books, or even that parent engagement is somehow better than a parent's rights model. But that's simply not true. Instead, this bill provides an opportunity to ensure our kids are prepared to contribute to this great country of ours. It aims to strengthen parent and teacher partnerships where they exist and close information gaps where parent and teacher partnerships could be improved. While there are many challenges in our schools, one we should all be able to agree on tackling is that administrators, educators, and parents should be on the same page. The first step in achieving that goal is improving our parents' access to information about their kids' experiences. One example of this is an amendment I was able to offer during the markup a few weeks ago. The amendment required notification of parents when a student isn't reading at grade level proficiency by the end of the 3rd grade. Our child literacy rates are falling behind, and the more parents know, the more they can help, the better. In the end, by passing the Parents' Bill of Rights, we are one step closer to what everyone wants, providing our students the best learning experience inside and outside of the classroom, and giving parents a proper say in their children's future. I urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentlelady from Indiana for yielding the customary 30 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree that public education plays a central role in our democracy, helping to ensure the Jeffersonian ideal of having an informed electorate to participate in the governance of our country. And I think we can also agree that it's vitally important that parents, as their children's primary caregivers, play an active role in their kids' education in our public schools. That's why governance of our public schools is entrusted to local boards of education, where most school board members are, in fact, parents, and are directly responsible to the communities they serve. In our fast-paced and online world, the glue that so often holds our communities together is our neighborhood schools, the parent-teacher and home and school organizations that support them, and the extracurricular athletics and activities that we all gather at. And that's why it's so disappointing that the Republican majority has chosen to bring to the floor a bill that undermines those community values and does nothing to address the real issues facing America's school today. Contrary to its title, this bill does not give parents any more rights than they already have. Even the conservative Cato Institute has criticized this bill for doing nothing to actually empower parents. In fact, many of the so-called rights this bill claims to establish, like parents' ability to meet with their teachers, testify at school board meetings, or examine school budgets, or protect their children's privacy, these are already enshrined in law and are things school districts nationwide already do and in which parents consistently participate in. What this bill does do is promote efforts to inject divisive DC politics and culture wars into our neighborhood schools, and to create burdensome new federal mandates for those schools, dictating to our local communities and our local taxpayers how and when to perform certain tasks. To add insult to injury, this bill doesn't offer any funding to meet these new federal mandates or propose resources that would actually help students and families or support our public schools, many of which are already struggling to make ends meet under inequitable funding formulas. This bill would force schools to invest already scarce time and resources towards onerous compliance requirements and administrative costs, and away from crucial measures that actually improve student outcomes, all with no additional money and with no discernible benefit to our children. Ultimately, this bill is an act of federal overreach that would hinder students' ability to learn and undermine the important work that educators, librarians, and other school professionals do every day. It would undermine the valuable relationships among parents and between parents, students, and teachers, relationships that are built on trust and shared goals. The truth is that the primary concern for too many teachers and parents are to make sure that their children have enough to eat, a bed to sleep in at night, and can get to and from school safely. This bill does not address those critical needs, or for that matter, anything else that promotes student success and well-being. What this bill does do is open the door to allowing a noisy minority to dictate what all students can and cannot read or learn, and that hurts both our kids and our communities. We've already seen in Florida and other states that have passed versions of this bill that the provisions buried in this legislation have allowed right-wing bullies to ban books and gut history lessons and marginalize some of our communities. The beauty of our public schools is that they help our children become critical thinkers and functional adults by meeting and learning about the diversity of people, viewpoints, and experiences in the world around them. Allowing some parents to dictate their worldview to all parents and students in our public schools does a disservice to both our schools, our children, and our communities, particularly when, as has been so often the case recently, those efforts have sought to marginalize people of color and the LGBTQ community. Perhaps my Republican colleagues are discounting the opportunities for parental engagement that are already baked into our public education system because the views they're pushing to ban books and whitewash history are not accepted by the overwhelming majority of Americans. I know how much children benefit when parents and teachers work together to help them reach their full potential. I know this from experience. I spent a decade providing training and representation for parents and students in the public school system. I spent 2 decades while my children attended public schools as a home and school parent, a classroom volunteer, and like my father and sister before me, a school board member, to help not only my kids, but all of the kids in our district to succeed. I often think that school boards are one of the purest forms of local representative democracy. Unpaid members from the community, most of them, like myself, parents, spend endless hours working together with school administrators, educators, and parents, all united by a common goal to do what's best for all of our children. Over the years, I had countless conversations with involved parents and constituents in grocery stores, at school concerts, on soccer fields, and at formal board meetings about how our schools could best serve our children and taxpayers, where we could do better, and where our options were limited, usually by financial constraints. Those discussions were sometimes emotional or passionate, and people didn't always agree, but everyone respected our democratic processes and the boundaries of protected speech as we sought to reach the best possible solutions for our community. Those conversations and deliberations also reflected a core principle of our civil society, one that's important to remember as we struggle to reduce the hyperpartisanship and lack of civility in our politics and to model good behavior for our children. That is the principle of cooperation and compromise, that having the loudest voice or being a bully doesn't mean that you always get to win. This bill, H.R. 5, does not help parents, educators, and school districts to work together more effectively. Instead, this bill pits parents against each other and against teachers in a way that creates more chaos and community discord. That hurts students and families, disregards talented educators, undermines public schools, and detracts from what should be our ultimate goal, providing the best possible public education for America's children. Our national motto is E pluribus unum, out of many one, not my way or the highway. We form a stronger and more perfect community when we bring our diverse talents and strengths together, and this bill undermines that goal. I now represent a congressional district with 21 school districts in it, including one of the largest in the country, and I talk to a lot of parents in my community. Parents in my district want to talk about how to help our kids succeed. They want to talk about hiring enough teachers, librarians, and guidance counselors. They want to talk about fixing crumbling school buildings and preparing our children for the jobs and challenges of the 21st century. They want schools in our communities that serve the healthy food kids need to learn and grow, that offer mental health resources, and teach the skills that every American needs to be engaged and informed citizens and taxpayers to ensure our long-lasting democracy. And overwhelmingly, these parents are appalled that bills like H.R. 5 threaten to open the floodgates to book bans, more restrictions on what can be said in the classroom, and attempts to rewrite history and censor facts, all at the expense of our students. While it sounds benign, this bill will be used to eliminate classroom conversations about racism in the American story or portrayals of LGBTQ people in books, all while refusing to deliver on what parents are actually asking for to keep their children safe, the kind of policies that House Democrats are bringing to the table to keep children safe from dangerous toxins like asbestos and lead that are still prevalent in too many schools, to keep children safe from gun violence, now the leading cause of death for American children. We need common sense gun safety laws that keep weapons out of our classrooms and out of the hands of children, so parents aren't scared that one day they'll send their kids to school and they'll never come home. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle often talk about being the party of small government and local control. They condemn the intrusion of the federal government into local affairs, but this legislation is nothing more than an attempt to nationalize our education system and mandate a one-size-fits-all approach across the country, assuming that the size that fits is a right-wing straitjacket. Even the conservative Cato Institute has said that H.R. 5 suffers from a fundamental flaw. It's not constitutional. We should give young people the resources they need to learn and grow, not stifle their ideas, threaten their civil rights, censor their classrooms and teachers, or take books off library shelves. And we should not promote chaos and bullying in our communities. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to advise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Aaron, I want to thank you for bringing this important bill up to the floor. I rise and fully support H.R. 5. And folks, this bill could be called the Parents' Bill of Rights Transparency Bill, because that's all it does, it's transparency. And you know, as I look into the balcony, I see a lot of young people, middle-aged people, people with children, maybe grandchildren, and nowhere in this bill is it banning any books, nowhere. As my good friend from Texas yesterday during Rules pointed out, he had one, my friends on the other aisle had one book. I see they've got a stack of books now. Let me see if they will give you an example of books that you can pull up on the internet that are taught in public schools all over the country. Let me see if they're going to recognize the book Beyond Magenta. It's a document stories on the LGBTQ youth. It's got very sexually explicit passages. I was sexually active for the time I was 6, and I won't go on to say the other things that they have. Are you going to highlight these books? Another book, The Book is Gay, discusses orgies, kinky, and sex apps. You going to highlight that? Gender Queer was the book it's a novel, and it had a debate on in the libraries, and it had explicit images of oral sex. You going to highlight that book? Let's take Juliet Takes a Breath. Discusses a woman's journey coming out as a lesbian and contains graphic descriptions of sexual encounters. And folks, I could go on and on. It lists I don't know how many different books. Parents, is this something you want your children to read? Parents, is this something that encourages academics and allows that child to compete in the 21st century? Is this a book that promotes what your child needs to know? It's sad that this bill is even needed, but it's estimated that between kindergarten and the 12th grade, a student will spend over 15,000 hours at school. That's 15,000 hours when parents are trusting other people to do what's in the best interest of their child. It's good that Americans' parents are taking a stand now. They're pushing back on these kind of books that I don't think they're going to mention. I've got 4 children and 17 grandchildren. We got a notice a week ago, a school where the parents are upset because they're allowing boys to go in.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I have another 30 seconds.
I'd like to yield another 30 seconds for Mr. Norman.
The gentleman is recognized for another 30 seconds.
Bottom line, the school was allowing males to go in females' bathrooms. This is intolerable. This bill is needed. It gives parents the control, and it gives parents the right to know what their child is being taught. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Indiana.
I reserve.
Reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the American Library Association opposing H.R. 5, saying that the bill would create a catalyst for more book banning and censorship.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3.5 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Rules, Mr. McGovern.
The gentleman is recognized.
So let me get something straight here. Republicans keep saying, as they just did, that nothing in this bill has anything to do with banning books. We keep hearing it over and over and over. We've heard the same thing in state after state as Republicans have passed bills like this. And now we have over 1,600 books and more every month pulled from the shelves. They are banned. Democrats put forward amendments to prevent politicians from banning books. They all voted no. Democrats put forward 6 amendments to prevent censorship. They all voted no. And now they're trying to pretend like they have no idea why we would be concerned about book bans. Give me a break. I'm a parent. My wife Lisa and I have gone to countless parent-teacher conferences when our kids were in public school. Both of my sisters are public school teachers. I know how hard they work to involve parents in their kids' education. So don't lecture us. We are parents. We know what this is about. It is about banning books. This bill is going to be weaponized by far-right groups and used to threaten schools with legal action if they don't pull books off the shelves. It's going to force teachers to decide between staying silent and teaching something that certain politicians in their state don't like. It's already happening, for God's sake. Ask the teacher in Iowa who was told that they cannot teach that slavery was wrong. Ask the teacher in Texas who was told that they have to teach, quote, the opposite perspective on the Holocaust. Ask the teacher in Florida who was fired for exposing a book banning spree at the hands of Ron DeSantis that would make the Chinese Communist Party blush. Now, I have a few books that Republicans want to ban. There's too many to go through now, but let me recite a few. The Life of Rosa Parks. Who is Sojourner Truth? The biography of Nelson Mandela, and the story of Harvey Milk. Now, do you notice any pattern here? They want to ban books about black and brown people, and they want to ban books about LGBTQI plus people. It is sick. It is hateful. What's wrong with them, Mr. Speaker? If you don't like a book, don't let your kid read it. But you don't get to tell the rest of us parents what our kids should be allowed to read. Talk to your kids' teachers. Run for school board. But don't take away money from schools that fall down on the wrong side of the MAGA culture wars. We gave Republicans dozens of chances to amend this bill and make it better to address the actual issues that our schools face. They voted no on all of them. Get this, they voted no on getting lead pipes out of schools. They actually voted no on that. They care more about getting Rosa Parks out of our schools than lead pipes, and I think that says it all. So never in my life did I think I would see such a reprehensible, disgraceful bill come to the floor. We should trust parents and teachers and students to think for themselves without having toxic MAGA culture wars shoved down their throats by Republicans in Congress. Vote no on this awful rule and on this awful bill, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank the Speaker. I thank the gentlelady from Indiana. Let's just make sure the American people know the truth. Parents have the right to know what their children are being taught. Parents have the right to be heard. Parents have the right to see the school budget and spending. Parents have the right to protect their child's privacy. Parents have the right to keep their children safe. That is what my Democratic colleagues are objecting to. And notice how they're objecting. Notice what they're trying to do. It is a page as old as time in the Democratic playbook. Fear-mongering, racial division, peddling the lies of hatred, saying that somehow the legislation that would empower parents and give parents the right to know what their child is being educated with, know what they're being told, that somehow that is going to lead to banning of books. What they're afraid of is they're afraid of a parent being able to come in armed with the information of what is being taught their children, armed with what is in the library, and holding school boards accountable, holding their educators accountable. That is precisely what my Democratic colleagues do not want to occur. They are afraid of the sunshine going into the classrooms because they know that after COVID, the veil has been lifted on a corrupted education system that has for too long been indoctrinating our children with racial division and hatred. Parents are now awakened. They have seen what has been occurring behind the veil because the veil was lifted. My colleagues go around peddling the fears of banned books, completely inaccurately trying to claim that books were banned in Duval County that weren't banned. Books that were either not ordered, when in fact there are an average 13 books about Rosa Parks in every elementary school in Duval County. That's the truth. Nobody wants to pull books about Rosa Parks. Nobody wants to pull books about Roberto Clemente. But if there is legislation passed to make sure that we stop the ridiculousness of books being put in front of our kids, and then people go, let's pull books and look at it to make sure what's in it. Then they decide to put those books back when they pass muster. That's what my colleagues want to say are being banned. What they do not want to talk about are the books that my colleague from South Carolina just talked about. They don't want to talk about Flamer, a graphic book about young boys performing sexual acts at a summer camp. They don't want to talk about that. Who does? Bunch of fringe leftist groups that want to stick that stuff in our schools for our kids to have to read? Or how about This Book is Gay, a book containing instructions on, quote, the ins and outs of gay sex. This is what we want being put in the schools for our children. Our Democratic colleagues do not want you, the American people, you, the parents, to know this. That's what this is about. My Democratic colleagues do not want parents to know that information. They don't. They have a bill in front of them that literally gives parents the rights to know that, and they are opposing it and opposing it with force. Now to my colleagues who say, well, this is sticking the federal government into the tent of local government. I say to them, well, welcome to the club of actually being concerned about federal government overreach. I agree. So I hope they will support my amendment then that would strike all the language and block grant the dollars to the states. But they don't want to do that, ladies and gentlemen, because they want to meddle. They just want to meddle the way they want to. They don't want to have a clean elimination of the Department of Education. I support my colleague Thomas Massey's bill to do that. My Democratic colleagues do not. My Democratic colleagues will not support a block grant to states because they want to meddle. They want to interfere. They just don't want parents to know the truth. And that is the dirty little secret. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. And the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I just wanted to take a minute to, or not even a minute, to correct a couple statements that were made. First of all, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from Jax Today entitled, Duval Schools to Keep 73 Diverse and Inclusive Books Out of the Classroom.
Without objection.
Thank you. Also, for not the first time, my colleague mentioned the book Flamer, which he described as a graphic book about a child at summer camp. In fact, it's a graphic novel, which is kind of a trend that he may not be familiar with. And with that, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Speaker, all of us can agree that the most precious gift God can give us is our children. I'm a parent of 4 children. 4 children all attended public education, K through 12. As a parent, I was active, participated in local school board meetings, teacher-parent conferences, involved with the local PTA, because it was my responsibility to know what was going on in my children's life, especially education life. And all of us here as Americans, regardless of party affiliation, can agree that protecting our children is one of our most important responsibilities here in Congress. And I agree with my colleagues across the aisle, we need to protect all students, especially, I would say, undocumented students some of the most vulnerable students in our society. Last night, I introduced an amendment that would bar any local educational agency, state agency, elementary school, secondary school, from requesting or disclosing a student's immigration status. Schools, I would say, are the one place in our society that students should feel safe. My amendment would have advanced this principle, would have said that our students are safe in their schools. And Mr. Speaker, if my colleagues last night across the aisle would have voted for my amendment, then they would have voted for safety for all of our students in school. Yet, they didn't do that. And by failing to vote for my amendment, they left our most vulnerable students hanging. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How dare they? How dare they conflate the names of two great people, Nelson Mandela and Rosa Parks, books about these heroes, and conflate them about books about sexual promiscuity of our children? How dare they? But I'm starting to see in my short time here in the U.S. Congress how this game is played. It's to conflate and confuse and baffle the American people. We're here to set the record straight. Mr. Speaker, if one good thing came out of COVID, when our kids were forced to stay home, it's that parents saw exactly what they were learning and what they were being taught. The parents didn't like it. The parents raised their voices, and because of that, they were condemned as domestic terrorists. That was wrong, Mr. Speaker. That was just plain wrong. As a father myself, look, I understand. I understand that our children are the most important thing in our lives. And it's our job to put them in a position to have a better life than we did. Raising and rearing children to be smart, capable, contributing members of society should be our number one objective. And of course, we all know this starts at home. But make no mistake, it does continue at our schools and in our classrooms. Schools are where our children spend the majority of their childhood, shaping the ideas, building the relationships, building the friendships they'll have for a lifetime. This is exactly why parents deserve a seat at the table. And this legislation provides this seat. Parents have a right to know what's being taught. They have a right to be heard. They have a right to see how a school is spending their taxpayer dollars. And most importantly, they have a right to protect their children's privacy. When my Republican colleagues and I won back this chamber, we swore to the voters and constituents that we were going to defend these rights. The Parents' Bill of Rights isn't the only step, but it's a great first step. This legislation ensures curriculum information, books, reading material, and learning standards are made public to parents. Parents will now have an open line of communication with teachers and school board officials. They will not be condemned as terrorists. Folks, this is common sense. And really, to my good friends on the other side of the aisle, this really shouldn't be a debate. But then again, I never thought that I would have to stand here weeks ago and have to condemn socialism that they voted for. I never thought I'd have to stand here and defend the rights of a baby that survived abortion, and yet we had to do that. I thought that was common sense as well, and I was wrong. Mr. Speaker, this is not about changing history. This is about preserving our future as a nation. This is not about banning books. This is about promoting transparency. It is our job, it is our responsibility to protect our children from the evils being taught in some classrooms across the country. Not all. I'm proud to be a voice for the parents of Missouri, for our district and across this great land. And I'm here to tell you, Mr. Speaker, it is time to take a stand. It is time to take a stand for our children. It is time to take a stand for our families. It is time to take a stand for our schools. And it is time to take a stand for our great nation. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the rule package of this critical piece of legislation, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman and teacher from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this rule and the underlying bill, H.R. 5. I look around this chamber and I think that arguably I've spent more time in a classroom than anyone in this chamber. I was a classroom teacher for 15 years, ran before and after school programs and summer programs. I led programs for parent engagement. I'm also the mother of 4 children. One of them is a public school student right now. As a teacher and a parent, I know that parent-teacher partnerships are critical to student success. I know that when a teacher can reach out to parents and discuss challenging curriculum and come up with strategies to support their child, students thrive. I know that when parents can reach out to their child's teacher and ask questions and voice their concerns, or even more, offer their personal perspectives, students benefit. But this bill does not do that. It does not promote parent-teacher partnerships. It just creates division in our school at a time when both parents and teachers need all the help they can get. I've served on curriculum committees, and it is always required that there be a parent representative on those committees. These are the committees that select the books that will be read in classes. Teachers don't arbitrarily do that. I've addressed my local Board of Education, and there was always time for public comment, and parents were encouraged to join. Parents of varying opinions were asked to show up and give their input on what we were doing in our schools. I've gone to a student's home because their parent could not attend a parent-teacher conference, but I knew that they cared deeply about their child and wanted to have conversations with me. So after school, on my own time, I reached out to connect with those parents. That's what teachers do. So all of this misguided direction from people on the floor who have very little information about what actually happens on the ground level. During COVID, it wasn't that teachers were exposed and parents got an inside look at what happens in classrooms. The best teachers are always inviting parents into the classroom. And our 16-hour markup.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
An additional 30 seconds.
The gentlewoman is recognized for additional 30 seconds.
In our 16-hour markup, committee Democrats offered strategies for parent engagement. We offered amendments to provide video conference so parents could be involved. We offered legislation to say that kids should have healthy meals in school so that they can be on grade and ready to learn, and every single one of them were rejected. This politics over parents legislation creates unnecessary reporting requirements in our schools and diverts resources. I am a parent, and this bill actually removes my rights as a parent at the local level and places them in the hands of Congress. I encourage my colleagues to vote no to this bill and listen to what parents are saying. They're saying they want diverse curriculum, diverse books, teachers who are highly qualified and prepared, and for all students, not just some, but all students to thrive.
The gentlewoman is no longer recognized. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves, and the gentlewoman from Indiana is
reserves. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Landsman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the rule and to this very controversial, very dangerous bill, H.R. 5. I am a former teacher. I am a parent. My wife and I have 2 children right now in public schools. This is the life we lead. This is our reality right now. I can tell you that I offered several amendments because I know what I'm talking about. One of the amendments was to protect our schools and our teachers and parents from unnecessary, awful, very expensive litigation. That is what this is going to do. This is going to drown our school districts and our schools and our teachers and maybe our parents in lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. I also, because everyone in my district believes in local control. And so one amendment just said, hey, if you're a believer in local control, allow school districts to opt out of this very dangerous bill. That's a local control issue. That amendment and the other amendment was not ruled in order, so there will be no vote on it. I believe that this government that they are proposing has become too big for most Americans. It is too intrusive. They're banning books. You can't say this, you can't say that. They're in doctors' offices, they're in classrooms. They're going too far and trampling on our freedoms. If they want to help, invest in preschool, invest in childcare, invest in prenatal care, invest in stable housing, invest in after-school programs, invest in all kinds of things that are going to help children and parents. Stop telling us what to do with our lives and with our children. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the Speaker. Thank the gentlelady from Indiana. Again, the facts are completely irrelevant to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Completely irrelevant. Introduced in the record a little while ago with a story from December, again, trying to perpetuate this myth about book banning. And again, the context here matters that we're talking about legislation in this body to just ensure that parents know what's in the libraries and what's in the curriculum. It does nothing more. Yet that's the great offense. But in trying to perpetuate this myth about federal perpetuation of so-called book banning, and let me be clear, yes, some local jurisdictions are removing certain books, absolutely, and God bless them for it. Books about explicit sex acts. Let that hang out over the chamber. No, I do not want America's children to have to be subjected to that kind of terrible indoctrination in the schools. Absolutely not. And parents should be empowered to stop it. But instead, they want to perpetuate this myth. The facts are true. February 17th, 2023, I will ask that this be introduced into the record. The books about Roberto Clemente and Hank Aaron from the Essential Voices collection are among approximately 10,000 books that have been reviewed and approved through the new state-required book review process. The fact is, there was a purchase of 1,300 books from Perfection Learning. The current effort to review all media center and classroom library books, which is now required under state law, was reviewed, completed. Those books were not banned. And as I said earlier, there are on average 13 to 14 books about Rosa Parks per school in Duval County. Those are the facts. That is the truth. This is a complete misrepresentation designed to scare people when in fact we want to empower parents and provide sunshine for the American people to protect their kids.
Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlewoman, my colleague from Pennsylvania. Like many of my colleagues here in this chamber, I am blessed to be a parent. My wife and I are proud parents of a 4-year-old daughter, and we are deeply invested in her education and ensuring that she has the ability to be able to live her dreams. And so you can imagine my surprise and my disappointment when I learned that the Republicans, our colleagues on the side of the aisle, would be spending our time today on this bill, the Politics Over Parents Act. Surprise because for so many years, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have bemoaned the role of the federal government in public education. They have lectured us about local control time and time again. And yet here they stand with a bill to impose a variety of unfunded mandates on school districts across the country and eroding local control, as my colleague from Ohio, Mr. Landsman, articulated. And disappointment because these unfunded mandates are so disconnected from the real concerns and fears that parents in my district, back home in Colorado, are experiencing every day. Just yesterday, the Denver metro area in Colorado was frozen with fear at the news of another incident of gun violence in one of our schools, East High School. 2 teachers were wounded, one of them critically. This came on the heels just 2 weeks ago of the tragic death of a 16-year-old student at East High as a result of gun violence. Our prayers, our thoughts, our hearts go out to him, his family,
his friends, all the students and the parents who have been impacted in just the last 14 days as yet another incident of gun violence tears our community apart. That's what parents in Colorado are concerned about. They're concerned about their students, their children coming home from school alive. They're concerned about the ability of children to be able to get a quality education and not go hungry, to not be poisoned by lead pipes in some of the dilapidated buildings in rural and urban communities across our country, about the cost of childcare. Mr. Speaker, that's what they're concerned about.
Time has expired.
I'd ask the gentlelady for an additional 30 seconds.
Yes.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
I thank the Speaker. That is what parents, families are concerned about back in Colorado. And so I would urge my colleagues to oppose this rule so that we can get on to the business of addressing those concerns that I've articulated on behalf of parents and families across our great country. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves, and the gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just would like to make a few comments. We've heard about things embedded in this legislation. I want to reiterate, this is a bill that says the parents have the right to know what their children are being taught. Parents have the right to be heard. Parents have the right to see the school budget and spending. Parents have a right to protect their child's privacy. Parents have a right to keep their children safe. We've also heard our colleagues talk about how well school boards work, and for large swaths of the country, I'm sure that's true. But just because things work well in some places does not mean they work well in all places. And tell that to Mr. Scott Smith, who was arrested at a school board meeting in Loudoun County, Virginia, when he questioned whether the school might be trying to cover up his daughter's sexual assault by a gender-fluid student. We've heard that this bill pits parents against teachers and against each other. We've heard a lot of those types of comments. The very fact that they characterize this bill as pitting someone against another when I've just stated the facts of what is in the bill should be a red flag. I did sit through a 16-hour markup till early hours of 2:30 or 3 a.m. in the morning. We did hear dozens of amendments, but what I heard were dozens of chances to empower bureaucrats over empowering parents. So Republicans are proud to stand up for parents on behalf of students. This is not politics over parents. It's parents over politicians and bureaucrats. We want what parents all across America want: schools to teach reading, writing, arithmetic, and science with the utmost transparency. Parents want to be involved and informed without having to file 200 Freedom of Information requests only to be sued by the NEA and the school board, such as Nicole Solis. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to reserve my time for closing.
The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Among the many issues that we should be dealing with here, Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution that states the House's unyielding responsibility to defend and preserve Social Security and Medicare for generations to come, and to affirm that it is the position of the House to reject any cuts to these vital programs. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, Social Security and Medicare are foundational to our constituents' economic and health security. Republicans have demanded unconscionable cuts to these programs in exchange for raising the debt limit and paying our nation's bills. Some of my Republican colleagues have recently changed their rhetoric and now say that they don't want to eviscerate Social Security and Medicare benefits, so I'm offering my friends the opportunity to back up their newfound position. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania have any more speakers?
Yes, we're prepared to close.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized as well.
Do you want me to do? How much time do I have?
6.5 minutes.
Thank you. As a member of the Rules Committee, I do feel compelled to comment upon the amendment process that we have with respect to this rule and bill. I'm astounded that once again the Republican majority has reported such an imbalanced rule. This rule actually makes in order every single germane Republican amendment submitted before our meeting yesterday. But for Democratic amendments, the rule blocks 28 of the 31 germane amendments offered by the Democrats. That's a 90% suppression rate of the ideas submitted by the minority party, all of which were compliant with the rules of the House but have been blocked by Republicans from being debated or voted upon. The Rules Committee Republicans actually complained about amendment disparities during the Democratic majority, saying, quote, "There is no context in which such a stifling of minority voices is consistent with the designs of this institution or in the best interest of the American people we represent," end quote. That complaint was written after we made in order 30% of the amendments submitted by Republicans to structured rule bills. So when do we get when we do 30%, it's a crisis for the institution, but when they do 5% this month, it's okay. Speaker McCarthy actually promised both sides, quote, "more openness, more opportunity for ideas to win at the end of the day," end quote. Mr. Speaker, that promise has been broken. This Republican majority knows their bills fail to address real problems, so they continue to block our good ideas from coming to the floor rather than actually debating them. It's wrong, and they need to do better. Mr. Speaker, with respect to H.R. 5, it does not promote the rights of parents, but it does open the door to censoring teachers and textbooks, threatening the rights of students and their parents, imposing costly burdens on our neighborhood schools that they cannot afford, and infringing core American values, including freedom of speech and ideas. It puts right-wing politics over parents and would let a noisy minority push their own agenda and impose their beliefs of what children can or should read or learn onto all parents and students. Our schools carry out important responsibilities of educating the next generation of Americans, and all children deserve access to an equitable and well-rounded education that equips them for the future. We should give our schools the resources to help young people feel supported and ready to reach their full potential. We should not create hostile environments for our most marginalized students. We should not pit parents against each other and against educators, and we shouldn't drive wedges between families and their neighborhood schools. I want to do better than that for our kids, and I hope others today want the same. Mr. Speaker, again, I urge my colleagues to oppose the previous question in the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The woman from Pennsylvania yields back. The woman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
The woman is recognized.
We made a commitment to America, and delivering for parents is an important part of that promise. We must empower parents to be in the driver's seat with respect to their children's education. This isn't about banning books or politicizing education. How parents having a right to be informed about and involved in decisions regarding their own children's academic experience is being misconstrued by some is lost on me. We did have a robust committee markup on this bill that I was part of. We were in committee hearing amendments and debating amendments on that bill in the markup from 10 in the morning till 2:30 in the morning. And in those many amendments, what I heard over and over again was there's nothing to see here, and that this bill is not necessary, and that most schools in America are doing just fine. Well, most schools, Mr. Speaker, are not all schools. Our parents have a fundamental right to know what's happening in the classroom without having to file a public records request to find it. And if things are going so well that our colleagues across the aisle believe that this bill is not needed, then they should stand and join Republicans in support of parents across America. I urge my colleagues to support this rule and the underlying bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentlewoman yields back, and the question is ordered on the previous question on the resolution. The Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
For the yeas and nays.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
We'd request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote on the yeas and nays will rise. As sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period of 15 minutes. Less than 15 minutes. Ordering the previous question on the House resolution. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on the House Resolution 241. Adoption of the House Resolution 241 if ordered, and a motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 406. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. The remaining electronic votes will be conducted in 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the order of the previous question on House Resolution 241, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 8, House Resolution 241, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 5 to ensure the rights of parents are honored and protected in the nation's public schools.
The question is ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 219 and the nays are 204. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Okay.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise, a sufficient number having risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. One minute remaining. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 205. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on a motion by the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 406, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 406, a bill to provide for the treatment of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations as an international organization for purposes of the International Organizations Immunities Act and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. minute. All members voted. All members voted. Does anyone wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 388, the nays are 33. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Now we're going. The House will be in order. Order. Members, please take your conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The woman is correct. The House is not in order. Members and staff, please take your conversations off the floor so we can continue with that business of the House. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the woman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks, include extraneous material on H.R. 5.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 241 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House and on the State of the Union of the consideration of H.R. 5. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole of the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 5, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar.
The clerk will report.
Union Calendar number 4, H.R. 5, a bill to ensure the rights of parents are honored and protected in the nation's public schools.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time.
General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 2 hours, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, will each control 1 hour. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I rise today to recognize the profound importance of H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights Act, and what it means for families across the country. Over the past several years, parents witnessed the consequences of lessons taught in classrooms firsthand. Math scores declined by the largest margin ever, and reading scores plummeted to the lowest levels in over 3 decades. These results are devastating. Teachers' unions and education bureaucrats worked to push progressive politics in classrooms while keeping parents in the dark. The Parents' Bill of Rights Act aims to end that and shine a light on what is happening in schools. This bill will reaffirm a parent's right to review course curriculum, meet with the child's teacher, and be heard at school board meetings without fear of reprisal. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem convinced Republicans are using this bill to punish teachers or push an extreme right-wing agenda. This is false. Our education system is spiraling out of control as parents are pushed further outside of the classroom. This bill will restore the role of parents in schools and provide new mechanisms to promote parent-teacher partnerships. When parents are involved in their child's education, students thrive. That's the guiding principle of this bill. With the Parents' Bill of Rights Act, Republicans will help parents steer the educations of their children back into the correct path where they can learn the skills they need for a lifetime of success. Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to H.R. 5 and yield myself such time as I may consume.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 5, the Politics Over Parents Act. First, let me be clear. The House Democrats believe parental engagement is central to student success. Parental engagement in schools is closely linked to better student behavior, higher academic achievement, and enhanced social skills. But unfortunately, the Politics Over Parents Act does not take meaningful steps to increase or support parental engagement. In fact, it lists so-called rights and then declares that this allows the parents to control what is taught. But let's be clear. There is nothing in the bill to give parents right to dictate what their children are taught. Instead, this bill is one of many attempts by Republican politicians to give a vocal minority the power to try to impose their beliefs on all parents and students. And this extreme education agenda has real consequences for students and educators. According to PEN America, more than 2,500 books were banned in school during the school year 2021-2022, and nearly 140 additional books have taken effect since July 2022. So let me just list some of the books that Republican politicians have gotten banned in the guise of parental rights. Diary of a Young Girl, The Stories of a Holocaust Survivor by Anne Frank. The Kite Runner, a novel of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan by Khalid Hosseini. Beloved, a novel about slaves in the Civil War by Toni Morrison. And on, books like that have been banned because of efforts like what we have before us today. So let's be clear, these books are taught at age-appropriate levels. If we have a problem with it, you should call the librarian. But yet still, Republican politicians are actually having them removed from classrooms and school libraries. Simply put, the Politics Over Parents Act is an educational gag order across the nation which will prevent students from learning and prevent teachers from teaching. These efforts seek to score political points and scare parents into thinking that schools do not have their best interests at heart. Instead, we should be talking about the support schools and families actually need to improve parental-teacher engagement. And so I urge my colleagues to vote no on the Politics Over Parents Act and join House Democrats in an amendment in nature of a substitute in delivering real solutions to build partnerships between schools and families. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from Louisiana, Dr. Letlow.
The distinguished woman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to join my voice with millions of American parents as the House considers H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights Act. H.R. 5 is about one simple and fundamental principle. Parents should always have a seat at the table when it comes to their child's education. We believe that learning is a partnership between a family and their child's teachers. This bill is the vehicle by which we can put parents and educators together at the same table to have a productive dialogue. This bill is not complex or complicated, nor should it be partisan or polarizing. And contrary to what you may hear from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, it is not an attack on our hard-working teachers who will always be the heroes in my eyes. It is not an attempt to have Congress dictate their curriculum or determine the books in the library. Instead, this bill aims to bring more transparency and accountability to education, allowing parents to be informed, and when they have questions and concerns, to lawfully bring them to their local school boards. Over the past 2 years, we've seen too many instances where rather than opening their doors to welcome parents in as partners, some schools instead slammed them shut and said that government bureaucrats know what's best for our children. Parents across this country have overwhelmingly spoken out that they have had enough. They want a seat at the table because at the end of the day, these are our children, not the government's. Mr. Speaker, I worked in education before I came to Congress, and I'm also a mom. I've seen firsthand how when you educate a child, you give them a future. We know that when parents are involved, it is the students who succeed. We also know that when a family is shut out of their child's education, it will lead to disastrous results. Mr. Speaker, let us give parents that voice in the learning process. Let schools open the doors and welcome them in as partners. And let us work together to build a brighter future for America's children. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the ranking member on the Higher Education Subcommittee, Ms. Wilson.
The gentlewoman from Florida is yielded 2.5 minutes.
Frederica.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise in opposition to H.R. 5. As an educator, I believe parent voices should be honored in schools. All educators believe this. But we know that this bill is not about that at all. We have always had parents involved in our schools, so stop being foolish and divisive. We always need their input. This bill is nothing more than a talking point of the extreme MAGA agenda that will hurt children and hurt our schools. Let's just face it. There has been a movement to eliminate public education since the 1954 Brown versus Board of Education decision. With the election of our president 7 years ago, it pulled the scab off a wound that never healed. Now it is an open, gaping wound, and it is out of control. They are throwing everything at public schools but the kitchen sink, vouchers, excessive testing, poorly paid teachers, banning books, and now they're trying to drive a wedge and create an antagonistic relationship between schools and their parents. How pathetic, how dreadful. Parents love teachers. Everybody loves teachers. Every parent has an I love and remember a teacher story. How disgraceful we want to terrorize the very people who love our children, keep them safe, and educate them for over 8 hours daily. Our teachers are sacrificial lambs. You will never eliminate public schools. We will fight you as long as it takes. This is all the little children who look like me have. Public schools are the bedrock of this nation. Let me tell you what a parent's Bill of Rights should include. I will call it the Parents' 10 Commandments. Thou shalt restore the child tax credit, provide free hot breakfast and lunch, provide pre-K and free community college. Thou shalt end the school-to-prison pipeline, put a nurse in every school, offer after-school activities, provide intensive counseling services, particularly to address school shootings. Thou shalt offer parents the right to improve their education and job skills. Love and respect every child's individuality. Guarantee that every child's teacher will make a minimum of $60,000 a year.
The gentlewoman's time is expired. The gentlewoman's time is expired. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, Chair of the Elementary and Secondary Subcommittee.
The gentleman from Florida has yielded 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Should parents have the right to be involved in their child's education? That is the question before us. 72% of Americans have answered yes to that question. Parents should be and want to be involved in their child's education. And according to numerous studies, students who have involved parents have better behavior, better grades, better attendance, and develop a lifelong love of learning, which is the key to long-term success. But today, American parents are fed up. It's largely because they've experienced 2 years of school closures, misguided COVID policies, disastrous remote learning, and curriculum focused on what is woke rather than what is essential academic instruction. They've been branded domestic terrorists for speaking out at school boards. Some were even arrested for having the nerve to plead with school boards about their safety of their child at school. Mr. Speaker, it's time to re-welcome parents back into education. It's time for parents to have the right to know what's going on in American education today. That's why I encourage everybody to support H.R. 5, the Parental Bill of Rights Act, critical legislation that empowers parents and prioritizes the needs of students over entrenched special interest groups. Today, this body has an extraordinary opportunity to reclaim the moral high ground in America and usher in a new era of K through 12 education that empowers parents, protects kids, and expands educational freedom. Americans, parents have said they want to be that part, and it's time for this body to say yes and support parents. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, the ranking member of the Early Childhood, Elementary and Secondary Education Subcommittee, which has jurisdiction of the bill, Ms. Bonamici.
The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Scott, for yielding. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 5, which should be called the Politics Over Parents Act. After spending 15 years as a very involved public school parent, I can say without hesitation that I strongly support parental involvement in education, and you won't meet a member on this side of the aisle that disagrees with that. But the bill before us today misses the mark. This could have been an opportunity to address the real challenges facing education, to make change that would involve parents in a constructive way, and also make a positive difference in education, and I'm disappointed that we aren't doing that. House Democrats have shown time and time again that we are committed to providing all parents, including those who traditionally face barriers to engagement, with meaningful involvement in their kids' schools. Indeed, it's becoming increasingly clear that the Democratic Party is the party of parental rights and family values. We have put forward a substantive plan that will actually increase the frequency, quality, and accessibility of parental involvement and engagement in schools. A substantive plan that invests in evidence-based models and support systems that have been shown to increase family engagement and improve student achievement. A substantive plan that encourages parents to be partners, not adversaries, in their children's education. A substantive plan that roots out discrimination based on race, disability, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, or gender identity in our public schools. And a substantive plan that, unlike H.R. 5, doesn't carry dangerous authoritarian undertones, encouraging book bans, discouraging the teaching of scientifically and historically accurate curricula, and leading to the micromanagement of the work of educators. We welcome a conversation about how to empower parents and urge our friends and colleagues on the other side of the aisle to abandon their politically motivated attacks on schools, teachers, and students. We should instead be working together on these issues in a bipartisan manner. Our nation's students and families deserve that. We need more parents, including those from diverse backgrounds, to feel included, supported, engaged, and welcomed at their kids' school. And this bill does not even begin to do that. I am leading more than 45 of our colleagues on a Bill of Rights for students and parents, a resolution that is supported by more than 250 education, civil rights, and parents groups, including the National PTA. Now, I've heard colleagues on the other side of the aisle say that history will judge us on how we respond to the needs of students and families at this moment, and I agree with them. Will we succumb to an extremist, discriminatory, narrow-minded anti-public education agenda, or will we work together to advance common sense, meaningful policies that will support parents, students, and educators? I urge all of my colleagues to take the approach that still sees public education as the great equalizer for all students, regardless of who they are or where they're from, essential to our communities, the economy, and our democratic republic. Please join me in rejecting this bill. And Mr. Speaker, as I yield back, I would like to
Gentlewoman's
introduce,
time has expired.
I want to introduce a statement from the National PTA
The
in
gentlewoman is
opposition
no longer
to H.R.
reserved.
5.
Recognized. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina. For what purpose do you rise?
Did the gentlelady's request to introduce unanimous consent request, was that recognized?
That request is covered under general leave.
Okay.
So it is introduced.
It's covered.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, also the chair of the Agriculture Committee.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the gentlelady. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Parents' Bill of Rights. This legislation is just one of many promises we intend to keep in our commitment to America. As a recovering school board member, I know firsthand the importance of hearing from parents and encourage them to be engaged in their child's education. The Parents' Bill of Rights provides parents an expanded opportunity to engage with their children and the teachers who educate them. This bill implements clear, common sense protections, allowing parents to easily review curriculum information, academic standards, and see how schools are spending our tax dollars. Parents deserve the right to be heard and should be able to raise concerns and address their school board without fear of harassment or retribution. This bill includes simple protections to keep our children safe, from protecting their privacy to requiring parents to be notified of violent activity in the school. As a graduate of the public school system and having raised 3 sons in the very same school district, I know parental involvement is critical to fostering a successful educational environment. Mr. Speaker, quite simply, this bill is common sense. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation that ensures parents are at the center of their child's educational experience. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2.5 minutes to the ranking member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to the Politics Over Parents Act as a member of the Education and Workforce Committee, as a member of the LGBTQ community, but above all, as a teacher. I'm an educator, and I know how important parental involvement is. All parents, including the parents of LGBTQ kids, have rights. They have rights to send their children to schools where they will be affirmed, protected, and free from harassment and given the opportunity to thrive. They have a right to be free from bullying and humiliation. And I want to ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to introduce into the record a letter from A Million Moms Rising into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
In committee, my Republican colleagues have preached about a parent's God-given rights. I will tell you now that children have a God-given right not to be physically or emotionally harmed. As a teacher, I know of instances where children were outed by staff, and as a consequence, those children faced severe punishment at home. One student was viciously beaten by his father and transferred out of a district after his family was informed that he was caught physically being affectionate with another boy. Imagine the situation in which educators are placed when government requires them to out their student to an unsupportive family. I'll tell you what happens to those kids. 73% of LGBTQ youth report anxiety. 58% of them report depression. 40% of homeless youth are LGBTQ, and 46%, nearly half of them, have seriously considered suicide. Good teachers care about their kids. Good teachers know that a relationship with parents is important. But when a home is not safe for LGBTQ kids, school becomes their safe place. And teachers need to be their cheerleaders, not their first bullies. This bill forces good teachers to do bad things. It alienates students from their parents. It outs kids. It forces kids back into the closet. It is a fundamental invasion of privacy that puts children in danger. In the first 3 months that this Congress has been in session, this is what Republicans have chosen to spend our time and taxpayer dollars on. The so-called Parents' Bill of Rights is the exact type of big government overreach that my colleagues across the aisle proclaim that they are against, and puts the cost of their pursuit of political gain on the backs of students and teachers. This is worse than simply bad legislation. It is a concerted attack on children, parents, and teachers, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
The distinguished gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights, and thank Representative Letlow and Chair Fox for their leadership in defending the God-given rights of parents and protecting kids as well. Parental involvement in their children's education is paramount to student success. However, in recent years, we've seen a push by some to exclude parents from their children's education. This is why I recently introduced the Protect Kids Act with Senator Tim Scott, which has been included as an amendment to H.R. 5. The Protect Kids Act would require any Department of Education-funded elementary or middle school to seek and acquire parental consent before changing their child's pronouns or preferred name on any school form. This provision is straightforward, common sense, and will safeguard the critical relationship between parents and schools and children. When a child goes on a field trip or fails a test, their parents are told and often required to sign an acknowledgement of a permission slip. Why should relatively small things require notification, but something as significant as a child's pronouns or a change in accommodations can be withheld from the people who raise and love them? Recent polling shows this has broad support of the American people. 3/4 of Americans believe schools should be required to obtain consent from parents. Parents have a fundamental right to raise and educate their children how they choose. We must pass the Parents' Bill of Rights to help mitigate issues we've seen nationwide and to support parents who need the support to do right by their kids as well. We believe on this side of the aisle, we believe this is the right way to go, and we believe in the end it'll promote education, family, and individualism as well. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington, a member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, Ms. Jayapal.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Congress should be supporting parents, students, and teachers, not advancing this Politics Over Parents Act, which would punish teachers for giving history lessons, ban books, and sow hate and divisiveness against trans kids. Parents have the utmost confidence in their kids' teachers. When it comes to writing curricula, 76% of parents trust their child's school. But when it comes to writing laws, political gimmicks like this bill keep them from saying the same thing about this very body. Instead of manufacturing outrage over curricula and books, why don't we just listen? 84% of parents would rather Congress give free school meals, and 79% want support for mental health services. And in a survey of parents' top concerns by the Pew Charitable Trust, 40% said they were extremely or very worried about their children struggling with depression, 35% said they were concerned about bullying, and 22% were worried about their kids being shot. Not a single one of those issues on the top list of parental concerns is addressed in this bill. So don't tell me this is a parent's bill of rights. This is not addressing gun violence, it's not addressing mental health, it's not addressing childcare, pre-K, and all of the other things that would be a part of a parent's Bill of Rights. Instead, we're spending time on a bill that sows doubt about public education and our teachers, and also targets our very vulnerable trans kids who are absolutely no threat to anyone in this body. Please understand that the provisions in this bill that out trans kids are cruel and dangerous. I say that as a mom of a trans kid. And I was very embracing to my daughter when she came out, but not every family is. The reality is 75% of trans kids experience discrimination and harassment. So why do Republicans want schools to require outing LGBTQ students? That does not make them better students. Congress has the constitutional authority to write laws. What a mockery and betrayal of that duty it would be to pass this stunt of a bill that doesn't address a single priority of parents, bans books, undermines teachers, and hurts our kids. Democrats are the party of parents and families. We reject this bill, and we commit to fighting for child care, for universal pre-K, for a child tax credit, and for the ability to people to be free for who they are and express themselves. I yield back, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record 2 statements, one from the National Education Association and one from the American Federation of Teachers.
Without objection.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the Vice Chair of the Education and Workforce Committee, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you for yielding, Chairwoman Fox, and thank you to my Republican colleagues for taking up this very important bill. There has been a push by powerful teacher unions, left-wing politicians, and most concerning, the Biden Justice Department, to silence parents throughout our country. The Biden administration used the FBI, the most powerful law enforcement agency in the world, to intimidate parents for showing up to school board meetings to oppose Biden's radical agenda. Parents' rights are non-negotiable. Parents are the decision makers for their child's education, which includes their child's curriculum. Parents want schools focused on reading, writing, and math, not woke politics. The radical left in our country seeks to silence parents and use public schools and colleges to indoctrinate our youth. They don't want to teach children how to think, they want to teach them what to think. I am grateful that several of my bills are included in the Parents' Bill of Rights to protect children from radical gender ideology and to ensure parents are informed when information is being collected about their children through surveys or documents. Parents have the right to know what is being taught to their child, and they have the right to opt their child out of any discussion about sexual orientation and gender ideology. I am proud House Republicans are keeping our commitment to fight for parental rights, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman, 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 5. I rise in opposition as someone who's actually been a student in our public school system within the last decade. I rise as someone who is the son of a public school educator, special education teacher of 37 years. Love you, Mom. And I also rise as someone who sat on my local school board for 2 years as the student representative. This bill is modeled after one that I know very well, Florida's parental rights in the education law. Most of us know it as Don't Say Gay. And Don't Say Gay infringes on parents' rights, including LGBTQ+ and supportive parents. Bills like this make schools more hostile, and make no mistake, it results in hate, bigotry, and yes, sometimes death of our students in schools. Republican lawmakers won't even allow my amendment to be considered that protects the First Amendment rights of parents. We want to talk about parental rights. What about their First Amendment right to fight for their children, LGBTQ+ children, who are fighting for gender-affirming and life-saving care? One of my colleagues brought this up, but this bill focuses on parents' rights, but what about the rights of our students? What about the rights of our young people? Why are my Republican colleagues not advocating for our students? Is it because they know that the majority of young people despise legislation like this and do not support legislation like this that is bigoted? Is it because this generation is the most progressive generation this country has ever seen, because they want a world where everybody can succeed, where we see the world through the eyes of the most vulnerable? See, the party is branded on freedom and liberty, but what about the freedom and liberties of young people and students who actually sit in the classroom? I mean, if Republican lawmakers cared so much about what's happening in our schools, they would focus on feeding kids so we can ensure that everyone can learn on a full stomach. If Republican lawmakers cared so much about what's happening in our schools, they would make sure that students have updated technology, teachers have the resources they need so students can actually learn. If Republican lawmakers cared so much about what's happening in schools, what about the kids who are gunned down in their classrooms? The leading cause of death in this country being gun violence for young people. None of that is in this bill. This bill is just a vehicle for hate and political nonsense, pushing a chosen wedge issue. It's not about policy, it's about politics. It's not about freedom and liberty, it's about the fear of a problem that doesn't exist. I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills.
The gentleman from Florida is yielded 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to state the obvious. There is no room for woke ideologies, sexualization of our children, and CRT in our classrooms. The legislation before us makes a few things clear, but the main point is this: parents' rights matter. American citizens rose up and demanded a seat at the table when it comes to their child's education and curriculum, and they did that by electing a GOP majority in the House. So I thank our leadership for bringing this legislation to the floor, and as a father, I want to make it a priority that we state that parents can and should protect their children. This bill ensures parents have a voice. It's time to show the American people we stand with parents, not educational bureaucrats who want to restrict our understanding and visibility of the issues. These parents are not to be labeled as domestic terrorists. They are proud parents who want their children to succeed and not to be indoctrinated. And so I stand in great support of H.R. 5. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 5 minutes to the Democratic whip, gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark.
The gentlelady from Massachusetts is yielded 5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Virginia for yielding, and I ask unanimous consent to submit a letter from the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights into the record.
One's request is covered by general leave. It's unnecessary.
Mr. Speaker, I am the proud mom of 3. Altogether, I have 36 cumulative school years under my belt. And I served on a school board for 6 of those, fighting for parents and for kids. So I speak from experience when I call on this chamber to oppose the GOP's Politics Over Parents Act. Once again, the majority is showing us how out of touch they are with American families. They are obsessed with wokeism, even as they struggle to define what that even means. But let me tell you, parents in this country are wide awake. They wake up every day and do the best they can to provide for their families. They wake up and they want great schools where every single child can learn and excel. Parents want affordable child care. They know that's the beginning of a great education. Right now, parents are spending nearly a quarter of their family budget on child care, and that's when they can find it at all. Congress had a chance to cut those costs for families. Every single House Republican voted no. That's politics over parents. Parents know that building a better future means teaching our country's history. They know we have to address our teacher shortage, but demonizing educators, banning books like To Kill a Mockingbird, that's politics over parents. Parents know that taking care of a sick child shouldn't cost them their paycheck. They should not have to send that child to school sick because they don't have paid leave. But the United States remains one of the only developed countries in the world without paid family leave. Every single House Republican voted against this basic benefit. That's politics over parents. Moms and dads want schools and communities are safe. They do not want their children shot while they are in school. Just yesterday, Denver families faced the horror of yet another school shooting. House Republicans refused to enact common sense reforms. Why? Politics over parents. How about something as basic as feeding our children? Nope. House Republicans voted against the child tax credit. They voted to slash food stamps and eliminate free school lunches. Once again, politics over parents. And then there's the shameless hypocrisy. Talking about parents' rights as the GOP strips away Americans' rights to decide if and when they are going to have children. At every turn, House Republicans have undermined the rights, freedom, and well-being of our nation's families. Let's say yes to parents and no to this shameful bill. I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, it's interesting what we hear from the other side of the aisle. I'll have to depart from my prepared text to comment on what we're hearing. I always come back to the once put on the Black Lives Matter website that they wanted to get rid of the Western prescribed nuclear family. There is this hostility to traditional values that is seeping into the public schools today. We recently read a poll showing that of people in the baby boom generation, over 60% are proud to be American, where people under 25 are no longer proud to be American. Where do they get this? They get this because some members of the schools, too many, and you can hear it from that side of the aisle, are obsessed with racism. This in such a open, people are coming here from all over the world. You'd have to be blind to think that racism is a huge problem here. But their obsession over racism, the obsession over LGBTQ, their hostility to guns are all things that are pounding out of that side of the aisle, and we don't like our kids having to pick up on that. And when parents do show up, we've now found out that the FBI may become involved. They're so scared to death of parents sticking their nose into their own children's business. Our country was made for a moral and religious people. Instead, the other side wants us to become a progressive group of people. And whatever progressive stands for, I would have to say it's hostility to religion and ever-growing government, where the government's more and more responsible for everything in society. It is vital that we assure, particularly in an age in which elected officials apparently side with the FBI getting involved with parents who stick their nose in their children's life, it is vital that we pass a bill today clarifying that parents do have the right to get involved in their children's education, and it doesn't matter what the president orders or allows his FBI to do. Thank you.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what we're seeing here today is the Republican Party's attempt to take some of the most heinous legislation that we are seeing passed on the state level to attack our trans and LGBT, as well as people from marginalized communities, right to exist in schools. This flowery language of quote-unquote parental rights and freedom hides the sinister fact of this legislative text. If you notice in these arguments, they are not really discussing what is actually in this legislation. It includes 2 provisions that require schools to out trans, non-binary, and LGBT youth, even if it would put said youth in harm's way. One of the highest rates of youth homelessness is in the LGBT community, from parents who want to kick their children out in households that may be unstable or abusive. For so many children of abuse, school is their only safe place to be. But before they claim that this is not about banning books and not about harming the LGBT community, let's just look at the impacts of similar Republican legislation that has already passed on the state level. Look at these books that have already been banned due to Republican measures. The Life of Rosa Parks. This apparently is too woke by the Republican Party. Song of Solomon is unacceptable to Republican politics. 40% of banned books have reported are significantly addressing and specifically addressing LGBT issues. To say and talk about government reach and freedom, this Republican bill is asking the government to force the outing of LGBT people before they are ready. And talking about the rights of parents in this gallery today, the National Parents Union is here saying, don't do this. I have a letter that I'd like to submit where they are asking the Republican Party to keep culture wars out of classrooms. Our children need urgent and aggressive educational solutions. The American Library Association coming out against this Republican proposal. When we talk about progressive values, I can say what my progressive value is, and that is freedom over fascism. Thank you very
Gentlewoman's
much.
time has expired. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran.
The gentleman from Texas is yielded 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank Congresswoman Letlow of Louisiana for introducing this important piece of legislation, and Chairwoman Fox for her steady and unwavering leadership, and who guided the Education Committee through a 16-hour debate ending in a 2:23 a.m. vote a few weeks ago to pass this out of committee. This bill ensures that parents stay at the center of educating their children, regardless of whether that education occurs at home or in a public school system or anywhere in between. Until we can get the federal government completely out of K through 12 education, federal legislation shoring up the rights of parents is absolutely necessary. H.R. 5, known as the Parental Bill of Rights, will keep parents and families at the forefront of their child's educational journey. It will also strengthen those critical partnerships between engaged parents and willing educators. And the beneficiary of such partnerships will undoubtedly be the school children nationwide. For generations, our classrooms have been a sacred place, a place where children dig in to understand this world and how it works, where they discover their passions and the reason for their creation, and where they prepare for a lifetime of pursuing those passions. I know this firsthand because before I entered my legal career, I worked in a public school system for multiple years. I married a public educator, and about 9 years ago, I helped to start and run an education foundation that supports the fabulous teachers in my local public school district who teach with innovation and passion. Currently, I have 4 children donning the doors of that very school system, a choice my wife and I proudly make. But public classrooms should not be a place for advancing personal agendas or political propaganda. The role of our public educators is to educate, not to indoctrinate. And although the overwhelming majority of educators that I represent in East Texas thankfully understand this, it seems to me that in so many other corners of this country, many others have forgotten this, or perhaps they have just simply forsaken this on purpose. In either case, it requires action by this Congress to stand firmly with parents in their partnership with educators. Neither parents nor educators are the enemy. The enemy here is an unchecked system and political agenda that excludes one of those 2 essential parties necessary for the proper education of students, namely the parents. In 1925, the Supreme Court unanimously held that, quote, the parental right to guide one's child intellectually and religiously is a most substantial part of the liberty and freedom of a parent. So this concept is nothing new. We are talking about the fundamental rights of parents. Parents should be at the center of the education of their children, not the federal government. As a member of the House Committee on Education and the Workforce, I will continue to fight to keep the federal government out of our children's educational journey while working to increase the voice of our parents and families. As a member of that committee, I will also continue to applaud the dedicated work of so many educators in this country who have been doing the right thing by both parents and students for decades. For those educators in school districts, this legislation changes little. But for those who see parents as the enemy, this legislation changes much. Under this legislation, young and impressionable students will be safeguarded from propaganda and undue influence from those who should be educating, but who have instead chosen to deviate from this responsibility to pursue a political agenda. Nearly a century later, after the Supreme Court weighed in on this issue, I am proud to stand here in support of the Parental Bill of Rights, which will reinforce the fundamental rights of parents and guardians to make the decision that is best for their families and their children's academic career. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the Democratic leader, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I thank the distinguished gentleman from the great Commonwealth of Virginia for yielding and for his leadership. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 5, legislation brought to us by the extreme MAGA Republicans that will put politics over parents. This legislation has nothing to do with parental involvement, parental engagement, parental empowerment. It has everything to do with jamming the extreme MAGA Republican ideology down the throats of the children and the parents of the United States of America. Now, House Democrats believe that every single child should have access to a high-quality, first-rate education. House Democrats believe that every single child throughout America should learn reading, writing, and arithmetic at the highest level possible. House Democrats believe that every single child should be exposed to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics so that they have the skills to succeed in the 21st century economy. House Democrats believe that every single child in this great nation should have the opportunity to robustly pursue the American dream. And House Democrats believe that the parents of this great country should have the opportunity to be involved intimately and engaged intimately in the education of their children. We take a back seat to no one on this issue. In fact, we put resources into making sure that parents have the opportunity to be fully involved and engaged in the education of their children. The other side of the aisle, the extreme MAGA Republicans, have in fact voted against legislative efforts to empower parents in our schools. A deeply personal issue for all of us. I'm the father of 2 sons who are in public school every step of the way. Kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school. And parental involvement and parental engagement is critically important. It was for their journey, for their success, and we want that for every single parent in America. But what we don't want is the extreme MAGA Republicans trying to tell the parents of America how to educate their children, how to raise their children, what books their children can or cannot be exposed to on their educational journey. That's what the Politics Over Parents bill is all about. Their educational agenda is pretty simple. They want to ban books. They want to bully the LGBTQ plus community. They want to bring guns into classrooms, kindergarten and above. That's their educational agenda. They want to ban books about history, ban books about the American journey, ban books about the Holocaust, ban books about slavery, ban books about the civil rights movement, ban books about the LGBTQ plus experience, ban books about the Native American experience, ban books about the Latino experience, ban books about the Asian American experience, ban books about our collective journey as a great country, a gorgeous mosaic of people from all over the world who come here to pursue the American dream. That's what makes American exceptionalism so phenomenally important to our collective success as a country, and they want to take that away from the parents of America. They've already banned, because of what has happened in several states, more than 2,500 books in America, the highest number in recorded history. What kind of books have they banned? Are these books dangerous to the education of our children? They're too numerous for any of us to go through during the time that we have allotted for this debate, but let's go through a few of them. They want to ban a book called Mouse. It's about the horrors of the Holocaust, an egregious crime against humanity that we should never, ever forget. 6 million Jews exterminated. They want to ban Mouse, a book about the Holocaust. What's so offensive in that book? Let me read a passage. They took us from our papers, our clothes, and our hair. We were cold, and we were afraid. Extreme MAGA Republicans don't want the children of America to learn about the Holocaust. What else do they want to ban? They want to ban a book called I Am Martin Luther King, Jr. There's a federal holiday in honor of Martin Luther King, Jr., what he meant to the country, the civil rights movement, the march toward a more perfect union, liberty and justice for all, equal protection under the law, free and fair elections. They want to ban a book, I Am Martin Luther King, Jr. What's so offensive about this book? Let me read a passage. In my life, people tried to tell me I wasn't as good as they were. just because of the color of my skin. When someone hurts you like that, it can be tempting to hurt them back. You must refuse. When someone shows you hate, show them love. When someone shows you violence, show them kindness. That's the book that they want to ban. I Am Martin Luther King Jr. What else do they want to ban? They want to ban a book called Melissa, a book describing, in very personal terms, the experience of a trans girl beginning to understand her identity. What's so dangerous about that? I was taught in my religion, growing up in the Cornerstone Baptist Church, that we are all God's children. Shouldn't we learn about all of God's children? That's what my religion teaches me. What's so offensive about Melissa? What's so offensive about this book? Let me read a passage. Her heart sank. She had genuinely started to believe that if people could see her on stage as Charlotte, maybe they would see that she was a girl off stage too. Extreme MAGA Republicans don't want your child to learn about the LGBTQ plus experience in America. That's not a decision that extreme MAGA Republicans here in Congress should make. The parents of America should be able to make that determination. What else do the extreme MAGA Republicans want to ban? Now, I grew up in America where we were taught whenever you were trying to identify something with this great country, that, well, there's nothing more American than baseball and apple pie. I'm sure if we searched hard enough, they want to ban something about apple pie. But today, we know they definitively have tried to ban a book about baseball, about Roberto Clemente, the first Latino baseball player to make it into the Hall of Fame. Why do they want to ban a book about Roberto Clemente? What are they trying to hide from you? Let me read a passage from this book. He had no money for a baseball bat, so he made one from a guava tree branch. His first glove he also made from the cloth of a coffee bean sack. His first baseball field was muddy and crowded with palm trees. Isn't that part of what makes America such a great country? That you can aspire to being part of what you see in front of you, in this case, baseball, young kid growing up in Puerto Rico, by the way, part of America, who decides that he wants to be part of this great American pastime. But the extreme MAGA Republicans want to stop your children from learning about the Latino experience in America, even when it relates to baseball and Roberto Clemente. One last example, I could be up here all day. What else do they want to ban? They want to ban a book called The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian, which is about a Native teenager's high school experience. What's more American than Native Americans? But they don't want your children to learn about Native American history, experience in this country. What's so dangerous about this particular book? Let's see. It says, we Indians have lost everything. We lost our native land. We lost our languages. We lost our songs and dances. We lost each other. We only know how to lose and be lost. That's part of the Native American experience in this country. That's part of reality. That's part of our journey. Extreme MAGA Republicans don't want the parents of this country to have the opportunity to decide for themselves whether the children of America should have an opportunity to learn about the Native American experience. They want to jam their extreme MAGA Republican ideology down the throats of the children and parents in America. That's unacceptable, that's unconscionable, and that's un-American. And that's one of the reasons why we strongly oppose this legislation. We'll fight against this legislation. We'll fight against the banning of books, fight against the bullying of children from any community, and certainly from the LGBTQ plus community. And we're going to fight against your extreme MAGA Republican agenda that has no interest in dealing with the education of our children, empowering them, and offers up solutions like bringing guns into the classroom. We will fight against their efforts at banning books and bullying children and taking away the freedom of parents to make decisions on their own today. We'll fight against it tomorrow. We'll fight against it forever, and always stand with the parents and children of our great country. Vote no against H.R. 5.
From Virginia reserves, the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, here's the truth about this bill. This bill will not ban any books. I repeat, this bill will not ban any books. What's dangerous right now is when people misrepresent what is in legislation before us. I now yield 4 minutes to my distinguished colleague, the chair of the Higher Education Workforce Development Subcommittee, Mr. Owens, the gentleman from Utah.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights. I'm the father of 6 children and the grandfather of 16 grandchildren. I'm also the son of 2 educators. I know from experience that students succeed when parents and educators work together. Between crippling learning loss, school closures, and now teacher strikes, our kids have been through enough. They don't stand a chance if parents are kicked out of the driver's seat. Moms and dads are the primary stakeholders in the child's education, not the government, period. They have a God-given right to be involved in the child's education and development, especially in the classroom. But under the one-party Democratic rule in Washington, parents have been left behind, kept out of the classroom, and even labeled and targeted as domestic terrorists by the Biden's DOJ. In Biden's America, parents come last. Under the House Republican majority, we're supporting parents and fulfilling our commitment to America by making sure moms and dads have a seat at the table. The Parents' Bill of Rights is just good old-fashioned common sense. And here's the truth of the Parents' Bill of Rights. Parents have a right to know what's being taught in schools and see the reading materials. Parents have a right to be heard. Parents have a right to see the school budget and spending. Parents have a right to protect their child's privacy. And parents have a right to be updated on any violent activity at school. Unfortunately, this good old common sense in committee, 17 Democrats opposed protecting these God-given parental rights. Just remember, parental rights are non-negotiable. I'm proud to vote yes on the Parents' Bill of Rights and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is yielded 2.5 minutes.
Speaker, I want to adhere to the protocols of the floor. If I did not, I would shout from the rooftops as a mother and a happy grandmother that I champion parental rights and parents. I'm happy to have been one and to continue to be one. And I view the parenthood and parents' rights as a cherished right. Not one Democrat here would argue against that principle. In fact, there is no doubt that we as Democrats have fought for parents and their rights. Child tax credits will now be made permanent, taking care of additional child care for those parents who are burdened, or for those who need housing to invest more so that children have roofs over their head, and as well to ensure that no one is left alone looking for housing. But why I cannot support H.R. 5 is not because of my champion parents' rights. Before I came here from Houston, I was with parents fighting against the devastating takeover of a Republican governor and state education commissioner of a school district that has a rate of B. But I am against undermining nutrition in schools. That is in this bill. I am against undermining vulnerable children, such as transgender children. I am against banning books, such as a book about a black astrologist, a scientist, Neil deGrasse, or the story of a man ultimately of peace who brought South Africa together, Nelson Mandela. Ban books. I am against that. I'm against it because I would want to make sure that parents wanted to have involvement of what their children learned. I'm against not wanting to hear the words of Elie Wiesel about the Holocaust that said, "I swore never to be silent whenever and wherever human beings endure suffering and humiliation." Don't we want our children to be kind? Don't we want our children to know that slavery was wrong as I fight against slavery today that still exists? Don't we want our children to understand the basis of all of our history, the mosaicness of this nation and African American history? Don't we want teachers to get the salaries that they deserve? And don't we want to make sure that it's important, if you will, to ensure that our school buildings are repaired? That is why I want to submit into the record the first focus letter, and I want us to know that in supporting parents' rights, we must support not destroying public school education, and we must support the Houston Independent School District to
Gentlewoman's
not
time
allow
has expired. She shall no
Texas
longer be
education-
recognized. House will come to order. The House will come to order. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the lady. Mr. Chairman, I rise today in support of H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights. This legislation reinforces parents' indisputable right to the protection and education of their children. We have seen a push towards centralizing education by the government, a mentality seen too often with the left taking away those decisions from parents. This bill returns choice to the caretakers of our most precious resource, the next generation. Why do we need this bill? We had a Democrat politician running for governor in Virginia and who lost, who said, "I don't think parents should be telling schools what they should teach." Can you believe that? I don't think parents should be telling schools what they should teach. Republicans believe in education, especially when parents are in control. It is ironic that the left wing has censored or banned books. Harry Potter books have been burned because leftists don't like the author. Left-wing school districts in California have banned Of Mice and Men and To Kill a Mockingbird. This bill puts parents in control, and everyone who cares about the welfare of our youngest citizens should support this bill. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the ranking member of the Oversight Committee, Mr. Raskin.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We oppose H.R. 5 because we stand with the school boards and the PTAs and the parents and the teachers, the students, and 13,000 school superintendents whose letter opposing this legislation I now ask unanimous consent to submit for the record.
The gentleman's request will be covered by general leave.
We stand with local governments against this outrageous power grab by MAGA Republicans in Washington who are supporting book banning, suppression of historical facts about slavery, Jim Crow segregation, and racial violence, and favoring top-down micromanagement of our local schools across America. Is there really a problem for parents like us with finding out what's in our public school libraries? Well, before you pass a massive new federal law and a massive new unfunded mandate for our local governments, why don't you take the time to make a phone call? That's what I did. I called up the person who runs the school libraries for Montgomery County, Maryland, which has more than 1 million people there. And I learned from Andrea Christman, who oversees all the media centers for our county, that the entire catalog of 2.2 million books is online, freely available, and current as of today. And anybody can go online and find it right now. So if all the info is out there, as local governments want it to be, then what is this about? Well, it's about book banning, of course. 2 years ago, more than 1,600 books were banned in the United States of America. Here are 3 of the key books that the right-wingers have been going after. Khaled Hosseini's The Kite Runner, about the dangerous fanaticism, authoritarianism, and abuse of the Taliban, a right-wing religious fundamentalist movement all about censorship and repressing women's control over their own bodies and their own fertility. The Handmaid's Tale, Margaret Atwood's extraordinary dystopian novel about a right-wing misogynist movement which uses high technology and depraved religious ideology to control not only the minds of their followers, but the private and public lives and the fertility of women. And of course, George Orwell's 1984, because they have no sense of irony. They're always trying to censor this one. Mr. Chairman,
the gentleman's time's expired.
We need more politicians reading books in America and fewer politicians trying to censor books in America.
You may continue.
It is amazing to me, thank you, Mr. Chairman, it's amazing to me to see politicians who oppose a universal violent criminal background check and who defend assault weapons after the massacres at Columbine, after Parkland, Florida, after Sandy Hook in Newtown, Connecticut, after Uvalde, after Santa Fe, Texas, that they are now going to keep America's children safe by banning The Handmaid's Tale in 1984. We can do better for the children of America. I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield time to Mr. Lawler for the purposes of a colloquy, such time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to address a technical issue I have on the bill. First, let me say I have been a strong supporter of the Parents' Bill of Rights and believe this bill gives parents much-needed certainty that they will have transparency in their child's education. Simply put, this bill guarantees all parents a voice in the decisions that affect their children and a seat at the table. And it makes clear that you do not relinquish your rights as a parent simply by sending your child to a public school. Now, among the bill's main components, parents have the right to know what their children are being taught. Parents have the right to be heard. Parents have a right to see the school budget and spending, and parents have a right to protect their child's privacy, and parents have a right to keep their children safe. Some say this is already the case, and that this is just codifying. Well, if that's the case, then great. We're codifying into law the ability and the rights of parents. Now, these are important safeguards that not only ensure parents' rights, but they also respect state and local control of our schools. It does not get into what is taught in schools, what books or materials are used, or how a school should address a given issue. Those decisions are still left to the state and local school districts. Now, in addition, when it comes to their child's health and well-being, parents have a right to know if a school employee acts to treat, advise, or address issues of cyberbullying, bullying, hazing, mental health, suicidal ideation or self-harm, possession or use of drugs, an eating disorder, or if a child brings a gun to school. Now, there's also protections included in this bill that require parents to be informed if their school takes action to change their child's gender markers, pronouns, preferred name, or make sex-based accommodations for locker rooms or bathrooms. Now, I recently met with constituents from the LGBTQ plus community in my district, including trans youth and parents. And they raised several concerns about this language, concerns primarily focused on the safety and well-being of these youth, especially trans youth. And so, Dr. Fox, I'm hoping that you can clarify some of this for me and for the record. Does the bill require teachers or school officials to disclose the sexual orientation of a student or statements made by the student about his or her gender identity? Second, will students still have the ability to speak with teachers, advisors, or school officials without fear that those conversations will be subject to disclosure? And finally, will states and local school districts still be able to come up with their own policies and best practices for informing parents about these issues so as to ensure the well-being and safety of their child?
I thank the gentleman from New York for his questions, and I can confirm that the bill does not require a teacher to disclose any of the information that he described. The bill does not address a student's identity or statements, but is solely focused on notifying parents about actions taken by school personnel to act on a gender transition, such as changing pronouns or switching locker rooms. I would add, despite the claims from my friends on the other side of the aisle, that even the New York Times acknowledged that this is not a partisan issue, writing in January that, quote, parents of all political persuasions have found themselves unsettled by what schools know and don't reveal. Our bill enshrines common sense transparency for parents of children to reflect these concerns, but it does not force any teacher to reveal private conversations or any information about sexual orientation. The legislation is also clear that education is largely the responsibility of the states, and any state or local school district would work with the department to ensure their compliance with these provisions without violating student privacy.
I thank the chairwoman for her clarification, and I yield back.
I reserve, Mr. Chair.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized. You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself 30 seconds.
Yours.
Mr. Chairman, on page 8 of the bill, it says that the parents have the right to know if a school employee or contractor acts to, quote, change a minor child's gender, markers, pronouns, or preferred name, allow a child to change the child's sex-based accommodations, including locker room and bathrooms, right to know if a school employee acts to treat, advise, address the cyberbullying of a student, treat, advise, address bullying. And this says a child. It doesn't say their own child. It says a child. So I'm not sure what the answer was, but I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota has yielded 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support parents' rights. And I'm proud to live in the state of Minnesota where parents have the right to remove their child from a class assignment if they're not comfortable with the subject matter. That is state law today in Minnesota. I hear from parents across Minnesota's 2nd District every day who are worried about their children. And I hear from teachers every day who need more support and resources for their students. There are more than 800,000 public school students in Minnesota. And I don't think Washington politicians, the people standing here on the House floor today, should mandate which books are in their school libraries. I don't think Washington politicians should mandate their parent-teacher conference schedules. I don't think Washington politicians should mandate whether these 800,000 kids get the mental health support they need. Let's be real about what this bill is actually about. This is about MAGA Republicans who want to start a fake culture war targeting some of the most vulnerable kids in America in our kids' classrooms. Shame on you. If you want to support parents, let's fully fund our public schools and sharpen our focus on special education programs. Let's figure out how we recruit and retain talented teachers. Let's get our kids and educators the mental health resources they desperately need. And let's leave the power to decide.
The gentlewoman has yielded 30 seconds.
And let's leave the power to decide what's best for students at the local level. Mr. Speaker, I support parents' rights, but this bill has nothing to do with that. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to introduce for the record a letter expressing serious concern with this legislation from the National Association of School Psychologists. And I yield.
The gentlewoman's request will be covered by general leave. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman from Georgia has yielded 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And Mr. Speaker, there's no question that over the past several years, we've seen parents being denied the right to make decisions about their children's education. I don't quite understand the argument from the other side. The reason I stand before this body today is not because I happen to be in Washington. It's because I'm representing parents in my district who want to know what their children are being taught and what they're required to read. In fact, parents across this country, certain groups have gone so far as to label the parents domestic terrorists just because they wanted to say in their children's education. That's what we're talking about today, is giving control back to the parents of our children. Folks, this is not the way our education system was created, and it's not the way it's supposed to work. Allowing families to have a say in their children's education should not be a controversial subject. I don't get it. Parents have a right to know what is being taught to their children, to give consent for medical evaluations, and to be heard. My goodness, it's in the top 10. Honor thy father and thy mother. Unfortunately, we've seen Washington Democrats and outside groups push to radically reshape our education system by injecting divisive concepts and curriculum into our schools and classrooms, regardless of whether families approve. House Republicans are working to fulfill our commitment to America by building a future that's built on freedom, for crying out loud. A future where parents' rights are protected and families are given a seat at the table. I'm calling on all of my colleagues to join us in support of H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, may I inquire how much time remains on each side?
The gentleman from Virginia has 29 minutes remaining. The gentlewoman from North Carolina has 31 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlewoman from Florida is yielded 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 5, which we should really call the Politics Over Parents Act. As a mom of 3, let me be clear about what this legislation would do. It opens the door to gagging educators, parents, and students, and turns classrooms into archaic tools for a vocal extremist minority. Worse, it undermines what any mother wants for her child, a supportive classroom space that provides a fact-based education and practical life and critical thinking skills. Just look at the colossal education nightmare unfolding in my home state of Florida right now. Governor DeSantis and his stooge Florida lawmakers propose prohibiting girls from discussing their menstrual periods with one another while in school. They are already banning books, and they are barring certain elements of African Americans' history from being taught in school. Governor DeSantis and his radical allies are also waging a cruel campaign to marginalize Florida's LGBTQ+ community and suppress the histories of others they deem unworthy. The Republican revival of the Lavender Scare includes shutting down businesses and passing a Don't Say Gay law that bans classroom discussions of sexual orientation and gender identity, even in high school. Like a cancer, this hateful law has spread, with Republicans now censoring educators on a wide variety of topics. So it's no surprise my colleagues across the aisle want to export these same dangerous policies across America. Make no mistake, H.R. 5 undermines teachers, and instead of offering students more support, it effectively denies it. The result of this law in Florida has cleared bookshelves and canceled coursework and an AP exam on African American history. As a mother whose children attended public schools, I speak for millions of moms when I say all we want for our children is a safe learning environment that ensures they discover the wider world and not force them to grow into narrow-minded, ignorant adults. But this legislation just hands a vocal and extreme minority of parents the power to dictate what every American child learns. And to all my business-friendly Republicans, every classroom move to censor and ban leaves our children even less competitive on the global stage. Mark my words. Take it from this mom. We should reject this misguided legislation and instead unite to build classrooms where every child gets the resources and support they need to succeed in the 21st century. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I ask unanimous consent to enter the letter from the First Focus Campaign for Children into the record, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman's request is covered by general leave. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Chavez DeRemer.
The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I rise today as a proud mother of twin daughters. As a parent, I know moms and dads agree that we all want what's best for our children. That's one of the reasons why it's so difficult for us to let our sons and daughters go on their first day of kindergarten. We have to start placing an enormous amount of trust in our teachers and administrators to do what's best for our children. But at the end of the day, nobody will understand a child's interests and needs more than the people who love them most, their parents. So it's easy to understand why parents want to have and deserve to have the right to know what's going on inside the classroom. It is their responsibility. That's why we need the Parents' Bill of Rights, to help students succeed by ensuring every parent can have a voice in their child's education. During the committee markup on this bill, I was honored to lead 2 proposals that are now included. One will help parents better understand the priorities of their children's school by bringing much-needed clarity to school budgets. The other sets both parents and teachers up for success by simplifying the curriculum feedback process. My proposals build on 2 of the 5 core principles of the Parents' Bill of Rights. Parents have the right to know what their children are being taught, and parents have the right to see the school's budget and spending. I will always fight to protect parental involvement and to put parents first. I'm proud to support the Parents' Bill of Rights. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 5, a bill that promotes conflict over clarity, callousness over kindness, and politics over problem solving. I'm speaking today not just as a member of Congress, but as the parent of 3 young children, 2 of whom attend public schools in Louisville, Kentucky, and 1 who will be soon. Parents should be involved in their kids' education, in everything from school board elections to the PTA to communicating with your child's teacher on what's going on. We received a message this morning from our kids' teacher letting us know that there would be no band because of the 5th grade musical. But this bill is about impediment, not involvement. The reason the American Library Association opposes this bill is because H.R. 5 clearly opens the door to deprive our kids of fact-based education. And it's part of a larger effort to ban free expression and ideas in the classroom. Even Cato thinks it's unconstitutional. Now, like a lot of parents, we had to step in and teach some during the beginning of the pandemic. It wasn't easy. And I can assure you that curriculum should be ultimately determined by experts, not untrained individuals with extremist views. In addition to restricting parents' rights, H.R. 5 hurts some of our most vulnerable kids in the LGBTQ community. Why? According to the Trevor Project, 1 LGBTQ youth attempts suicide every 45 seconds. 45 seconds. Why? Why are we being more cruel? I believe that not just in politics but in life, we're judged by how we treat those on the margins. So my message to my colleagues is simple. Stop being mean to kids. We can be involved and be inclusive. Normally, we warn our kids about dealing with bullies in their classroom. We shouldn't have to warn them about bullying from adults, too. This message is simple, and I urge my colleagues to vote against it.
For what purpose does the chairman rise? The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
The gentleman from Mississippi is yielded 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in many places across our great nation, parents are being denied a voice in discussions around what their children are being taught in schools. As Republicans, in our commitment to America, we made a promise to establish the rights of parents to protect their children from indoctrination in our classrooms. As a product of the public school system and father of 2 sons who graduated from public school, I understand the significant role our schools played in the education of our future leaders. However, far-left ideas have seeped into America's classrooms and have blurred the line between education and indoctrination. We cannot allow that to continue. This bill simply protects the rights of parents to know what their children are being taught, what their children are hearing in school, the right to see the budget that the school is spending, the right to protect their children's privacy, and the right to keep their children safe. Simply put, this bill protects those parents who want to play a role in their child's life and to protect their children from indoctrination in the classroom. I encourage all my colleagues to support this critical and common sense piece of legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Virginia, the newest member of the House, Ms. McClellan.
The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 5. I am the mother of 2 young children who you saw stand with me in this very chamber 2 weeks ago. And I have near daily conversations with the parents in my district about their hopes and concerns. And I can assure you they have a seat at the table in the schoolroom, and they are not concerned with banning books, censoring our curriculum, or dictating what bathrooms students use. Parents want increased resources for mental and behavioral health services, inclusive school environments that foster critical thinking and learning, and more funding to repair outdated and crumbling school buildings and address security issues. They want their children to learn a complete and accurate history of our country and our world. And they want the peace of mind that their children are safe. 3 days after my son stood with me on this floor and watched me take the oath of office, one of his classmates shot himself accidentally with an unsecured gun, and he died. It was a devastating loss for our community.
Additional 30 seconds.
You were yielded an additional 30 seconds.
It was a devastating loss for our community and the community at large. These are the issues that matter to parents as they deal with the fallout of that incident. These are the issues they're talking about, but H.R. 5 does nothing to address these priorities, but will create unnecessary reporting requirements and divert critical resources away from meeting the real needs of our students and family. I urge our colleagues to vote no on the Politics Over Parents Act, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate the esteemed gentle lady from North Carolina and for allotting me some time here today. I rise in support, strong support, Mr. Speaker, of H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights. As parents, we put trust in our local schools and teachers and expect that our children are receiving an appropriate education. And in most cases, they do. We have all had great teachers that have positively impacted our lives, and our children have. And we're very grateful for that, and we'll remember them forever. But in recent years, for varying reasons, there have been well-known instances where the trust between schools and parents has been eroded, in fact broken. And primarily those issues stem from parents being excluded or having their participation in the educational process removed, such as curriculum review being very limited. Everyone agrees that such instances, whether they occur often or infrequently, should not happen, and when they do, they're unacceptable. As a father, I know that to a mom and dad, there is nothing more precious than their children, and being included in the education process should be a parent's right, especially as taxpayers. And any rational adult, whether parent or educator, knows what the reasonable level of involvement should be. Parents should have the right to be heard and to know what their child is being taught. Parents should have the right to see the school budget. Parents should have the right to be alerted if there are instances of violence or problems in the child's schools. And parents are not asking too much, they're simply asking to be involved, which helps create a strong family and a better educational environment for all. It is our responsibility as elected officials to honor their requests and guarantee they will be included in the education process and school activities. That is why this Republican majority has put forth the Parents' Bill of Rights, and I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, and I do yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself 30 seconds. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement from equity-minded education, civil rights, and immigration advocates on H.R. 5 that concludes that we urge Congress to focus on real and meaningful efforts to truly support our students, parents, and teachers, and to stop using parents as a decoy to launch political attacks on our schools. And another letter from Third Way, which concludes protecting our ability of parents to make the best decisions for their children is a fundamental American value. This proposal is a serious distraction from what our students really need right now, to be learning in an academically challenging and safe environment that engages families and teachers in true partnership to support students.
The gentleman's two requests are covered by general leave. You may proceed.
And I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Landsman.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this controversial and highly dangerous bill, H.R. 5. I am a former teacher. My parents were teachers. I've been doing child education advocacy my entire career. And my wife and I are parents of 2 public school children right now. This is our lives. This is what we do day in and day out. So I want to be very clear so that my colleagues understand what rights I have as a parent, which are the same rights that all Americans, all parents in America have if their children are in public schools. I can go speak to the school board whenever I want. I can do that now. I have that right, Madam Speaker. I can ask about the books. I can ask about the budget. Of course, I can get information about the medical condition, information about my children. I have that right now. My colleagues have to know this. And if they didn't, and this is news to them, they can pull the bill. Because right now, this new national ban and set of controls will simply lead to our schools, our teachers, and many of our parents drowning in lawsuits. I offered 2 amendments. One was a litigation shield to help protect our folks from obvious, dangerous lawsuits that will come of this if this bill were to pass. The second was to opt out. If a district does not want to be part of this, because I believe in local control, as do most of the people in my district, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, they believe in local control, let school districts opt out. But it's not about local control. This is about taking a small, teeny ideology and forcing it on the rest of us. And as a parent, I can say on behalf of so many parents, leave us alone. Leave us alone. We need...
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We need politicians at the state level and DC politicians with this bill to get out of our lives, get out of our doctor's offices, get out of our classrooms, and as a parent, get out of my house. Let me parent my child. Please, I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 5. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll reserve.
Gentlelady reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you. Thank you so much for yielding, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, the National Parents Union released a new poll that supports an alternative version of H.R. 5 and does not support H.R. 5 in the least. In fact, the majority of people believe that the Bill of Rights should guarantee that students have access to a high-quality, well-rounded education with resources to support their individual needs. They overwhelmingly agree that parents' own personal beliefs should not prevent other students from accessing certain curriculum and materials. The majority encourage teaching topics like women's history, Black history, Native American history, Latino, Latina, and Hispanic history. The majority of parents want Congress to focus on issues like anti-bullying measures in schools and providing students with access to career and technical education and academic tutoring. They rank requiring public schools to provide parents with a list of books and reading materials in the library as the least important priority for Congress compared to other issues. They say that public schools should teach about and discuss concepts like kindness, empathy, cooperation, and collaboration. And colleagues, 90% say that students should have access to high-quality, well-rounded education. 90% say that students should be protected from any form of discrimination against them at school. 89% say that students should be taught using educational materials that are historically accurate. 80% say students should be taught using educational materials that reflect the diversity of the United States. 83% students should be taught about how government works so they can be prepared to participate in democracy. My colleagues, H.R. 5 misses the mark. Please vote it down. I will be offering a substitute amendment. We have something we can stand for that will really, truly address the needs of students and parents. And Madam Speaker, I would like to introduce into the record a letter from the Council of the Great City Schools in opposition to H.R. 5. And I yield back.
That request will be covered under general leave. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recognize myself for such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to work on the Parents' Bill of Rights Act. While working on this bill, I've heard from parents groups who've offered their support. I'd like to mention what just a few of them said. The Independent Women's Voice wrote, "The Parents' Bill of Rights Act acknowledges parents' fundamental right to make decisions for their children. Parents do not simply turn children over to government schools with the assumption that the school will make every decision without parental input. As parents, we have a right to direct the upbringing, care, and education of our children." The Concerned Women for America Legislative Action Committee said, "Americans have been awakened to the troubling fact that public schools are failing our children. The lack of educational standards, combined with the radical ideologies being taught in the classroom, have led more and more parents to question the public education system. This act reasserts the proper role of parents in their children's education." Finally, Parents Defending Education Action said, "There is an intentional and universal lack of transparency and accountability among school districts. Concerning incidents are major and widespread. The Parents' Bill of Rights Act, introduced by Congresswoman Julia Letlow, addresses the primary issues parents have vocalized over the last 2 years: academics, free speech, safety, fairness, and transparency. We hope Congress will be receptive to the Parents' Bill of Rights Act and vindicate parents who have spoken up and yearn for such legislation." After hearing statements like this, it should be clear that this bill gives parents what they want. Polling shows that overwhelming majorities of parents want more control over what their children are taught. According to survey results, 72% of Americans support curriculum transparency. Additionally, 67% believe that parents should be able to opt their children out of curriculum they believe is inappropriate or harmful. Nearly 8 in 10 parents polled nationally want to have influence over what is taught in K-12 classrooms. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I reserve.
Reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, a former Teacher of the Year, Ms. Hayes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 5, the Politics Over Parents Act. One of the most dangerous provisions of this bill is the banning of books. Across our nation, books that illustrate our rich history and our diversity are being pulled from library shelves. According to PEN America's Index of School Book Bans, of the 2,500 books banned last year, 41% of these books explicitly addressed LGBTQ themes, and 40% contained prominent characters of color. My colleagues across the aisle say that nothing in this legislation will ban books or censor libraries. If this is true, I invite them to support my amendment, which ensures this legislation will not go into effect until the Comptroller General of the United States can confirm that the bill will not lead to censorship or banning books for children or affect learning outcomes for students. Throughout history, the voices of women, persons of color, and members of the LGBTQ community have been suppressed. Their voices, experiences, and stories have been labeled controversial, over-sexual, and even un-American. As a teacher, you do not get to pick the parts of history you deem worthy to teach. When I was a teacher, I told the entire story, honestly, the good and the bad, and gave students the tools that they needed to participate in their communities in a conscientious and productive way. I'll tell you a personal story. My son is currently reading To Kill a Mockingbird, one of the books on this banned book list. In his initial observation of this book, he said, "Mom, they use the N-word a lot. I mean, a lot, and I don't like it." But it opened the door to broader conversations between me and my son about segregation, Jim Crow laws, and led to him asking some very difficult questions of me. But in his final observation of Harper Lee's novel, he said, "But yet and still, Atticus Finch defended Tom Robinson." Through this complex story, his takeaway was not hateful, hurtful, or angry. It was that even then, good people existed. That's what books do. That's how kids learn, not through censorship. Teachers do not have the autonomy to indoctrinate students. Everything we're talking about here today is already published. Budgets are public, curriculums are public, parents are marching in, being a part of our classes. When I was introduced by the ranking member, he mentioned that I was the National Teacher of the Year. That doesn't happen without parent-teacher partnerships. This bill will not improve educational outcomes. This bill caters to a small group of individuals who seek to impose their worldviews on entire school districts, on my child. I ask unanimous consent to add the text of this amendment to the record. I would strongly encourage my colleagues to oppose this bill, and with that, I yield back.
That will be covered under general leave. The gentlewoman yields, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to yield myself 15 seconds. I'm going to say again and again and again and again, this bill does not do anything to ban books. And my understanding is the book To Kill a Mockingbird was banned by a liberal school board in California. So don't blame us for what liberals do. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Let's lay out the fundamental rights of parents. That's what we're discussing here today. Number one, every parent should be given a choice and a voice on how their child receives an education. Number two, school curriculum should not be used to politically indoctrinate our children. And number three, parents deserve options. They deserve a choice on how their how their child receives an education. In my family, my wife and I made a personal decision to homeschool our children. Every parent should be free to make that choice, not just the wealthy ones. So what are the Parents' Bill of Rights? What are the pillars of this bill? Well, parents deserve the right to know what's being taught in schools and to see the reading material. It's very simple. Parents deserve to be heard. Parents deserve the right to see where the taxpayer dollars are going, how they're spent, how they're being used. It's a fundamental principle of good governance. Parents have the right to protect their children, to protect their children's privacy. And parents absolutely should be updated and informed in the instances of violence that seem to be increasing in our schools, many of which go unreported. I'm very honored to be a member of the House Committee on Education and Workforce and to support this bill, to support parents' rights, and particularly that our children get the best possible education. This is a significant step forward. Thank you.
And the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, I want to get back to something that was said a little earlier because it's a little disturbing the way this legislation on notice of rights, that people have a right to information about their child, their child, their child. You have a right to notice before a person speaks to their child at a class, school assembly, or any other school-sponsored event. If you have a field trip, I guess you have a right to notice before anybody at the museum can speak to your child. But under some section L, it says you have a right to know if a school employee or contractor acts to change a minor child's gender markers, pronouns, or preferred name. That means any child, any teacher addresses any child, everybody has a right to notice. If they change the minor child's gender markers, pronouns, or preferred name. I just think that's concerning. I don't know what is meant by that, but that's the way it reads. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, a member of the committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we speak, 500,000 California students are locked out of school. Los Angeles Unified, America's second largest district, has shut down for the week. Tax-paying parents in this district have no place to send their kids to school. Sadly, they've had to get used to it. This dysfunctional district and its union have lurched from one strike, one shutdown to the next, and seized on COVID-19 as a golden opportunity to close schools indefinitely. Kids in LA were without in-person instruction longer than anywhere in the country, 1.5 years for most students. Even when some high schools resumed, students walked into a Kafka-esque Zoom in the room setup where there were a few students and a teacher there instructing for a laptop sitting on a desk in the classroom. The eventual resumption of classes was anything but normal. You'd have kids who were forced to eat lunch on gymnasium floors or outside, even when it was raining. They'd have to wear masks all day, every day, without any public health rationale. The district then imposed an illegal student vaccine mandate that the California courts had to intervene and strike down. And by the way, this was a failing school district even before COVID, on the brink of bankruptcy, with students testing several years behind grade level. The hundreds of thousands of parents in this school district have been subjected to one abuse after another, and their experience is shared by many parents across the country, who have lost the right to control their child's education at the hands of a corrupt education establishment driven less by student success than by special interests and social agendas. Today's Parent Bill of Rights is a desperately needed course correction, shifting the paradigm of public education in this country back towards one that is student-centered and parent-directed. My addition to this legislation is the School Choice Amendment. The only parents in Los Angeles whose kids are not at home right now are those who have the resources or the wherewithal to find another option for their students.
I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentleman is recognized.
The only parents in Los Angeles whose kids are not at home right now are those who have the resources for private school or the time and wherewithal to seek out a charter school or limited interdistrict transfer options. My amendment will enable more parents to do the same, providing a clearer path to find a school that better serves their child. This will not only increase the educational outcomes of particular students, but induce the sort of systemic change that we need to benefit all students. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself such time as it may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
And ask unanimous consent that a list of groups that either oppose or express concerns about H.R. 5, over 225 different organizations, be inserted into the record.
That will be covered by general leave.
Thank you. I yield back. At reserve.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I will respond to a comment that my colleague on the other side of the aisle mentioned a few minutes ago. I'll point out that the manager's amendment that we will debate clarifies the intent of the language the ranking member was reading. The manager's amendment makes it clear the school district's responsibility is to the parent's child, not any child. And with that, I reserve.
And reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I yield myself so time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
In that case, Madam Chair, the individual child will be identified and will be essentially outed, and that's even worse than the underlying language. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask if the gentleman is prepared to close.
Ready? Yes, I'm prepared to close.
Then we're prepared to, and I'll yield to the gentleman.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, despite our colleagues' claims, the Politics Over Parents Act would only further politicize our children's classrooms while doing nothing to meaningfully improve partnerships between parents and educators. And it will lead to censoring books. Last night at the Rules Committee, a significant amount of time was taken to identify books that ought to be banned. And although the bill does not technically directly censor books, the reporting requirements will allow national groups to find books all over the country that they don't like, and they could threaten each of those schools, wherever they find the book, they can threaten lawsuits unless the book is actually banned. House Democrats tried several times to ensure that this legislation would actually address real challenges facing students, parents, and educators and increase parental involvement. For example, Democrats offered amendments to prevent this bill from banning books or censoring the curriculum. Moreover, in committee, we offered 25 amendments to actually improve student success, such as improving access to teacher training, fully fund parent engagement centers, and ensure students have access to mental health resources, among others. Unfortunately, they were struck down. Madam Speaker, Democrats are dedicated to improving parental engagement and ensuring that every child receives a well-funded and accurate education, but this legislation does nothing to achieve that goal, but only advance an extreme education agenda at the expense of students and parents. So I urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 5, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Man yields back, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we've heard a lot about what this bill is going to do in the future, and it's all bad from the other side. What's been particularly disturbing to me to hear today is our comments that truly misrepresent what is in the legislation before us. That scares the public, and that's not what we should be about. This bill is not going to cause people to be mean to school children. It does not attempt to hurt anyone. It's not going to ban books. Our colleagues say, on one hand, that the list of all books are already available out there to parents. And then they say this bill is going to force those lists to be put out, and that will cause the banning of books. We've heard that books have been banned, and in the Rules Committee last night, books that they said had been banned inappropriately, those assertions were refuted. So it has been truly troubling in our committee markup, in the Rules Committee last night, and today to hear the terrible misrepresentations about this bill. As my colleagues and I have said, this Parents' Bill of Rights is to help parents be more involved with their children's education, as they should be. I'm urging my colleagues to support H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights Act. By doing so, we'll send a strong message that parents are an integral part of their child's education and must be respected. For too long, parents have been kept at a distance in schools and classrooms. Teachers' unions and education bureaucrats made significant efforts to conceal what was truly being taught in classrooms. But what came out of COVID was parents saw what was being taught and they didn't like it. For years, students were falling behind in critical subject areas such as mathematics and reading, but prolonged school closures hastened the deterioration of learning. Now, the Parents' Bill of Rights Act will foster robust parent-teacher partnerships and close the gap between families and educators. And that's what this bill is about, setting up true partnerships between families and educators. We respect educators. We want to support what they're doing in the classroom, but parents want to know what's being taught in the classroom. We want transparency. We want accountability. To recover lost learning and promote a safe learning environment, parents must be involved in the classroom. Parents are the best advocates for the best interest of their child, and teachers are an important part of enhancing the well-being of students. I hope our colleagues will not continue to misrepresent what is in this bill, but will work with us for the benefit of America's children. That's what we're about on our side of the aisle, not to hurt, not to be mean, but to support. And again, I encourage my colleagues across the aisle to do what's best for students, support this important bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and the Workforce, printed in the bill, it shall be in order to consider as an original bill for the purpose of amendment under the 5-minute rule, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of rules, Committee Print 118-2. That amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read. No amendment to that amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be in order except those printed in House Report 118-12. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
I have an amendment on the floor.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report Number 118-12, offered by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to offer an amendment to H.R. 5 that supports students, parents, and school personnel. My amendment would simply add that local education agencies provide to parents the number of school counselors employed at their child's school so that parents have a better idea about their child's education and safety during the school day. As we all know, school counselors play an important role not only in the academic and career development of our students, but they address emotional challenges that are a critical component of safety in our schools. The simple provision gives parents the full knowledge and transparency needed to decide if their children need additional resources outside of the academic environment. This can assist our educators in making sure our children are best prepared for school and learning. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, which has the support from both sides of the aisle. A happy and healthy student empowers our educators to provide the best possible education, and parents deserve to be empowered to get the best help their children so their children can achieve that. With that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Yield back or reserve?
I yield, but I reserve then. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves, and for what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia be recognized?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, as with most of the underlying bill, this is another unfunded mandate placed on our schools, requiring them to issue yet another report as a condition of receiving much-needed Title I funds. The majority would prefer to impose additional burdens to an already understaffed schools rather than do what they were trained to do, and that is teach and work with parents. I would agree with the gentleman's comments about the need for counselors. He's absolutely right. We need more counselors. However, this amendment does not increase the number of counselors, just reports the number you got. Doesn't improve student mental health. And so for those reasons, since it doesn't improve mental health or increase the number of counselors, I would oppose the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment doesn't increase the number of counselors, but it allows the parents to know if the number of counselors are adequate or not. This is very important for our parents to have, and this is being requested by teachers and parents. I've received this request from teachers and parents to have this added to the bill because it said will make the bill better. So I reserve back.
Reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
I'll just close by saying I would appreciate the support of both sides of the aisle in this bill. It has support from teachers and parents to have this added in. And with that, I yield.
The gentleman from Nebraska yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Nebraska. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The gentlewoman from North Carolina. Now, in order to consider amendment number 2, printed in House Report 118-12, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in support of my amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Ms. Fox of North Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to support the Parents' Bill of Rights Act. I'm especially proud of the work that our committee has put into crafting this bill. Our committee worked late into the night and early morning and considered dozens of amendments. Nearly 20 were adopted to make the bill even better. I'm proud that we've reported to the floor a common sense bill that has broad support and aligns with what the vast majority of Americans want. The amendments we passed during the committee markup accomplished the same goal we had when writing the bill: protecting parents' rights and making sure that schools can never cut parents out of their children's education decisions. This manager's amendment makes a few minor technical changes to make sure that the amendments we passed during the committee markup will be implemented correctly and that the rights promised are fulfilled. In addition, the manager's amendment adds language to the First Amendment sense of Congress included in the underlying bill. The new language affirms the fundamental rights of parents to direct the education of their children and encourages courts to use the strict scrutiny standard in evaluating cases related to parental rights. Schools should always be accountable to parents, and the parents should always know what their children are being taught and what their children are being exposed to. The Parents' Bill of Rights Act protects those fundamental rights. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of both this amendment and the underlying bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, this is another effort to turn classrooms into the epicenter of a culture war. The Politics Over Parents Act doesn't do anything to actually help students succeed and seeks to scare parents into thinking that schools do not have their best interests at heart. The children benefit when their parents and teachers work together, but the Politics Over Parents Act would not take any meaningful steps to increase that parental cooperation. The bill would create necessary and burdensome reporting requirements on schools. It would divert essential resources and personnel from their jobs, meeting the family's real needs, into reporting and everything else in the bill, and it would open the door to dictate what students can and cannot read or learn. The underlying bill distracts from what our public schools really need, and similarly, the manager's amendment does nothing to provide the families with real parental engagement, as some of the amendments would have done that were rejected. So the bill, for example, gives a so-called federal right of action to address the school board. Well, we know that many school boards in recent years needed police protection to conduct their meetings because of credible threats of violence. But these are elected officials. They don't need a federal law to instruct them to be polite. The voters can take care of that. But there's no right that's being given. You already have the right. Now, one thing that is a little concerning is that I had an amendment to allow this right to take place with reasonable limitations. If 100 people show up at a school board meeting, does the school board have to listen to each and every one as long as they want to speak, without any limitation? And each one has a federal right of action where they can bring a lawsuit to compel the school board to sit up and listen to each and every one without limitation. If they've heard from 10 or 15 or 20 people on one side of the argument, on one side of a debate, and nobody on the other side, do they have to listen to the other 80? I don't know. That's what the bill suggests. But that's I don't know any jurisdiction where you don't have the right to address the school board in a reasonable way. And that's what this bill does. That's what the manager's amendment does. And so I would ask members to defeat the manager's amendment and the bill. I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself the balance of my time. The gentleman from Virginia, I think, will remember that I believe it was the Loudoun County Schools where the father of a child who had been sexually molested in a bathroom by a young man dressed as a girl, young boy dressed as a girl, who then was transferred to another school, and the parents never notified that this had happened. And when the father stood up at the school board meeting to bring this issue up, he was not allowed to speak. Furthermore, he was arrested. He was wrestled to the ground and arrested. So again, we hear from our colleagues two different scenarios. One, well, already parents have the right to address their school boards. Yes, that's in our First Amendment. We have a right to petition our elected officials for grievances. However, that's not happening, as we have seen in certain places. And whether or not there is a time limit, I would hope that people would be reasonable about that, but we're not dictating that. That will be dealt with. And as the gentleman says, those school board members in most cases are elected, and it'll be up to them to deal with the public in that respect. And if they don't do it correctly, then my assumption is that there would be consequences. The manager's amendment, again, strengthens the underlying bill. I urge its adoption. I also urge passage of H.R. 5. With this legislation, we have an opportunity to make a stand for the rights of parents. And I hope all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will vote with what they say they believe, which is that parents have rights and that we want to have the best education for children. So join us in this effort, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from North Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is simple and straightforward. My amendment simply requires notification to parents if their child's school operates, sponsors, or facilitates athletic programs or activities to permit a person whose biological sex is male to participate in an athletic program or activity that is designated for a biological female. Madam Chair, women's sports are under attack. Woke policies backed by far-left extremists that demand male participation in female sports are completely delusional and contradict science. This allows men who identify as women to undermine legitimate women's accomplishments. American women and girls deserve to compete against biological women in sports. Opportunities for athletic scholarships, and their rightful places on the winner's podium without their fear of being sidelined and beat out by a biological male. This was on complete display when William Thomas, a biological man who previously competed in men's swimming, stole Emma Wyant's first place trophy at the 2022 NCAA Division I Women's 500-yard freestyle final. As a competitor in men's swimming in 2018 through 19, Mr. Thomas ranked 445th in the 200-yard freestyle and 65th in the 500-yard freestyle. After deciding to compete against women, this mediocre male athlete, Mr. Thomas, ranked 5th in the 200-yard freestyle and won the 500-yard freestyle. Mr. Thomas stole Emma's championship trophy and took former Olympic swimmer Reka Georgie's spot in the 2022 NCAA Division I swim meet. Last Congress, I led a couple dozen members in introducing a resolution honoring Emma Wyant as the rightful winner of the 2022 NCAA Division I women's 500-yard freestyle race. I am also a co-sponsor of Rep. Stubbe's bill, H.R. 734, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2023. I refuse to allow our children and grandchildren to be groomed by big corporations, schools, and politicians, and to think it's okay for men to compete in women's sports. Again, my amendment simply requires notification to parents if their child's school allows males to participate in female-designated sports. I would hope that we could all come to agree that parents have the right to know this before it occurs. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support my amendment. And with that, Madam Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Colorado reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chair, all school systems are members of athletic leagues. They're dealing with this controversy. They don't need a federal law to apply all over the country. In higher education, this NCAA is dealing with this. We don't need a federal law to tell local school divisions what to do in all cases. Local school divisions are dealing with this. This is controversial, and I think we would do well just to let them work this out. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, you know, we have so many people who see the idiocy in men pretending to be women and stealing opportunities from females. These girls practice their whole lives, sacrifice their bodies with injuries in sports at times and strains, only to be outpaced by a male, a biological male. And I think that it's very common sense for parents to simply be notified that this is taking place. There is federal funding going to our public schools. And so I do believe that we have some sort of nexus with that if we're going to see this extremism take place in our public schools, to at least say parents have a right to know what's going on and this not being taken from them. I mean, other than this very simple common sense amendment, I'm more in favor of abolishing the federal Department of Education and getting the federal government completely out of public schools. But we're not there right now, and we do fund public schools, and there is a mess going on there, and our children are hurting and suffering because of it. So again, I urge my colleagues to support this simple common sense amendment. And Madam Chair, I yield.
The gentlewoman from Colorado yields, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Did the gentlelady yield back her time?
She did. She yielded the remainder of her time.
Thank you. Madam Chair, as I said, the NCAA is working on this, and I just assume rather than disparage trans youth, let them work it out. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in favor of my amendment, which will require schools to notify parents if they allow biological males to use restrooms or changing rooms designated for biological females. Throughout our debate today, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have continued to mischaracterize this bill as extreme. They harp on the same talking points, saying that this bill is looking to ban books, censor curriculums, and punish teachers. I would like any child pornographic books to be banned, but that's not exactly what we're talking about here in this amendment. All the while, under Democrat control, we have seen public K-12 schools promote critical race theory, teaching our children to hate their country and to hate their fellow classmates simply because of the color of their skin. They have radical gender ideology and even drag shows to impressionable young children. Now that is what is extreme. Even a school in my home state of Colorado has even changed a child's gender pronouns as preferred names and kept that information from the child's parents. Speaking as a mother of 4 boys and a soon-to-be grandma, enough is enough. I don't send my boys to school to receive indoctrination from the woke mob or be sexualized by groomers. And if they are, I sure as heck want to know about it, and I have the right to speak up. And so do these parents. So let me set the record straight. House Republicans want parents to be involved in their child's education. We want to take control back as parents of our children's education, rather than leaving it to partisan politicians or unelected bureaucrats. We don't want to send the FBI after them as domestic terrorists. We want to foster an active learning environment, not shut schools down and enforce outdated and unnecessary mask and vaccine mandates on our children. We want children to feel safe at school and not pave the way for school administrative staff to hide a sexual assault from parents like we saw in Loudoun County. Less than 2 years ago, about 30 miles from here, a 9th grade girl was sexually assaulted by a man wearing a skirt in the women's restroom at school. This male was allowed to follow the victim into the restroom because of Loudoun County Public Schools' inclusive transgender bathroom policies. When the father of the victim came to protest these policies that caused his teenage daughter to be raped at a school board meeting, he was arrested after an altercation with a woman who said that she didn't believe his daughter was raped. The superintendent also defended the school's transgender bathroom policy at that meeting. The man in the skirt was found guilty of 2 accounts of forcible sodomy, a count of anal sodomy, and a count of forcible fellatio. He was also charged with the sexual assault of another student that occurred months later at a different Loudoun County school. The left's ideology is far more delusional, and it is dangerous. These inclusive policies have paved a way for sexual predators to use the left's definition of gender to take advantage of their victims. Unfortunately, this is just one example of many biological males using bathrooms to assault women and children. My amendment would grant parents the right to know if schools that their children are attending are forcing their children to share vulnerable spaces with potential predators. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. With that, Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think we need a federal law to help schools tell students which bathroom to use. in Loudoun County. That situation is under investigation, including criminal charges. I think it's time we stop disparaging trans youth. I yield back.
And yields. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed on. Okay. It is now in order to consider amendment number 5, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
I have a substitute amendment to offer.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support my amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5. My amendment in the nature of a substitute is a common sense piece of legislation that makes tangible investments in parental involvement and enhances the ability of school districts to involve all families, not just the privileged few. By adopting this amendment in the nature of a substitute, we will invest in evidence-based, full-service community schools, public schools that coordinate closely with community organizations to improve the integration, accessibility, and effectiveness of services for students and families, to provide families with access to critical wraparound services, and, importantly, improve student achievement. We will be able to hire dedicated parent coordinators in public schools to work directly with parents, connect them with the resources and support they need to help their children succeed, and ultimately improve parental involvement and student success. We will direct more investments toward the Department of Education's statewide Family Engagement Centers program, so states can share best practices on parental engagement and school districts can receive the support and training they need to increase parental participation and involvement. And colleagues, when I was a very involved parent, I talked to parents who wanted to come to school. They wanted to participate. They were working extra shifts or they didn't speak the, English. They didn't have transportation. Let's break down those barriers. And importantly, we'll prohibit the banning of books and curriculum in our public schools and restore the ability of students to receive historically accurate, well-rounded education. Madam Chair and colleagues, I worked on this substitute with the input of stakeholders who are in our public schools each and every day, who are parents themselves and who represent diverse communities and red and blue states across our nation. I'm proud to introduce this amendment in the nature of a substitute for consideration on the House floor because, unlike the bill it seeks to amend, it reflects the true diversity of our nation and embodies the approach we should be taking to make lasting improvements to public education, an inclusive, collaborative, and evidence-based approach. So on behalf of all students and parents, I encourage all of my colleagues to vote for this amendment and soundly reject H.R. 5, a bill that should be named the Politics Over Parents Act. And Madam Chair, before I yield back or reserve the balance of my time, I want to thank the staff on the Education and Workforce Committee for all of their help with this amendment in the nature of a substitute, and also my own staff in my office, Sujith Chair Camilli and Dr. Alfonso Garcia, both of whom have spent time as classroom teachers. So I want to acknowledge the work of the staff on this important work as well, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself such time. While I appreciate the substitute put forward by the Congresswoman, the Democratic proposal is wholly inadequate and will do little to solve the problem that parents face. Instead, the Democrats' amendment resorts to a tired, old Democrat strategy. Spend more money, hire more people, and hope for the best. Madam Chair, parents need more than that. They don't need massive new amounts of taxpayer spending at the federal level controlled by bureaucrats when our country is already deeply in debt, nor do parents need schools to hire massive numbers of new administrators. What parents need is for their rights to be protected. The Democrat substitute does nothing to ensure that parents are the ultimate decision makers in their child's education. Of course, that shouldn't be a surprise. There's been a push to silence parents around the country. Powerful teachers' unions, several school boards, Democrat politicians, and the Biden Justice Department have all voiced opposition to the rights of parents to have a say in their child's education. This kind of rhetoric and political posturing have real-world consequences for parents. For example, in 2021, Rhode Island mother of two, Nicole Solis, talked to an elementary school principal in South Kingston, Rhode Island, about what was being taught in schools. After persistent stonewalling, the school district directed her to file a public records request. She did, and the local teachers union filed a lawsuit against her. This kind of treatment is outrageous. Ms. Solis was subjected to endless stonewalling, public humiliation, and an interminable and costly legal battle. No parent should have to go through that. The Democrat substitute would do nothing to ensure that stories like this never happen again, but the Parents' Bill of Rights would. Our bill will ensure that parents can never be sued for wanting to know their child's curriculum. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona recently published an op-ed about the Democrat vision for parent empowerment. In his vision, parents should be satisfied when the federal government spends taxpayer dollars on top-down solutions. By contrast, Republicans want an authentic give and take between parents and the education system about what students learn, how they are taught, and how they should be protected. That's why I'm proud to stand behind our bill. I urge my colleagues to vote against the Democrat substitute and in favor of the Parents' Bill of Rights. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just in response, again, I want to reiterate that every single Democrat on our side of the aisle, we absolutely support parental involvement and parental engagement. And we talked about that in the debate on the bill. And talk about cost. It's my understanding that the so-called Parents' Bill of Rights doesn't have any additional funding with all of the extra obligations that are put on our schools and our districts and our teachers. And there is no effort to silence parents. We want parents to be involved peacefully and peacefully state their concerns, absolutely. And I know the ranking member Scott talked about how Democrats tried to put an amendment in to put some reasonableness in there. If you have 200 parents show up at a school board meeting and each one of them wants to speak for 2 hours, that is not reasonable. So we absolutely support parental involvement. We want to do that. We want to provide that evidence-based engagement, and again, make the relationship collaborative, not adversarial. And that's why I encourage colleagues to support this collaborative, evidence-based approach to involve all parents in education, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to say again that the approach our colleagues want to take is to spend more money. Ms. Solis, that I mentioned earlier, Mr. Smith, who was mentioned earlier, and others, they certainly did not have the right to peacefully speak to their school boards and get responses. So that is not going to happen under the Democrats' amendment. We also are not mean, and again, we do not ban books. We do not condone the banning of books. So we think, again, that the substitute presents the perfect picture of Republicans and Democrats' approaches to parent engagement. Democrats believe protecting parents' rights means spending more taxpayer dollars to impose a top-down vision. Republicans believe in giving parents real power to secure the best education possible for their children. And with that, I will reserve, as I believe I have the right to close.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say again, our bill is meant to give parents their God-given rights to be involved with their children's education and to seek the best education possible. We do not want anyone to be treated unfairly. We want everyone to be treated fairly. We do not ban books. I urge the public to read this bill. It's fairly short, about 30 pages, to make sure where the truth lies in terms of this piece of legislation. I reject the amendment that has been offered in the nature of a substitute. I urge a no vote on the amendment and a yes vote on H.R. 5, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields, and the gentlewoman, the question on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 6, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Parliamentary inquiry. Could you restate the amendment, please?
The gentleman will state his inquiry.
Could you restate the amendment? Could we add
Amendment number 6. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's pretty sad that we even have to offer this bill and that I have to offer this amendment. But I think the American populace and public realizes and is completely outraged with what's going on in this country, how they don't feel like they have a voice anymore, how they don't feel like they're being recognized, their rights to be parents and have authority over their own children. And it's also very disgusting, quite frankly, what's been going on in our kids' schools and parents across this country, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, all of us are furious with what's going on at these schools, and that's why we even have to do this. So my amendment adds a private right of action for parents to hold schools accountable for not honoring the rights set forth in Title I and Title II of this bill. It seeks to strengthen enforcement mechanisms within the Parents' Bill of Rights. My amendment, if passed, would ensure parents can sue if school districts force teachers or students to accommodate critical race theory curriculum, compel students to observe obscene or sexual material without parental consent, use pronoun changes without parental consent, violate student privacy without parental consent, or neglect to report sexual assault or harassment on school property. The bill, as it's currently written, puts the protection of parental rights in the hands of the Department of Education bureaucrats. It is not enough for Congress to leave enforcement of Department of Education bureaucrats or wait for the corrupt Department of Justice to file a lawsuit on parents' behalf. I don't trust the Biden administration to go after woke school administrators that force dangerous ideologies on innocent children. Parents should have the opportunity to sue these schools. For far too long, the public school system has undermined parental involvement in education decisions. If we want to truly empower parents' rights, we should give parents the tools to enforce those rights through this amendment, not leave it in the hands of bureaucrats. Madam Speaker, at this time, I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman, Bob Good from Virginia. Excuse me, 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support passage of the underlying bill, but I also rise in support of this amendment, which I think would truly empower parents. Adding a private right of action places the ultimate protection of parental rights back where it belongs, in the hands of parents, not Department of Education bureaucrats. For too long, the public school system has undermined parental involvement in education decisions, and parents have been helpless to hold them accountable. The union-driven COVID policies in our schools served as a wake-up call for many parents, and school boards across the country have tried to stop them from raising their voices in protest. A private right of action would make a meaningful change to the balance of power so parents can rightfully have a say in what their children are being taught. This amendment wouldn't unleash lawsuits against schools. The private right of action could only be used if the school is not forthcoming with the common sense provisions of this bill. If the school shares curriculum, teaching materials, and their budget openly, then there's no problem. If the school notifies parents about actions from a school administrator to change a child's pronouns, then there's no standing under this bill. There's also a limit that the private right of action must be filed within 30 days of the violation. Parental rights precede government. Our government was created to protect our God-given rights. When government is working to subvert those rights, it's the right of the people to put new guardrails in place to secure our precious liberty. Guaranteeing a private right of action will ensure public schools are held accountable to the important tenets of this bill, and I urge support for the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I just think the amendment speaks for itself. If 100 parents show up at a school board meeting and each demand to be heard for as long as they want to speak, this bill would give them a private right of action in federal court to enforce their right to speak to the school board. Now, my local school board limits people to 3 minutes. I think that's a reasonable limitation. But when the amendment to allow reasonable limitations was defeated, you have the bill that everybody has a right, each and every one of the 100 people that show up, no matter how repetitive or how irrelevant it may be. I just think people need to know what's in the amendment and can judge it for themselves. People have said that some parents have been arrested by the police for showing up at the school board. And let me tell you, that can only happen if the police believe that a crime is being committed. I yield back.
And yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 7, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll yield myself such time as I may consume. This amendment requires any public school receiving federal funds under Title I and Title II of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act to hold an open enrollment period both for students living inside and outside the school district. Parents have a right to decide where their child goes to school, and this amendment grants parents this important right to choose the best education for their child, no matter the zip code. And it's important to know this applies to only federal funds. Some might argue, well, local schools have different tax jurisdictions. This is only for the federal funds. School choice is critical to not only the parent, but also to the student, who deserves a safe, high-quality education, not indoctrination. We must provide families with freedom to choose. It is the parent's duty to make the best choice for their children. And choice is the ultimate enforcement mechanism for this Parents' Bill of Rights. My amendment also requires that these schools to post an announcement on their website with details about the open enrollment period to ensure parents have all the information needed to make an informed decision, such as an application deadline, the approval rate of applications, and how long the enrollment period will be valid. Again, giving parents the power and ability to make the most informed decision. Under this amendment, schools must give every student that applies via the open enrollment process, quote, a full and fair consideration, an important detail to ensure that every student receives the opportunity to exceed. Open enrollment and the increase in educational freedom is imperative to the success of our youth. It's a parental right, and it's in the best interest of every student to be granted this opportunity. This amendment provides every single parent with the power to choose. I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I think I would prefer that we fix all of the schools so that all students are provided with an opportunity of a high-quality education in a safe and healthy environment. But all this amendment does is gives people the right to scurry around and try to find the best schools. Those that are best at identifying the best schools may end up there, but frankly, all this is going to do is cause confusion, because when word gets around as to which are the best schools, everybody will want to go to that school. Then what? The majority has offered the amendment in committee to let parents know that if they can work the system, they may get their child into a good school, but all the rest end up in a school that is dilapidated, unaccredited, or otherwise undesirable. We need to work to improve all of the schools, not just figure out a scheme where some can figure out how to get their child into a good school and leave everyone else behind. So I would oppose the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is, the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio will be postponed. Okay. It is now in order to consider amendment number 8, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I seek to recognize or be honored and recognize the House for 1 minute.
Does the gentleman have an amendment?
I do have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise today in favor of my amendment designated as Amendment 8 to H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights. We have a responsibility to be mindful of the cost and implementation of this bill on our schools, parents, and communities. My amendment would require the GAO report on the impact of this legislation and provide peace of mind to taxpayers, educators, and families alike. Our priority must be to set our children up for success. That means giving parents the transparency and voice they deserve in their child's education. It also means making the federal government answerable to the potential costs of this bill on state and local educational agencies and individual schools throughout our nation. We have made a commitment to our constituents to demand more accountability from their government and use of their taxpayer dollars, as well as to safeguard a better future for the next generation of Americans. My amendment will guarantee that we keep that promise. With that, I urge the amendment's adoption, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to claim the time in opposition, although I'm not opposed.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I support the amendment because the GAO report will actually expose the legislation for what it is. It's a waste of money. It will provide no meaningful rights, and it will adversely affect the education of the children. So I support the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed.
Do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Madam Chair.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 5, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 5 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Section 4 of the House Resolution 199, the unfinished business is the further consideration of the veto message of the President on House Joint Resolution 30. The clerk will read the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 30, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Labor relating to prudence and loyalty in selecting plan investments and exercising shareholder rights.
The question is, will the House on reconsideration pass the joint resolution, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding? The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of overriding President Biden's veto of H.J. Res. 30, a Congressional Review Act resolution nullifying the Biden administration's attempt to politicize the retirement savings of Americans. This is deja vu for the American people. With his veto, the President once again insists on undermining the financial security of the very people who elected him. Republicans will stand with American workers and retirees in protecting their savings. ESG investing puts the future of millions of Americans in jeopardy when they are already facing economic hardships and inflation brought on by this administration's reckless spending. The president says H.J. Res. 30 would make it, quote, illegal to consider risk factors. But that statement is blatantly false and misleading. The Trump rule, which H.J. Res. 30 would reinstate, explicitly states, quote, nothing in the final rule is intended to or does prevent a fiduciary from appropriately considering any material risk with respect to an investment, end quote. Last year, the Department of Labor, DOL, published a rule encouraging retirement plan fiduciaries to consider ESG factors when making investment decisions. Biden protected this rule with his veto. Now, thanks to Democrats, workers can be placed into ESG investment vehicles by default. And if a fiduciary finds that two investments are equal, the fiduciary is allowed to use collateral ESG factors to break the tie without justifying or documenting that decision. This is especially concerning since ESG investments often underperform and are riskier than other investment strategies. The left is using ESG investment criteria as a political tool to cudgel companies into accepting leftist policies. If we do not override this veto, the left will use ESG investing to push non-compliant companies out of the marketplace. Congress debated, and it came to the bipartisan conclusion to overturn the Biden rule. Now the administration persists through executive fiat. Americans invest to secure their future, not to fund the Green New Deal or leftist pet projects. That's why I supported the resolution to nullify the Biden administration's destructive rule. I urge my colleagues to quit playing petty politics and vote in accordance with the best interest of the American people. Madam Speaker, for purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the House Republican majority's effort to override President Biden's veto message on President Biden's veto of H.J. Res. 30. This resolution sought to nullify a popular and sensible rule that enabled retirement plan managers to make fully informed investment decisions. I commend the President for his veto. Workers should be able to invest their retirement savings in a way that reflects their values, such as combating climate change, without sacrificing investment returns. That's why the Biden-Harris administration issued a rule to clarify that retirement plan managers may consider the economic effect of climate change and other environmental, social, and governance factors, or ESG factors, when they make investment decisions for participants in retirement plans. Simply put, this rule is not an ESG mandate. It just allows participants to make those decisions. Additionally, the rule does not change the fiduciary standard to which the professionals who make the decisions for retirement plans are bound. They must still prioritize the interests of retirement plan participants and cannot sacrifice investment returns to pursue ESG goals. But today's debate is not a referendum on the administration's rule or even ESG in general. We had that debate last month. The debate is about one thing. First, it's about arithmetic, As my colleagues know, overriding the president's veto requires support of 2/3 or 290 members of the House. H.J. Res. 30 passed the House with 216 votes, nearly all of which came from the Republican caucus. So anyone who can count knows that the Republican majority will not have the votes to override the president's veto, and everyone should be asking, why are we going through the motions? And second, the debate is a window into the Republican majority's agenda. Unfortunately, they would rather spend precious time on the floor on a doomed effort instead of advancing legislation that would help put people over politics. While we're considering the veto override, we could have been considering ensuring women received equal pay for equal work, ending workplace discrimination, strengthening workers' ability to join a union and negotiate for better working conditions, help people balance work and family by providing paid sick leave and family and medical leave, or raising the minimum wage. House Democrats and the Biden administration have focused on these priorities and remain committed to lowering costs for our constituents, creating better paying jobs, and making our communities safer. Madam Chair, before I reserve the balance of my time, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record President Biden's veto message on H.J. Res. 30. It says, in part, there's extensive evidence showing that environmental, social, and governance factors can have a material impact on markets, industries, and businesses. But the Republican-led resolution would force retirement managers to ignore these relevant risk factors, disregarding the principles of free markets and jeopardizing the life savings of working families and retirees. In fact, this resolution would prevent retirement plan fiduciaries from taking into account factors such as the physical risk of climate change and poor corporate governance that could affect investment returns. I ask unanimous consent that the veto message and complete veto message be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I am prepared to close if the gentleman from Virginia is prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Virginia.
I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Today we've heard a lot about ESG and other topics, but nobody made a convincing case that there are the votes to override the president's veto, and that's because the convincing case cannot be made. The Republican majority may think it's a futile attempt to override the president's veto as an appropriate use of the House time and resources, but we disagree. The first quarter of this year is nearly over, and there's no such Republican majority. And there's so much the Republican majority has failed to do to improve the lives of Americans. In contrast, under Democratic leadership during the last Congress, House made significant progress to deliver for the American people. We took action to create millions of jobs, reduce unemployment to near record lows, to save workers' pensions, to deliver historic funding for education, to improve child nutrition, and to bring the number of uninsured Americans down to the lowest level ever. By that standard, this current majority has a long way to go. However, at the very least, we should agree that we can't afford to waste time on futile efforts that we know won't go anywhere. So I urge my colleagues to quickly join me in rejecting the veto override, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I obviously disagree with my colleague on the other side of the aisle that a compelling argument to override the veto has not been made. I believe that we have offered a compelling argument, and I believe there are 2 points of view on what my colleague said about the successes of what our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have done for the last 2 years. We have the highest debt that we've ever had in this country. We are staggering under an inflation rate that is historic. And so we obviously don't think what we've inherited from the last 2 years of total Democrat dominance in this country is positive. But I think we can make a small attempt to make some changes here by overriding the president's veto. So I urge even my Democrat colleagues to vote yes to protect workers and retirees, override the president's veto, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is, will the House on reconsideration pass the joint resolution, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding? Under the Constitution, the vote must be by the yeas and nays. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 219 and the nays are 200. Two-thirds not being in the affirmative, the veto of the president is sustained and the joint resolution is rejected. The veto message and the joint resolution are referred to the Committee on Education and Workforce. The clerk will notify the Senate of the action of the House. Pursuant to House Resolution 241 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 5. Will the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Murphy, kindly take the chair?
The House and the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 5, which the clerk will report by title.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 8, printed House Report 118-12, was offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments on which further proceedings were postponed, in the following order. Amendment 5 by Ms. Bonamici from Oregon, number 6 by Mr. Crane of Arizona, number 7 by Mr. Davidson of Ohio, and number 8 by Mr. Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote to Amendment number 5, printed as House Report 118-12, offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the noes were prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Have all members voted? Do any members wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 203, the nays are 223. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 6, printed in House Report 11812, offered by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic vote. This will be a 2-minute vote. Seconds. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas were 61, the nays were 365. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment 7, printed in House Report 11812, offered by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, on which proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas were 89, nays were 338. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 8, printed in House Report 11812, offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Seconds. Member wish to change their vote. On this vote, the yeas are 386 to 39. The amendment is agreed to. Please take conversations off the floor. Please take conversations off the floor. I'm not asking again, people. Please take your conversations off the floor. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 9, printed in House Report 11812. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The House will be in order, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the House will be in order. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Garbarino of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Every parent has the inherent right and responsibility to decide what is best for their child, how to raise them, how to care for them, and what information to expose them to or to protect them from. My amendment protects the ability of parents to participate in the education of their own child by reaffirming parental choice and ensuring that children are not subject to the censorship of adults who are not their parents. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Recognize the gentleman from Virginia. For what purpose, does the gentleman from Virginia arise?
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to claim the time in opposition, although I'm not opposed.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment exposes a problem with the underlying bill. You should not be able to ban books for other parents' children. In fact, this amendment exposes the bill as actually doing exactly that. That's why this amendment is appropriate, and I would hope that it would be adopted.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman's words and the support of this. I also appreciate the chairwoman's support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Question before the House is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 10, printed in House Report 11112. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate.
Amendment number 10, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Green of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Green, and a member opposed will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our nation's critical infrastructure and cybersecurity is increasingly under attack by malicious actors who seek to extort and do harm to the American people. Hospitals, financial institutions, utilities, and government agencies are all popular targets, but cyber attacks are now targeting the next generation of Americans, K through 12 students. While the total number of cyber attacks on K through 12 schools is unknown, Recent reports have indicated that ransomware attacks on K through 12 schools increased between 2020 to 2022. Local and state officials report that loss of learning following a cyber attack can range from 3 days to 3 weeks, and recovery time could take anywhere from 2 to 9 months. Officials also reported monetary losses to school districts ranging from $50,000 to $1 million due to expenses from a cyber incident. Cyber attacks often result in the disclosure and theft of students' personal information. In a 2020 report, the GAO found that such information compromised included students' grades, their social security numbers, and medical information. In December 2021, a vendor for Chicago Public Schools was a victim of a ransomware attack in which more than 500,000 students and staff members' personal information was disclosed. The data included the students' names, schools, dates of birth, gender, school identification numbers, state student identification numbers, and course information from previous school years. One study found that between 2018 and 2021, roughly 3 million students were impacted by ransomware attacks. Parents who entrust their students' information to public institutions have the right to know when that information is compromised. We must do the work to ensure these attacks are not successful and that malicious actors are brought to justice. Parents need to know when their students' personal information has been compromised so that they can now take the necessary steps to protect them. Transparency is essential to protecting the privacy of students. We need schools that are both transparent and accountable to parents. Parents shouldn't be stonewalled when asking for information about their child's personal records. The FBI should focus on investigating these cyber instances and informing parents on the irreparable harm done to their children's cybersecurity, rather than monitoring their parents' free speech and shutting down parent involvement. I urge my colleagues to put parents before politics and support this amendment. Mr. Chair, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman for Virginia rise?
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to claim the time in opposition, although I'm not opposed.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have some concern with some of the terms in the amendment, like what constitutes a major cyber attack, or who determines whether an attack has been made, or if notice requires if it may have compromised information, and exactly what's concerned there. But generally speaking, if information is exposed during a cyber attack, people expect to be notified so that they can take appropriate action to protect themselves. These schools should be no exception, and so I support the amendment. I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve? Okay.
Call for a vote.
Excuse me, the gentleman from Tennessee is now recognized. The question for the House is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Green. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Good job. For what purpose does the gentleman for Virginia rise?
Ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered from the gentleman from Tennessee, will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 11 will not be offered. Somebody needs to work on that, right? It is now in order to consider amendment number 12, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have Amendment 12 at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 12, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Ms. Jacobs of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs, and a member opposed will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to fight for kids, parents, and guardians and educators in San Diego and across the country. All parents and guardians want for their kids is for them to grow up safe, healthy, and happy, and have the tools needed to confidently and successfully go out into the world. So Obviously, they should be involved in their kids' education and shaping their minds and lives. But H.R. 5 is not the solution. I think we can all agree that educators can be some of the most influential people in our kids' lives. They have the power to inspire lifelong learning, they can help foster creativity and curiosity, and teach children new information and perspectives. But H.R. 5 fails to value educators. It fails to acknowledge or even address that teachers are overworked and underpaid, fueling the burnout that's created a nationwide teacher shortage that was exponentially worsened by the pandemic. H.R. 5 fails to address school safety. There have been 322 school shootings this year alone. Just yesterday, there was a shooting at a Denver high school. And by failing to act on gun violence in schools, we're allowing an entire generation to grow up with so much trauma. Trauma of school shooting drills, of growing up watching school shootings on the news, of wearing bulletproof backpacks to school, and knowing that one day it could save your life. And yet, H.R. 5 doesn't even attempt to proactively end the gun violence epidemic at schools. It only permits parents and guardians the right to a notification when violence at a school occurs. My colleagues glaze over the causes of real violence at our nation's schools, like proper investments in school-based mental health programs, social, emotional, and cultural competency professional development for educators and administrators, disciplinary measures that eradicate the cradle-to-prison pipeline, and more importantly, gun control measures to ensure that our youth are safe from school shootings. We need parents and guardians to be involved in the classroom, because too often it's all on teachers to make up for emotional support, learning, and care in the classroom that should also be provided at home. But H.R. 5 doesn't give all parents and guardians the tools for constructive involvement and unfairly empowers a very narrow set to dictate what all students learn about. It will open the door to book bans and censorship to control what students learn and read about, neglecting important parts of history like the civil rights movement and learning about people's identities. It would also mandate schools to out LGBTQ+ students to their parents, violating students' privacy and potentially exposing them to harm in the process. And while I'm thankful that the Rules Committee supported 2 of my amendments, it's shameful that they rejected my amendment to ensure that teaching about the Holocaust and anti-Semitism in schools should be taught with the acknowledgement that those actions were immoral. Amid skyrocketing anti-Semitic rhetoric, especially from some of my colleagues in this body, and growing violence targeting the Jewish community, Congress needs to use its power to end hatred and discrimination against Jews. And that work starts with our actions and ensuring that never again is a reality, by teaching about the Holocaust and the lingering hate that still exists today. And in the height of irony, this bill even includes a sense of Congress that all public elementary and secondary schools should have opportunities to learn the history of the Holocaust and anti-Semitism, but that means very little if we're unwilling to mandate how wrong and immoral those actions were. This bill is a disservice to our kids, parents, and guardians, teachers, and to our future, by not providing kids the tools to be engaged, thoughtful citizens, so we should take the opportunity to improve this bill. My amendment eliminates the at-no-cost unfunded mandate embedded within the bill that would require schools that are already underfunded and under-resourced to be burdened with printing out professional development and curriculum materials at zero cost. I agree that parents should have access to school curriculums, most of which are already published online. However, if my colleagues believe parents should have this right so strongly, then they should provide additional funding for school systems to be able to comply. We want all parents and guardians to be involved in the classroom. This is a simple, common-sense solution that removes a potentially costly barrier for school systems that are already struggling to maintain their budgets. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to remove the no-cost provisions in H.R. 5 to bring all parents and guardians to the table for their kids' learning. Parents and guardians should be active participants in kids' education, but that doesn't mean we should lose sight of school safety, ending discrimination, supporting teachers, and ensuring a well-rounded curriculum that prepares kids for the futures. Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the great state of North Carolina arise?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Chair, parents have a fundamental right to know what their children are being taught, and it should not depend on how rich or poor they are. The amendment under consideration would strike the phrase, quote, at no cost, end quote, from the clause stating that parents have the right to review and make copies of curricula. In other words, this amendment would allow schools to charge parents for copies of what their children are being taught. On principle, that's a terrible idea. Republicans believe that every parent, no matter how much money they have, should be free to know what their child is being taught. This amendment is also terrible policy. Under the provision, schools could charge every parent exorbitant amounts for copying curricula and effectively make it impossible for parents to access the curriculum of their children. We know that schools can use cost as a weapon to keep curriculum a secret. I spoke earlier about a Rhode Island mother of two, Nicole Solis, who became concerned that her child's school was teaching radical leftist ideology. She asked for the school's curriculum, but was persistently stonewalled and told to file public records request. She did, and the school hit her with a $75,000 bill. That kind of conduct is outrageous. No parent should have to pay $75,000 to learn what their child is being taught. Just the threat of this kind of bill has a chilling effect on other parents. That's why it's essential we defeat this amendment. Parents should be able to see their child's curriculum without worrying the school will slam them with an exorbitant bill. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment in favor of the underlying bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Well, I completely agree that parents should have access to curriculum and know what their kids are learning. Schools publish curriculums online already. Most of the information that they would need is already publicly available. And frankly, if we want to make sure that parents are able to access this with no cost, we shouldn't be burdening the parents, and we also shouldn't be burdening the already overburdened school districts. We should be funding it. This right now is an unfunded mandate, which I urge my colleagues to not support. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California yields. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself the balance of my time. Again, we should defeat this amendment that would encourage schools to throw up roadblocks in front of parents. We should defeat this amendment that would make money a barrier to parental engagement. We should defeat this amendment and support the underlying bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 13 printed in House 11812. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have Amendment 13 at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 13, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Ms. Jacobs of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We all know that our educators and school districts are overburdened and overworked, as well as undervalued and underpaid. H.R. 5 worsens these systemic problems. My amendment removes an unnecessary and burdensome provision permitting parents and guardians to review professional development materials for educators. This would impact educator and school districts' already limited time and resources without any positive gain for parents, guardians, and students. My colleagues have failed to define what constitutes professional development, which ultimately may limit the types of professional development available to educators. I urge my colleague to support my amendment so that we can assure that educators' time is directed at enriching our kids' education and not fulfilling onerous requirements. Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from the great state of North Carolina. For what purpose, I'm sorry, does the gentlewoman from North Carolina arise?
I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment, Mr. Chair.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. We all know the impact that a good teacher can have. A good teacher can be motivating, challenging, and life-changing for young students. We all want to have good teachers. I've spent my career in education, and I've met countless teachers over the years who care deeply about students and want to do the right thing. Unfortunately, too many in the education bureaucracy are working against teachers with professional development materials that seek to push radical ideologies meant to be passed on to students. Furthermore, there are numerous professional development groups who want to supply teachers these talking points. That's why it's essential we know exactly what teachers themselves are being taught. What kind of professional development are they receiving? Who's providing it? We Republicans believe that parents have a fundamental right to know these questions. Parents need to know who's teaching the teachers, and taxpayers have a right to know what kind of professional development they're paying for. Frankly, opposition to giving parents access to this information and these materials is evidence for the need of this bill. What is it the proponents of this amendment are trying to hide? During the Rules Committee hearing, one of the Democrat members even recognized that reviewing professional development materials is a fundamental right. He told me, "I agree with you. These are really important, vital rights every parent in the country ought to have." And I would think that the best place to start would be to ask the local school board and make sure that the right to review, for example, any professional development material is secured, end quote. I agree with the Democrat congressman. Reviewing professional development material is a vital right of every parent. His mistake, however, is to think that every local school board will voluntarily allow such. Many do not. That's why we need the Parents' Bill of Rights. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment and in favor of the underlying bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I agree that parents deserve to see some professional development. That's why I want the majority to define professional development so we can make sure that that we're actually doing what we intend to do. But as the bill is written, it includes specialized instructional support personnel, such as speech-language pathologists and audiologists, who have specific continuing education requirements that are sometimes accessed through continuing education courses that have copyright restrictions that limit use and distribution of materials and content. So my amendment would ensure that all teachers and specialized instructional support personnel are able to access the professional development courses they need to maintain their skills and even their licenses and their certifications, which this bill as written would get in the way of. I yield back.
Well, gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself the balance of my time. This amendment seeks to remove information about the education children are receiving from parents. We should defeat this amendment and support the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 14, printed in House Report 11812. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have Amendment Number 14 at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Lawler of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer an amendment to H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights. In my district and in districts across the country, our education system is a balance of public schools, private schools, charter schools, parochial schools, vocational schools, and home schools. My amendment would make clear this bill only applies to schools that take funds from the Department of Education and would ensure that non-public schools are able to determine their own curriculum, not have curriculum imposed on them by local school boards and states that disregard that right. In New York, for instance, this is of great concern, as the current governor and her administration have attempted to impose severe restrictions on private schools, including Catholic schools and yeshivas, in school districts across the state. A key provision of this new state regulation was actually thrown out in court today. Parents choose to send their children to the school they feel best fits their needs and beliefs. It is not the role of any government to dictate to parents and children what they should believe or practice, and in my district, that certainly is a concern held by many parents. I have parents contact my office every day with concerns about their children's education and the state trying to force itself into the relationship between educators and students. I am hopeful that my colleagues will join me in supporting this amendment, which protects non-public schools from being forced to adopt questionable practices forced on them by school boards and states. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia arise?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, in the first part of the bill says nothing is actually construed to impose any requirements on non-public elementary and secondary schools. I'm unaware of anything the bill does to impose requirements on non-public elementary or secondary schools, so it seems to me to be unnecessary. The second is a sense of Congress. It says local agencies do not have the authority to exercise any direction, supervision, or control over curriculum or program instruction of non-public elementary and secondary schools. And again, I'm unaware of local school boards' authority to exercise such supervision, direction, or control. So that seems also to be unnecessary. So I'm not sure what the amendment speaks to that's relevant, so I would oppose the amendment. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is not agreed. Is agreed. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Apologies. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 15 printed in House Report 11812. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Chair, my amendment is quite simple. It expresses the sense of Congress that the Department of Education and the Secretary of Education should no longer have any authority to administer any program related to elementary or secondary education in the United States. Some people may confuse the purpose of my amendment, and let me be clear, it is to strengthen public education in the United States. I'm a product of public education. K through 12, I attended public schools, as did my wife and all of our children. We're proud of our schools in this country. But it's time to turn in the grade card for the Department of Education. They've been at it for 40 years, and they get an F. Education has not improved, but spending has doubled per pupil. It's time to return the power back to the states and back to the people and back to the school boards and to allow them to make these decisions locally. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my friend Josh Burkeen from Oklahoma.
Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you to the chair. September 24th, 1981, in his address to the nation on the Program for Economic Recovery, President Ronald Reagan made the following comment, quote, "As a third step, we propose to dismantle 2 cabinet departments, energy and education. Both secretaries are wholly in accord with this. Some of the activities in both of these departments will, of course, be continued either independently or in other areas of government. There's only one way to shrink the size and cost of big government, and that's by eliminating agencies that are not needed and are getting in the way of the solution. ... By eliminating the Department of Education less than 2 years after it was created, we can not only reduce the budget, but ensure that local needs and preferences, rather than the wishes of Washington, determine the education of our children." Ronald Reagan. The Federal Department of Education was created in 1979. Many people can't even remember a time when it was not a creation. But there was such a time. 200 years our nation flourished and had rigorous education absent the Federal Department of Education. I, too, am a product of public education. But I contend if we want to empower parents, end the hypersexualized woke culture that's invading our classrooms, we need to give school board members and parents the ability to determine the education of their children and empower them by returning to the brilliance of our founding fathers, the 18 enumerated powers that list those things that the federal government should do. Education is not mentioned. That's why Thomas Jefferson made the comment, in order for the federal government to be involved in education, you have to have a constitutional amendment. We need to follow the advice of our founding fathers, put this back in the hands of our state, and they can determine what is happening in the classroom. That is the success for our children, for this country. And I yield.
Time.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. For what purpose, Mr. Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, whenever we encounter an attempt to dismantle the Department of Education, it's clear that we're undermining public education, and yet even the founders of our great nation were committed to education. Moreover, without a federal role in education, when states were left to their own devices, we lacked a common set of standards for high-quality education, high-quality teachers, and high expectation for student outcomes, and many students were left behind, such as racial minorities, low income, those with disabilities, those with English as a second language. The federal role in education assures a level playing field for all of our students and especially provides funding to help the most needy students. Moreover, the federal role of education is still trying to live up to the promise of Brown v. Board of Education, the 1954 decision. In that decision, the Supreme Court said that the education is a right which must be made available to all on equal terms, and further that racially segregated, so-called separate but equal education was inherently unequal. The GAO just recently as starting in 2016, found that public schools, unfortunately, are still segregated. As a matter of fact, more segregated now than any time since the late 1960s. July 2022 found that more than 1 in 3 K through 12 students attend essentially racially segregated schools. So we still have work to do in that area. We still have work to do to fulfill the promise of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. We're not fulfilling that promise. So we still have a lot of work to do on the federal level. There is a federal role for education. The Department of Education is working on that, fulfilling that responsibility. And for these reasons, I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no. I reserve the balance of my time.
As my colleague from Oklahoma pointed out, Congress lacks the constitutional authority to create what amounts to a national school board of unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats. How many are there? 4,000 bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. My colleague on the other side of the aisle said that basically every school would like to have more money. How could we do that without raising taxes? Quit wasting it in Washington, D.C. on 4,000 bureaucrats who cost us about $100,000 apiece. These bureaucrats make more than the teachers, yet they don't teach a single class. They don't write books. They don't help with that. In fact, the federal government's responsible for about 90% of the red tape that local schools have to deal with and only about 10% of the funding. It's time to change that equation. Imagine if we could hire 4,000 more teachers in this country using that money and pay them each $100,000. Pay them what the bureaucrats get in Washington, D.C. How many more kids would get a better education? I suspect a lot more kids would get a better education. This was a re-election ploy that was foisted on America by Jimmy Carter and Congress at the time. in 1979. It did not work. He did not get reelected. It was not a good idea. But here we are. We're stuck with it. It's time, as I said before, to reevaluate this. I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment, to show that we support public education. We support the rights of parents to determine through their school boards, the rights of teachers. The teachers know what to teach and how to teach. They don't need the federal government telling them. What your child learns or how your child learns shouldn't be dependent on who won the presidential election and who became Secretary of Education. It's too important to leave it up to that. You need to leave it up to your community, to the teachers and the parents. With that, I urge adoption of this and the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is not a complicated amendment. Just ask whether you want a Department of Education. I think we should have a Department of Education, and therefore ask for a no vote on this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 16 printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, and I rise to offer an amendment to H.R. 5.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, I should say Dr. McCormick, and member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Dr. McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here today to discuss my amendment to H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights Act. I speak to all of you as a father of 7, an educator for 4 years, both in public and private schools, and a youth minister for over 20 years. It is important to note, as we discuss this legislation, we are not guaranteed just local control in our Constitution, but we're also guaranteed inalienable individual rights, even when inconvenient to the local government, because the ultimate minority we need to protect is the individual. For Amendment 16, it clarifies the H.R. 5's language to ensure parents have the guaranteed opportunity to address their school boards regarding any violation of their parental rights. This right is implied within the bill, but deserves stronger language. As we have seen too frequently across the country, including 2 counties within my district, concerns moms and dads have been silenced, thrown out, and threatened when standing up for their children. This is simply unacceptable. Amendment number 16 serves as a form of accountability. We must ensure parents should be able to provide school boards with feedback to make necessary changes when the rights of the parents or the children are infringed upon. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Virginia, for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, parents already have the right to address their local school board, and it should be done, unfortunately, within reason, but the reasonable amendment was rejected in committee. But you don't need a federal law to instruct school board members who are elected to be polite to the public. The voters can take care of that. But this bill grants a federal right of action to each and every person who shows up at a school board, no matter how obnoxious, extreme, irrelevant, or repetitive that person may be. This amendment is unnecessary because it doesn't do anything to the underlying bill. The underlying bill gives you that so-called right, but we've heard that some parents have been arrested. Again, I'll say again, as I've said before, if they were arrested, it's because the police believe they were committing a crime. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia, Dr. McCormick, is recognized.
Thank you. The attitude that only some parents should be considered, that only some parents should be heard, and that some parents should be arrested is not what we're talking about. We're not talking about the parents who are arrested for doing violent things, and that's a very rare exception. We keep on using these rare exceptions to make a rule. Clearly, we do need us to step up and represent these parents that are unheard. Because when parents are told they cannot come before a school board, there is a reason for us to step up and take action. I think it's simply untrue to say that we already have laws that cover this and you already have access to your school boards, when clearly just in my district alone, that right has been denied. That's what we're fighting over right now, is a parent's right to address a school board when the school board says, nope, I don't want to listen to you. And that's what we're arguing about right now. If it wasn't happening, I wouldn't be standing in front of you right now. And in fact, I probably wouldn't have been elected, because this is one of the main things parents want, is their rights back for them and their children. And with that, I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Could the chair advise how much time I have remaining?
You have 4 minutes remaining.
Mr. Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Kamalaja Dove.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to speak on the amendment and in strong opposition to H.R. 5. Today, I spoke with teachers, principals, and superintendents who have all gone to school to learn how to educate, manage, and supervise the education of our young people, and they oppose this bill and the usurping of their expertise in their field and their ability to teach. H.R. 5 declares that we have now decided that we don't trust our teachers. I have to say the title of this bill is a lie. It is a Trojan horse when it comes to what's best to educating our children. And it is really about the evisceration of public education. I'm a parent. I know what's best for my child, but that doesn't mean I know what's best for your child. And this bill would take the participation of parents out of the decision-making process and truly create anarchy in our education system. You know, earlier today, I was in a committee hearing listening to Republicans talk about China, and this is what I heard them say. They said, shame on China. China is bashing access to education, stifling access to free thought, and banning access to information. The hypocrisy that in banishing and talking about bashing China and bashing China, this bill actually does exactly what they say they don't want to see happen. The poison pill in this bill will actually promote violence and bullying in our schools and of our young kids who are finding themselves and trying to learn who they are. So if you support mob rule, then you support H.R. 5. If you support autocracy, then you support H.R. 5. But the Americans that I know, the constituents in my district, support democracy. And that is not H.R. 5. Democracy is about everyone having a voice. Hypocrisy is about silencing people. No one is suggesting that parents can't and shouldn't be involved in the education of their children and in the activities that are going on in schools. Absolutely. In fact, if more parents were engaged, teachers would feel supported, principals would feel empowered, and communities would thrive. But that is not what H.R. 5 is about. So I am here to defend our education system and ensure that our students and our teachers go to school unencumbered by political agendas so that they can live and learn freely about who they are and the history of this country and the world. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Georgia, Dr. McCormick, is recognized.
May I know how much time I have?
You have 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. I take offense in thinking that mob rule is a parent standing up for their child. I take offense in thinking that teachers and school systems are the only one that can say so. I take offense that just giving the opportunity for a parent to give feedback to a school board is something other than the most representative sort of government that we have. The First Amendment allows us to speak openly against our government, against our elected officials, and to express our opinions freely. And that's what my amendment's about. There couldn't be any more constitutional amendment. There couldn't be any more freedom and democratic process. There couldn't be any more representative thing for your child than you. I'm empowering you as a woman, as a mother, me as a father, all of us. This isn't just for Democrats or Republicans. This is for every parent to be able to speak freely to their representative body of governance, to their schools. And that's what this amendment is about. And with that, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I yield back.
Yield. Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it in the opinion of the chair, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 17 printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk. I rise to offer amendment to H.R. 5 with amendment number 17, please.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 17, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from Georgia, Dr. McCormick, and a member opposed each will have 5 minutes to control. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment 17 is a simple addition to H.R. 5 that states that parents have the right to be informed of any non-curriculum-based initiatives or events, and parents have the right to opt in their child to such events, excluding birthday celebrations and federal holidays. Examples of these events that my amendment seeks to address include National French Week, Firefighter Appreciation Day, Democracy Day, or any other politically motivated or controversial extracurricular activities. Some of these activities are great. However, it's important that parents aren't simply aware of the activities their children are participating in, but we also want to give parents the ability to be proactive in their child's education and especially their extracurricular activities. This is their right. This amendment has nothing to do with technical careers or college prep. It only applies to initiative and events outside of the curriculum. The American Psychological Association has confirmed that common sense already tells us, which is that parental involvement in education is vital. Students with parents who are involved have a higher chance to get better grades and test scores, have better school attendance, and even better social outcomes. With that, I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia, for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, I'd rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm having a little trouble understanding the amendment, but as I understand it, a student couldn't participate in a non-curriculum-based activity, event, or initiative unless the parents have affirmatively opted in. Otherwise, the students would be prevented from participation in that event. If that's my understanding, if the parents don't get the paperwork in, the students can't participate in the event. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from Georgia, Dr. McCormick, is recognized.
I think that's an excellent point. What do we require opt-in for right now? Right now, for free and reduced lunches, you have to opt in. For a field trip, you have to opt in. For lots of activities, you have to opt in. Things that are good for the children. And if the child wants to go, I guarantee you, as a father of 7, they're going to come to me and say, Dad, I want to go to this. And I'm going to opt in if it's something that I want them to participate in. This is not unprecedented. This is something that gives you power, once again, control of what you want your children to be exposed from that has nothing to do with academics. Nothing to do with academics. This could be used in positive ways or negative ways, depending on how you view your children's education. But there's already plenty of measures to make the content of the curriculum accountable to parental oversight, but the non-curriculum-based events and initiatives don't have these measures. Further, this amendment doesn't state how schools have to get consent from parents one event at a time. The language is drafted so that a school can determine how to best inform and receive a parent's consent, and it can be done for the entire year all at once. That's up to the school. But once again, it empowers parents to have control of things that are outside of academics, which we already have a precedent for. And with that, I reserve the rest of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I yield myself 1 minute. Mr. Chairman, I'm advised that in some Montgomery County, Maryland schools, they have a celebration on Halloween with a costume parade and a Valentine's Day with a class party. If the parents didn't get the paperwork in time, the children can't participate. And I don't know if recess is a non-curriculum based initiative, but I guess until you get your paperwork in, you can't go out and play in recess. Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Clearly, I'm not talking about recess. Let's not get crazy about what kind of things we're claiming right now. I'm talking about, you're right, it could be anything from let me dress up as something vulgar, or it could be anything controversial or non-controversial. It doesn't really matter. Once again, we get back to the content of something we already do. You're right, your kids might benefit greatly from going down to the power station for a field trip, but you already have to opt them in. You're doing that already. I'm talking about things that have nothing to do with academics. This has to do with empowering parents, just like they already are on several occasions, to have control of what your children are exposed to. That is what parental rights are all about. That's empowering each individual as a parent and each student to be exposed to only what they think is pertinent to their education in a way that they want to be presented. And with that, I yield.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I yield myself such time as they may consume. Well, I think we understand it now. We need a federal law to determine how schools handle recess and Halloween or Valentine's Day parties. We need a federal law to tell them how to handle it. I don't think so. I hope we'd oppose the amendment or reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Pardon?
I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. The question now is on the amendment. Nope.
I yield.
The gentleman from Virginia has the only
back.
time. He yields. Yeah. Gentleman yields. Okay, so you're done. Okay. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
On that, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia the gentleman from Georgia will be postponed. Got another one? Come on. All right. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 18, printed in House Report 118-12. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To talk about H.R. 5, Amendment 18.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in House Report number 118-12, offered by Mr. Miller of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 241, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller, and a member opposed each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that kids do better in school and better in life when their parents are involved in their educations. Parents have a right to know what their children are being taught. They have a right to be heard by teachers, by administrators, and certainly by their school board members and other policymakers. They have a right to protect their children's privacy and to keep them safe, and they have a right to know how schools are spending their tax dollars. But these rights are being threatened because some people believe that the government knows better than parents about what their kids need to succeed. They may be comfortable with bureaucracies standing between students and parents, but I'm not. For these reasons and others, I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of the Parents' Bill of Rights to enshrine these principles into law. I thank Chairwoman Fox and Congresswoman Letlow for their leadership in bringing this important legislation forward. Today, I am offering an amendment to further strengthen this bill. My amendment is simple. It includes language to ensure that the rights defined in the Parents' Bill of Rights extend to families of students who choose to pursue career and technical education. One of the great challenges facing our economy is meeting the needs of a changing labor market in the United States. Specifically, we must address the skills gap. CTE achieves this goal. In my home state of Ohio, 54% of jobs require skills training. During the 2020-2021 school year, Ohio had over 127,000 secondary CTE participants. In the class of 21, we earned over 59,000 industry-recognized credentials while graduating high school. These are among the hardest working students that you'll find, regardless of educational route. And these students matter just as much as those who go to college. My amendment ensures that families of CTE students are protected by the law in the same way that students on the traditional route are protected. I vote in support of this amendment, and it sends the message that career and technical education is not only good for students, but it's great for students. It's great for business, and it's great for our communities. I urge our colleagues to vote yes on that, and thank you, and I reserve my time, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment, you actually would assume that this was part of the bill to begin with. Since it's a bad bill, making sure that this is in it is just another bad idea. For example, it brings in the provision that you have to notify the parents in advance of all the speakers that may be participating. So if you're in a career and technical education and you have a career day, you got to identify all the speakers that are coming to career day, so the parents, if you can get that list, all of them would have to be notified. It would limit the use of employers as speakers, because you'd have to know exactly which one is going to show up. And that would limit the student's ability to learn the high-wage, in-demand jobs available at a career day. But basically, this just makes sure that the career and technical education is part of the bill. And insofar it's a bad bill, I would hope the amendment would be rejected. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fundamentally believe that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle mean well, but I am shocked and appalled that we don't support technical education and that this is a solid amendment. What I just heard, Mr. Chair, is that some of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't like our union counterparts, who don't like our carpenters, who don't like our pipe fitters, who don't like our welders, and who don't like our steel workers that we support. That is what I'm hearing, and I am disturbed by the fact that we cannot support the silent majority within this country, the backbone of our nation in technical education throughout this country. It really is tough for me to swallow right now, but I'm glad that the American people can see this for what it is, and I reserve my time, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I yield myself 1 minute. Mr. Chairman, that is exactly not what I said. There's nothing wrong with carpenters or other careers. It said that if you have a career day, you may not be able to have the career day unless you can get all the speakers lined up well in advance and notify all the parents in advance who they're going to be. And if you've got a plumbing firm wanting to participate, you got to figure out which plumber is going to actually show up so you notify the parents of the right one. This adds just too much confusion to it. You may not even be able to have a career day. And so to suggest that I'm not in favor of career and technical education is ridiculous. If you want a reasonable program, and you have to allow for the participation of people to come in and speak, talk about the high-wage, in-demand jobs that are available, and forcing the school to outline each and every speaker and know each and every person that's going to show up at a career day before the career day in time to notify the parents is absurd.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio yields.
I yield.
Gentleman from
I yield
Virginia
back.
yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises. Okay.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 5, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 5 and has come to no resolution thereon. thereon. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the veto message on H.J. Res. 30.
Without objection, so ordered. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
So ordered. Without objection. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor my good friend, Dr. William Clark, on his birthday. Bill is a resident of Waycross, Georgia, where he practices as an ophthalmologist at the Clark Eye Clinic. He followed in his father's footsteps, returning to Southeast Georgia after graduating from the Medical College of Georgia at Augusta University. He has since been one of the most highly sought-after ophthalmologists in the entire state. Bill is more than just a physician. He is a leader in our community, in our district. He has served as the chair of the Okefenokee Swamp Park Board of Trustees, chair of the Waycross Ware County Industrial Development Authority, chair of the Waycross Convention and Visitors Bureau, and executive committee member of the Georgia Chamber of Commerce. Dr. Clark's impact on ophthalmology in the 1st District will be felt for generations to come. I won't embarrass Dr. Clark and mention his age, but I will say he is much older than I am. Happy birthday, Bill. Thank you for all you do for our district. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection. Oh, thank you very much. Without objection, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor firefighter Les Gibbs on his retirement. Les is one of the best friends I have in the world, Mr. Speaker. When I was a single man, I'd always enjoy going honky-tonking with Les because he didn't drink and neither did I. And I knew I wasn't going to have to do anything because when we go to the Cotton Eye Joe, the ladies would be tripping over me and pushing me out of the way to get in line to dance with Les. Les has always been a good friend to me, and my parents loved him too. When I'd ask him to go eat pizza with me, he'd always ask, "Are Charlie and Joyce going?" It was always clear to me that they ranked a little bit higher than me on his list, and that was okay because I had very cool parents. He loved them right up into the end, and he was the man who actually carried my mama out of the nursing home when she died. You could always count on his motorcycle to run, and you could always count on mine to break down. When I got a new bike, which was actually a new bike for me, but old to anybody else, he'd say, "Oh, I got a new rope," because he knew he was going to have to pull it, and that was a true statement. I was there on the day he was sworn in as a firefighter in the city of Knoxville, and I wish I could be in Tennessee instead of Washington when he retires. I'm hoping that my beautiful wife, Kelly, and daughter, Isabel, will be there. They love Lester because he's always been good to me and my folks and the community around him. I can't thank him enough for that. He's been a great friend to me, and he's been a better firefighter, and he's been a great friend to hundreds, if not thousands, of other people. And I wish him nothing but good times in retirement. Thank you for everything, Lester, and you've done for me and my family, brother. You're very much loved.
Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized. Oh, I'm sorry. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Archbishop Hoban boys basketball team from Ohio's 13th Congressional District in the city of Akron for winning the Division I boys basketball championship for the year 2023. On Saturday, the Archbishop Hoban Knights defeated Pickerington Central 53-47 in the Division I championship, marking the team's first title in 34 years. This was Archbishop Hoban's first appearance at the state championship since they last won the title in 1989. These student athletes have made the entire Akron community proud and continue to display their excellence, determination, and work ethic both on the court and in the classroom. I also want to congratulate head coach T.K. Griffith, who has led the Hoban boys basketball program for 30 years, as well as the staff, trainers, parents, cheerleaders, and everyone that helped carry these student athletes over the finish line. They are, in fact, the reason why Ohio 13 is the birthplace of champions. Congratulations one more time to Ohio's 13 Champion of the Week, the Fearless Knights, for bringing the Division I home trophy back home to Akron. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are begging for a compromise, asking for our trust. We trusted that our children would be safeguarded from lewd content such as this book. I can't quote a page nor show a page from this book because it's against decorum for this body. Why is this appropriate in our schools? Here's the reality. We used to trust our educators. We trusted that our educators respected the boundaries of the home. We trusted that they would leave the rearing of our children to the parents. We trusted that the curriculum was not formulated by bureaucrats and that classrooms would not be transformed into indoctrination camps. We trusted that our school boards would respect children's parents and not rear to them as domestic terrorists when they voice their concerns. But we were let down. The Parents' Bill of Rights will put the power back in the hands of parents and provide them with the information they need to ensure their children receive the best education. Parents have a right to know what their children are taught. Parents have a right to see the school budget and spending. Parents have the right to keep their children safe. And with that, I yield back.
Okay, so that's done. Just start reading this? Yeah, just that first part. Okay. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I am so delighted to be joined this evening by women members of the Democratic Women's Caucus. The chairwoman, Lois Frankel, is here with us this evening, and vice chairs, Ayanna Presley and Vice Chair Kathy Manning, and other members of the Democratic Women's Caucus, Ms. Sydney, Representative Sydney Kamlager-Dove is here with us this evening, as well as Representative Amelia Sykes. We are from Ohio. We are celebrating Women's History Month. And what we thought we would do today is to talk about many of the women who have come to Congress and have made history and have made a big difference in this very male-oriented institution. We just want to call your attention to this chart. And it starts here at about 1917, quite frankly, when Jeanette Rankin was the first woman elected to Congress. 1917. All the way back from 1789, he finally elected a woman in 1917. She served 1 year, not even one term, because she voted against the war. And where we are today. So clearly within 1 hour, Mr. Speaker, we don't have a chance to talk about all of these women. But I think that the women that we have chosen to speak about are women who found that they had the same profound challenges in this institution. They were highly educated, very intelligent, and yet they faced tremendous hurdles, but they overcame them and made a big difference in our institution. We're going to talk about Bella Abzug from New York tonight. We're going to talk about now Senator Tammy Baldwin from Wisconsin, who was a member of this body. We're going to talk about Patsy Mink and now Secretary Marcia Fudge from Ohio, who was Representative Fudge. We're going to talk about Shirley Chisholm. And we may mention a thing or two about Nancy Pelosi from California, who is our Speaker Emerita. Barbara Jordan, Lucille Roybal Allard, Stephanie Tubbs Jones, Senator Mazie Hirono, who was a member of this body before she went over to the Senate, Pat Schroeder, who just recently passed, Geraldine Ferraro, and we're going to talk about now Secretary Deb Haaland, who's a former House member, as the first Native American cabinet secretary, but also one of two first Native Americans to be elected to this body, along with Representative Sharice Davids. We're going to talk about the first Muslim women to join our body, Representative Rashida Tlaib and Representative Ilhan Omar. I would love now to yield to the chairwoman of the Democratic Women's Caucus, and I will yield to her, Mr. Speaker, as much time as she might consume.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you to my great colleague from Wisconsin, Gwen Moore, for yielding and for organizing this session tonight. And happy to be with all my colleagues that are here tonight also. So I am very, very proud to be a Congresswoman in one of the most diverse Congresses ever in our history. It is the most diverse. We now have 94 Democratic women, and we even have quite a few Republican women, which is great. And listen, I'm here as a mother and a grandmother as we celebrate Women's History Month. It's a time to reflect on the historic gains women have made and reclaim our efforts as we march to equity. And this is a time when we pay tribute, sister, I'll call you sister, yes. I feel like you're my sister, to the strong, fearless, and selfless women who paved the way for us all. You know, when I think about it, just about every one of us here was first at something. But we know we're not going to be last. We're first, but not last. And in that regard, I'm going to do a couple of shout-outs. I want to shout out to our Vice President Kamala Harris, the first Vice President of the United States, who, of course, graced our Senate. And I want to shout out to the first woman of color ever elected to this Congress, Patsy Mink, who was the first Asian American, and also the author of Title IX, which has meant so much for women to advance in education. And I'm going to also do a shout out to someone who was one of my very good friends, who I miss already as she retired last year, and that's Lucille Roybal Allard, a very proud California member, first Mexican-American woman to be in Congress. But, you know, it's not really their ethnic identity that I think about. I just remember, because I got to serve with Lucille Roybal Allard, her grit, her determination, the first woman, what we call cardinal, in charge of a woman of color in charge of Appropriations Committee, and a lot of battles as chair of the Homeland Security Subcommittee. And I know I just want to tell you what she left with. She left a quote: "One thing I hope is that the people that I have represented over the years know that I've worked hard as I possibly could on their behalf, and that I served them honorably, and that hopefully I made a positive difference in their life." And I will tell you this, Lucille Roybal Allard, if you're listening to this, you made a positive difference in many, many people's life. And now, Madam Chair, tonight, or Mr. Speaker, if I can, let me talk about someone who's a personal hero of mine. I should say heroine. Bella Abzug. And what a trailblazer. We know her for her hats. She always wore a hat. And she is a giant of the women's rights movement whose shoulders we all stand on today. Battling Bella, as she was affectionately known. She was on the front line of every issue of her time. She was born to Russian immigrants in the Bronx, and even as a young girl working in her father's butcher shop, she knew she wanted to be a lawyer. She went to Hunter College, where she was on the student council, and then set her sights on Harvard. But the school had other thoughts. They ultimately rejected her because of her gender. But Columbia University was much more astute. And she earned her law degree there, became a lawyer at a time when very, very few women were practicing law. She defended black clients in the South. She dedicated her time to fighting labor rights, tenants' rights, and civil liberties. She worked with the ACLU and the Civil Rights of Congress. She marched for equal rights, for feminism, environmentalism, and the LGBTQ plus community. She organized the Women's Strike for Peace in the 1960s. She brought together tens of thousands of women across America to protest nuclear testing and the Vietnam War. And in 1970, decades into her career, she was elected to the Congress, where she served until 1976. And in these halls, she introduced bills to remove troops from Vietnam. She fought for the Equal Rights Amendment, access to abortion care, funding for child care, and gay rights. And she led the charge to make it illegal for credit companies to discriminate against applicants based on the basis of sex, race, religion, and marital status or age. Believe it or not, sister, there was a time that women couldn't even get credit in their own name. And then outside of Congress, Bella founded the National Women's Political Caucus with other feminist icons, Betty Friedan, Shirley Chisholm, and Gloria Steinem. Bella Abzug was a true force to be reckoned with, a passionate and compassionate leader who wore many hats, literally and figuratively, and fiercely stood up for her values regardless of political consequences. She once said of herself, sister, I think her description probably describes a lot of the women in this room tonight. She said, "I've been described as a tough and noisy woman, a prize fighter, a man-hater, you name it. They call me Battling Bella, mother of courage. There are those who say I'm impatient, impetuous, uppity, rude, profane, brash, and overbearing. or whether I'm any of these things or of them, you can decide for yourself. But whatever I am, and this must be made very clear at the outset, I am a very serious woman. And she was a woman to be taken seriously, and she did not back down from the biggest fights of her generation. She did not give up creating a better world for her children, her children's children. And as women, members of Congress, looking back at her legacy, we take courage from her actions, and we will continue to fight to build the equitable world that she dreamed of. Bella never backed down, and neither will we. And sister, I yield back.
Oh my, that was great. Thank you so much, Representative Franco, for that. And I must say that from afar, Bella Abzug influenced me. I knew who she was. I knew about her creating the feminist, helping to create the feminist movement, and it empowered me as a woman. And with regard to Representative Lucille Roybal Allard, just let me say, not only was she, it was pointed out, of course, she was the first Mexican woman to enter this institution, but it's not enough to just be the first. She came here and she led the way on things like the Violence Against Women Act. She fought and used her post as a cardinal to protect the interests of children, all children, and we will truly miss her. She mentioned Senator Tammy Baldwin. No, she didn't mention Senator. She mentioned Senator Mazie Hirono. She was a former House member, now in the Senate. She went to the Senate, first Asian woman elected to the Senate. But she's also the first Buddhist who enters this body. And so diversity is important so that all voices are in this body. And we thank you, Lois, for lifting up these women. I'm so pleased at this time to introduce one of the people who's younger than me, but that I get so much younger than me. I guess people are laughing because that's really not hard to tell, but someone who inspires me, someone who is already made her mark in this body, and she's one of our vice chairwomen of the Democratic Women Caucus, and that's Ayanna Pressley from Massachusetts. And I will yield, Mr. Speaker, to her as much time as she might consume.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thankful for my sister in service here, my indefatigable colleague from Wisconsin who leads on so many issues of consequence, especially in the space of anti-poverty and the stabilization of family and women's health. Appreciate you. I'm just so glad that we could take the time to pay tribute to the women who've come before us, who have kicked open doors, broken ceilings, powered movements, blazed a trail, been role models, mentored us by their example, and more intentionally poured into us if we had the privilege to serve alongside them. And thank you as well for your sisterhood and your mentorship, Gwen. Mr. Speaker, neither my mother, Sandy, or my father, Martin, raised me to ask permission to lead. I do believe that a parent is a child's first and best teacher. And instead of traditional bedtime stories of princes and knights in shining armor, my mother read me the powerful speeches of Black congresswomen like Barbara Jordan and Shirley Chisholm. Since my formative years, I have felt this soul tie to Shirley Chisholm, long before my work led me to this chamber. In fact, My first office here as a freshman in the 116th Congress was formerly Shirley Chisholm's office. Not only was Shirley, and I don't say that to be any way disrespectful by not referring to her as a congresswoman, but she is in fact so iconic that you can just say her first name and it is clear who you are talking about. Not only was Shirley a first, as the first Black woman elected to the House of Representatives, she was disruptive, she was brave, she was a trailblazer. In fighting injustice, she was an inspiration. Very often, iconic leaders can be singularly defined by one great speech and some powerful quotes. I think it is tempting to do that with Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, but it would be a disservice to do so. While certainly she was the first Black woman elected to Congress, the first Black woman to pursue the U.S. presidency, let the record reflect that Shirley Chisholm was an effective legislator in her own right, serving here for 7 terms, the daughter of immigrants from Barbados and Guyana. She has blazed the trail for every Black woman in this body, including myself today, as the first person of color and the first Black woman to ever represent the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the U.S. House of Representatives. Everyone, including Vice President Kamala Harris, owes her a debt of gratitude. But her contributions go well beyond that. During her time in these sacred halls of power, Shirley played a critical role in advancing policies that support our most vulnerable and marginalized communities. As a member of the Agricultural Committee, Shirley was pivotal in enacting the SNAP program, which helps feed over 42 million people each year. She was also one of 13 founding members in 1971 of the Congressional Black Caucus, which today boasts its largest membership in history, and she was also a founding member of the National Women's Political Caucus. Everyone wants to be a part of something when it's already established, but it takes a certain kind of grit, vision, and determination to be the founder of something. Shirley was both a visionary and a doer, and tenacious in the actualization of these caucuses, which live on today. And Shirley Chisholm was a forceful champion for the Equal Rights Amendment, a cause I'm honored to lead in partnership with my colleagues and movement allies in the House today. In her words, in the words of Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, spoken right here in the People's House, she said, the ERA, quote, provides a legal basis for attack on the most subtle, most pervasive, and most institutionalized form of prejudice that exists, discrimination against women, solely on the basis of their sex, is so widespread that it seems to many persons normal, natural, and right, unquote. Mr. Speaker, Black women like Shirley Chisholm have done the work of preserving and defending our democracy for centuries, but for far too often, our contributions are ignored, erased, or rendered a footnote in history. And it's not lost on me that the first time the ERA was put forward, women of color were not even a part of the conversation. Today, there will be no erasure. We stand on the shoulders of folks like Shirley Chisholm leading a multiracial, intergenerational coalition to advance this priority. Mr. Speaker, when asked how she wanted to be remembered, Shirley Chisholm said that she wanted to be remembered as a Black woman who lived in the 20th century and dared to be herself, a catalyst for change. Today, during Women's History Month and every month, we honor women like Shirley, we follow in their footsteps, and we continue running, winning, leading, legislating, and taking up all the space with our full, authentic selves, just as Shirley taught us. May she rest in peace and power. Happy Women's History Month. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you so much, Representative Presley. And what a great tribute to a great woman. Let me just say that I am so happy to welcome to the podium, Mr. Speaker, another woman who's new. She's a freshman, but I tell you, she is a powerhouse and full of energy, ideas, here, ready to do the work from North Carolina, is one of our vice chairs of the Democratic Women's Caucus, Kathy Manning.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Congresswoman Moore for leading this special order hour. I want to thank our Democratic Women's Caucus Chair, Representative Frankel, and also my co-chair of the Policy Committee, Representative Presley, for being with us tonight to celebrate this important moment. I rise today to celebrate Women's History Month and to recognize 3 courageous women from North Carolina who broke the glass ceiling and paved the way for future women in politics. First, I want to honor a true trailblazer from North Carolina, Gertrude Weil, a Jewish woman from Goldsboro, North Carolina, the daughter of immigrants who dedicated her life to fighting for women's equality, labor reforms, and civil rights. Gertrude led the tireless fight for women's right to vote through an organization she led, the North Carolina Equal Suffragette Association. In 1920, following years of suffragette advocacy, the 19th Amendment was finally ratified, giving women the right to vote. And following the ratification, Gertrude called a meeting at the Guilford County Courthouse to announce that her organization would no longer be the suffragettes, but would now become the North Carolina League of Women Voters. It was at that courthouse in downtown Greensboro that Gertrude famously said, "It is so obvious that to treat people equally is the right thing to do." I recently had the pleasure of attending the unveiling of a monument in her honor and a mile marker at the Guilford County Courthouse, 102 years after Gertrude formed the North Carolina League of Women Voters. I also want to honor Eliza Jane Pratt. In 1946, she became the first woman elected to the U.S. Congress from North Carolina, breaking down the centuries-old barrier women had to overcome in politics. Prior to her election in Congress, Congresswoman Pratt served as a legislative aide to the 4 congressmen who preceded her in representing the district. She was known for having an impressive understanding of her constituents' needs and the district. Finally, I want to recognize Congresswoman Eva Clayton, the first black woman elected to the U.S. House of Representatives from North Carolina. Congresswoman Clayton put the interests of her rural communities above all else, as she fiercely advocated for the black farmers that her district and the state relied upon. These women were firsts in North Carolina politics, but they were certainly not lasts. Today, I stand before you as one of 5 women representing North Carolina in the House of Representatives. The legacies of the women who came before us cleared a path for other women to legislate, represent, and advocate for their communities in Congress. This Women's History Month, let's honor the legacies of those who came before us by committing to build a better, more equitable future for the next generation of girls and women. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Representative Manning, for that eloquent presentation. I just want to thank you for sticking around and believing that someday we would get around to you. I am wondering if, Representative Kamlager Dove is still with us. Okay. I am so happy. Yes, she is. I'm going to take her first. I am so delighted to introduce this new member from California. She has succeeded our former colleague, Karen Bass, who is now the mayor of Los Angeles. When Karen Bass left, she told us, don't worry, don't bother trying to miss me because I am sending in the best and the brightest from my community, and she's going to hit the ground running, and she certainly has been a great colleague. And so I will yield to Representative Kamlager-Dove as much time as she might consume.
Thank you, Representative Moore. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with all of these other fabulous women in Congress to celebrate female trailblazers in Congress. And I'm going to speak to many of those trailblazers who hail from California. This is a shout out to some bad sisters. I am here to honor former Representative Karen Bass, the now mayor of Los Angeles. You know, you have to love the people if you want to lead the people. And Karen Bass, Mayor Karen Bass, loves Los Angeles. Stepping into her shoes in Congress has been an incredibly humbling journey. You know, Ms. Bass has a long history of public service, working in the California State Assembly before coming here to Congress. And in fact, she was the first female speaker, let alone the first black woman, but the first female speaker of the California State Assembly, an incredibly powerful body. California, after all, is the 5th largest economy in the world. And when she was first elected to the Assembly, she was the only black woman in the entire state legislature. She then came to Congress and eventually served as the chair of the mighty, moral Congressional Black Caucus from 2019 to 2021 before launching her mayoral campaign. Mayor Karen Bass is a champion for the people in every single way, leading the charge on foreign diplomacy, criminal justice reform, foster youth, and environmental justice. Karen Bass worked and works in a quiet, forceful, bipartisan way. And Ms. Bass found results for the people while she was here in Congress. You know, following in her footsteps, I support the same issues that matter to Angelenos and Americans across the country. It is important to note that her work ethic stems from her own journey. She was a caretaker, she was a nurse, she was a nurturer, she was a problem solver. She started her journey actually as a nurse. She eventually became a social worker. She got her degree in that. And then she started Community Coalition, a nonprofit organization that rose from the ashes of the 1992 riots, focused on equity, access, and opportunity. Karen Bass is now the first female mayor of Los Angeles. And she is the second African American to hold the position since the founding of the city. She continues to break boundaries and passionately serve the people, addressing critical issues now with laser-like focus, issues like homelessness, affordable housing, and increasing opportunity for all. Mayor Karen Bass is bringing a new direction to Los Angeles with a vision that advances equity and progress for the people. So I am proud not just to call her my mayor, but a friend and a mentor and a guiding light in the fight for justice. I would be remiss as a Californian if I also didn't pay homage to fellow trailblazers like former Congresswoman Yvonne Brathwaite Burke. She was a congresswoman who dared to be the first woman in Congress to have and raise a child while in Congress. Or former Congresswoman Diane Watson, who also served in this very seat and was a staunch advocate for education. She fought against xenophobia, and she was a vocal leader on issues related to reparations for descendants of American slaves. I have to say that I come from a lineage of black women in this seat, black women who can't be beat. They are sheroes, mostly because they are ordinary women who dared and continue to dare to do extraordinary things, sometimes just by showing up, standing tall, leading with constitution, and not taking no for an answer. I am proud to be part of this group of women that celebrate the power, the female power, that comes to us in Congress in these hallowed halls. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Representative Kamlager-Dove. And let me just say, I knew all of those women from California, and I mean, they were California dreams, all of them. I just remember Ambassador Diane Watson became an ambassador, and she could take you, she never, ever, ever met a stranger. And she could stay up all night and all day. I don't know where she got the energy from, but she was a people person. And when she left, she told us, don't worry, I'm sending you someone great. And she gave us Karen Bass. Just like Karen Bass said, don't worry, I'm sending you somebody great. And we got you, Representative Kamlager-Dove, and we are very, very pleased. I am so delighted to introduce our next speaker, someone that when I met her, she was a candidate. And I knew immediately that she would win her race in Ohio. Just her determination, her resolve to do it. She didn't have a lot of people at that time who were saying, oh yeah, come on. She didn't have a big fundraising base. But I knew that she was resolute to get here, and already she's speaking up, asking questions, taking names. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, this is not the last time you will see Representative Emilia Sykes. But so let me be the first to introduce you to her.
Thank you, Congresswoman, and thank you for organizing this special order hour so that we can recognize women who have led the way, who are trailblazers, history makers, glass breakers, and overall fantastic human beings. You may know, or you may not know, Mr. Speaker, that Ohio has elected 13 women to Congress. And these women have been incredible role models and leaders for girls and women, as well as boys and men across this country, but particularly for us in Ohio. And I'm going to take a few moments today just to talk about a few of those women, just about 8 of them, and starting in 1977 with the first Democratic woman elected to Congress from Ohio, and her name was Mary Rose Okar. She, at the age of 36, was one of the youngest women ever elected to Congress and the first Arab American woman ever elected to Congress in the United States. The next Democratic woman elected to Congress, you all know, Congresswoman Tubbs Jones lost her life in 2008, but I got to know her and my family got to know her very well, and her spirit, her passion was unmatched. And the people of Cleveland were the people who she always, always championed. And something that she said stuck out to me, and I want to read it to you all here because this is a great reminder for all of us who serve in this hallowed institution. She said that if they, our constituents, are willing to stand at the polls for countless hours in the rain, then I should surely stand up for them here in Congress. The fourth woman from Ohio I'm going to acknowledge is Congresswoman, now Judge of the 9th District Court of Appeals, Betty Sutton. Betty Sutton was the youngest woman elected, and I am honored to take her seat, Ohio's 13th District, in Congress. And Betty Sutton was not only a member of Congress, now the judiciary, but also local, city, county, and state elected office. Following Betty Sutton, I am going to acknowledge Marcia Fudge, a woman who certainly needs no introduction, who now serves as the Secretary of Housing and Human Development. Congresswoman, now Secretary Fudge, served the House in Northeast Ohio honorably for 7 terms, and we are grateful for her new position where she leads this nation in affordable housing for all people, no matter where they may reside across the country. Mary Jo Kilroy, the Congresswoman from Central Ohio, served 1 term, and she was a vocal supporter of the Affordable Care Act. And it is a fitting tribute to talk about her today, considering it is the 13th anniversary of that bill passing, and she was instrumental in a very important vote to ensuring health care for people across this nation. The first Democratic minority leader in the Ohio House, you may not know, Mr. Speaker, was none other than Joyce Beatty. She was the former CBC chair, most recently serving, and someone who I was able to follow in the Ohio legislature, but she is a towering figure here in Congress, and we are so excited to have her as a leader in Central Ohio. Shontel Brown, who won not 1, but 2, but 3 elections in a very short amount of time to make sure that folks knew how serious she was about representing the people of Northeast Ohio. She came from Warrensville Heights City Council to the Cuyahoga County Council to becoming the first Black woman to lead the Cuyahoga County Democratic Party. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I am number 13. Amelia Sykes, representing the 13th Congressional District of Ohio and Ohio's 13th woman member elected from Congress. Mr. Speaker, as I close my remarks, I want to remind those who may be watching that none of us would be here, none of the women that we've talked about, without the gracious and tenacious activities of the suffragettes who made sure that we even had the right to vote so we could stand here in Congress to advocate for our communities. And I always like to talk about Sojourner Truth. Although she was not a member of Congress and although she was not a person from Ohio, she gave a very important speech in my district in Ohio 13 called Ain't I a Woman? And at the end of that speech, she reminded us that if the first woman that God ever made was strong enough to turn this world upside down, then all these women together ought to be able to get it right side up again. And that is what the legacy of the women from Ohio and throughout the nation who have served in this Congress have done. Get this world right side up again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing us the time to talk about influential women in Congress, and I yield back.
Oh, thank you so much, Representative Sykes, for that very enlightening presentation of the 13 women who have been elected to Congress from the great state of Ohio. Mr. Speaker, we have just about spoken about most of the women that we have on this poster board here. We named this little session a dozen women and then some. Because as you have heard this evening, there are many, many, many more women that we could have talked about, but we could not squeeze it all into 1 hour. But I would be remiss if I did not mention a couple of other women before we yield back our time. Senator Tammy Baldwin from Wisconsin. Senator Tammy Baldwin served in this body before she was elected to the state Senate. She was the first openly LGBTQ person to be elected to Congress, being her authentic self, not shying away from who she was and still was elected to the United States Senate, to the U.S. Congress. But before then, ladies and gentlemen, Tammy Baldwin served on the county board in Madison, Wisconsin. And before that, she was appointed to the Common Council, to the aldermanic district because of someone's absence, and didn't have to face the voters because that is just how much they trusted Tammy Baldwin. Tammy Baldwin has a resume that is too long to share with you this evening. But let me tell you some of the things that I rejoice about. Tammy Baldwin was the key legislator that put the provision into the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare, to allow us parents to keep their children on their insurance plan until they were age 26. And she did that because her own lived experience as a person who was in custody of her grandparents, and her grandparents were unable to put her on their insurance. They had to pay out of pocket thousands and thousands of dollars while Tammy Baldwin was in the hospital for months. And it's that lived experience that gave Tammy Baldwin a passion for health care that she brought here to this body. And now millions of young people who are struggling to get an education, to go to college, who perhaps don't have careers that have come together yet, can have health insurance because of the Affordable Care Act. Thank you, Tammy Baldwin. Also, Tammy Baldwin was able just recently to pass a bill that signed into law to provide for same-sex marriage, something that has been a controversial issue in Congress for years, but Tammy Baldwin, with her very soft demeanor and very understated presentation, was able to bring together. Thank you, Tammy Baldwin, for being who you are. Another person who was not an openly gay person was Barbara Jordan. But Barbara Jordan really spoke truth to power during the Nixon administration. And unlike what we have gone through recently, her service on the Judiciary Committee at that time was one of the most powerful voices that enabled the country to realize that they needed to end this presidency on a bipartisan basis. Thank you, Barbara Jordan, for speaking truth to power. A person who just passed away recently was Pat Schrader. She was Miss Feminist. She was someone who kept things on boiling hot all the time in this body. She was very anti-war, and she ran on an anti-war platform. She ran on a platform of child care, providing child care for women. And she far before it was talked about, the environment. And so someone asked her, she was one of the first people to actually have very small children when she was elected. And someone asked her, Pat, how can you raise children and be a congresswoman? She said, well, I've got a uterus and a brain, and I use them both. From Colorado, she was someone who spent 24 years in the House. She was the first person to help to get the family and medical leave passed. And I think that that was probably her signature achievement in this body. And after she left, she wrote a book, 24 Years of Housework, and the place is still a mess. So we ought to lean into Pat Schroeder and get busy cleaning up the house. I want to talk about Geraldine Ferraro, another person who was a member of this body. And of course, she was the first woman who was a vice presidential nominee. Yet another woman who dared to step into spaces where women had never treaded. Thank you, Geraldine Ferraro, for your fierce belief in women. And I would be remiss if I did not mention a couple of women, a few women, who are still serving in this body. One is Representative Sharice Davids. Sharice Davids is one of the first Native American women, alongside Deb Haaland, elected to this body. And you know, when I met Deb Haaland, after I hugged her when she was running for Congress, I looked at her and said, why the heck did it take you so long to get here? The voices of Native people were desperately needed in this space. And Deb Haaland, who is now our Interior Secretary and the first Native person who has been an Interior Secretary, these are people who have filled a huge void with regard to protecting the sovereignty of the first peoples of these United States. And I am grateful for their presence. I also am very grateful for our finally electing Muslims to this body. Rashida Tlaib of Michigan, Ilhan Omar of Minnesota. These voices are so important, particularly since there is so much debate around the world about Muslims and about their trustworthiness and reliability and about their religious beliefs. They have shown us that Muslims care very, very deeply about America. There is no two people in this body that care more about America than Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. Ilhan Omar was not only an immigrant, she was a refugee to this country. She is someone that loves America because we opened the door of opportunity for her. And she has insights that none of us can see because of the space that she has occupied. I give honor to all these women. And of course, I adore Marcy Kaptur. I think Representative Sykes made a great tribute to Marcy Kaptur, but I would be remiss if I did not tell you how she has influenced me. I love Lake Michigan, which I represented in Wisconsin, and no one is more adamant about protecting this great resource, our Great Lakes, than Marcy Kaptur. I mean, we have 20% of the world's fresh water, more valuable than oil and gas, which people spend so much time protecting. But we've got Marcy Kaptur to protect the greatest resource that this country has. Before I close, I just want to mention one other person on here that we have not talked about today. and that is Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi. Nancy, as you know, was the first woman Speaker of the House of Representatives. And I would argue that history will designate her as the best Speaker ever. Just, when, I was elected in Congress the same year that she became Speaker, the term after, in the 106th Congress. And I mean, by the time Barack Obama was elected, the first black president of the United States, I still couldn't pick myself up off the floor. I was just so overwhelmed by what it meant to have this mother and grandmother be able to deal with all of the different factions in the Democratic caucus and to bring them all together to accomplish our purposes here. I mean, we had the Blue Dogs and the Progressive Party and the New Dems. And Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi was a person who could get the vote. You don't bring bills to the floor unless you got the vote. And Nancy was able to do it. Some of her greatest achievements was the Affordable Care Act, so-called Obamacare. And the Affordable Care Act has provided millions, 20 million people who were formerly uninsured with affordable, comprehensive health care. It is a big deal, people. And I know President Barack Obama gets credit for that, but Nancy is the one that got the votes. Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi got the votes for the ACA. And I mean, it was difficult. This signature accomplishment is right up there with the passage of Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security. This safety net program will be Nancy Pelosi's greatest legacy. But after she accomplished her greatest legacy, she wouldn't stop. She kept going. She shepherded the American Rescue Plan, which saved many people, just got shots in arms during a pandemic. She shepherded the American Rescue Plan that kept people from being evicted from their homes, saved businesses, small businesses, and saved our economy. Thank you, Nancy Pelosi. Such a great accomplishment. But she didn't stop then. She got the bipartisan infrastructure bill passed. Bipartisan in a hugely divided Congress. This bill provided the greatest investment in clean energy that the world has ever seen. It has put us on track for meeting our climate goals by 2030. Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi presided over that accomplishment. The Inflation Reduction Act. The Inflation Reduction Act, again, supports our environment, but not only that, it provides billions of dollars of relief by allowing, finally, this Congress to negotiate drug prices for Medicare. One of the biggest expenses this country has is Medicare, a signature program that supports our seniors. And while everyone is complaining about how we're going to continue to fund Medicare, this Inflation Reduction Act, this ability to do what you do in capitalist countries. I mean, if this were IBM or Dell or Starbucks or Amazon or any other large corporation that purchased as much health care for their employees as the United States of America does through Medicare and through the VA and through Medicaid, of course they'd be able to sit down and negotiate drug prices based on the critical mass of people that they're serving. But we've lost millions, billions of dollars protecting a rich pharmaceutical industry where Americans have paid 5, 6 times as much for the same drug as people in Canada or France or other places pay because we were unwilling to deny the fat cats and the shareholders of that company undue remittance. Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi, Speaker Emerita. You know, I ran into Nancy in the bathroom right after she had given up the gavel and yielded to Hakeem Jeffries to be our new leader. And I said, "How you doing, Nancy?" She said, "I am free." And she didn't leave. She's still a member of this body, still providing advice and counsel to our leadership. And she didn't leave here in disgrace. She is leaving with a storied legacy of being a great leader, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, all of the staff who's been here to listen to the powerful story of women. When women lead, America is great. Thank you, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We're going to go after a handful of things, but we're actually going to try something that's somewhat unique for this body. We're actually going to use math. We're going to use facts. We're actually going to get the way the system actually works instead of doing what seems to be a moniker around here is we make public policy by virtue signaling, by feelings. So let's actually go over something that's been just grating on me, and I'm going to try to minimize being a jerk tonight. But if I get one more Democrat running around here screaming at us, we're going to default, da-da-da-da. You remember we got downgraded. That's not what happened. The language S&P did in 2011 wasn't because of the debt ceiling fight. If you actually read it, the U.S. loses AAA credit rating after S&P downgrade, but it was because S&P cuts the long-term U.S. rating by 1 notch to AA+ with negative outlook, citing concerns about budget deficits. Wasn't the debt ceiling. It was the failure of this body to take our demographics, our spending seriously. This is a decade ago. And even earlier today, I heard, I believe it was today or yesterday, I heard one of my colleagues on the other side walk up behind one of these microphones and lie. Excuse me, I take that back. Forget what actually happened. It wasn't because of a fight over the debt ceiling. It was because we didn't do enough to demonstrate to the debt markets around the world our own pension systems, your own retirement, other ones around the world. We didn't communicate to them that we were going to take the debt seriously. And this is a dozen years ago. The agency said The deficit reduction plan passed by the U.S. Congress on Tuesday did not go far enough. This is from 2011. And we still have members running around here going, oh, you're going to default, you're going to do this, oh, just do a clean debt ceiling. My argument is very, very simple. Do you not think the debt markets will punish the United States if we walked in and said, we're just going to keep borrowing? Just raise the damn debt ceiling. Just raise it. Do not take the seriousness of the trouble we're in, the demographic curve we have. Do understand, 9 budget years from now, 9 budget years from now, according to the Congressional Budget Office from 3 weeks ago, you can get rid of all of defense. You can get rid of the White House. You can get rid of Congress. You can get rid of the Supreme Court. You can get rid of all of government. The FBI's gone. The Park Service is gone. Foreign Service is gone. All foreign aid's gone. Money to Ukraine. It's all gone. Every dime is gone. There is no discretionary. You still have to borrow a couple $100 billion. And the next year, it's dramatically worse because the Social Security Trust Fund is gone. The Highway Transportation Trust Fund is gone. The Medicare Part A Trust Fund is long been since gone. This place is an economic fraud. And yet, if you listen to the speeches around here, we do beautiful virtue signaling. My feelings. Screw our feelings. Let's hold out a calculator. The cruelty that will happen around here if we don't take this seriously. Why is this place so terrified to buy a calculator or actually read budget documents? Once again, S&P, and I want to make sure I get this one right. It was S&P, it wasn't Moody's. Take that back. S&P downgraded U.S. debt in 2011. And the number of times I get from reporters outside, aren't you fearful you're going to get downgraded like you did a dozen years ago? That's not what happened. We got downgraded because we didn't take the debt seriously. And the numbers today are dramatically worse than in 2011. But is that the discussions you have around here? Are our brothers and sisters on the left saying, hey, I care about, we got to fix Social Security because in 9 some years, we're going to double senior poverty if we don't fix it because of that 23-25% cut seniors are going to take. Do they have a soul? Do they care? Well, if you cared, when the president gave his State of the Union speech, it would have been not, you promised not to touch Social Security and Medicare. It would be, we're going to save them. So in the president's budget, a number of my colleagues on the left have been running around saying, oh, they put in all this taxing to raise money for Social Security Part A. Remember, that's only 25% of the spending. 3/4 of Medicare comes out of the general fund. And over the 30 years, Medicare is responsible for 75% of all the borrowing. So when we get up to close to $130 billion of borrowed money in 10 years, remember, 75% of that is just the shortfall in Medicare. We got old, and we haven't taken on health care costs, and we're going to finish on that. But it just grates me that this place just makes up stories. We misinterpret because it would require reading and owning a calculator. Yeah, well, we're going to have to deal with the debt ceiling in a serious adult fashion. Fine. I also believe if we do not communicate to the debt markets that we're taking our debt seriously, that they're going to get paid back. Just raising the debt ceiling against, hey, it's a clean debt ceiling, just go borrow more money. You don't think the markets are going to punish or not punish the United States? We need to communicate. We need to demonstrate that we're adults, that we understand how ugly our demographics are, how ugly the borrowing is. Remember, last year I think we were borrowing like $48,000 a second. I get the clown show, it says David, if you just didn't have salaries for members of Congress, that would balance the budget. Now, I know that that's just a stupidity. They know it's stupid. But we calculated it was like 28 minutes of borrowing over an entire year. And a decade from now, it's like 19 minutes of borrowing. I think all foreign aid is like 14 days of borrowing an entire year. Remember, in 9 years, you can wipe out almost everything you know as government, and to have enough cash flow to cover all of Medicare, all of Social Security, all the veterans benefits, all the things that we have on autopilot we call mandatory spending. We still got to borrow a couple $100 billion. Getting the math right is moral. The avoidance and the theater that's gone on around here, where it's saying we're going to get reelected because we're going to vilify vilify Republicans for even being willing to take on the discussion of how much trouble we're in. We're going to beat them up because they're talking about these things. It's absolutely immoral because they're letting it fester, and every single day the math gets harder. And I'm going to show some charts. And this isn't what I wanted to talk about tonight, but I'm finding I'm having to react to all the just crazy propaganda out there as my brothers and sisters on the left do everything they can to avoid the responsibility for what they did with causing inflation and the cascade inflation. You understand, the banking difficulties we have today are a derivative of inflation. You go, huh? Okay, inflation goes up. What do we have to do to knock down inflation? Well, we got two things we could do. We could really step up productivity so we make more goods and services to sop up all the excess cash and spending that's out there. Or we do what this lazy body's been doing for the last couple of years, and that is we'll just let the Federal Reserve raise interest rates, and roll off their books, so we're going to pull liquidity out of the economy. Oh, by the way, when you do that, I'm going to show some charts here. When you do that, what happens if you buy a bond today at 1% and 6 months from now interest rates are at 3%? You do functionally understand you lost 2/3 of the value of that bond. What do you think happened to Silicon Valley Bank? The banking crisis is an absolute derivative of crappy Fed policy, keeping interest rates at zero, and substantially displaced spending like crazy in the previous years, setting off inflation, forcing the raising of interest rates, and now interest rates, when they go up and inflation, create distortions in the economy. I think it was last week or the week before that, I came here and showed how much poorer Americans are, and they don't even know they've been taxed. I think I brought some charts that said, do you understand if you made $60,000 a year and you're in the mean of the country, not my community, when you're in Phoenix and Scottsdale, I've had substantially higher inflation than the rest of the continental United States. But the mean was what, 8-9%. I take your $60,000, 1 year, if you're still making that $60,000, you're actually now only making about $52,000 something. Do you understand you got taxed and you didn't even realize? You knew you were paying more for your groceries and your rent and your electricity, but you also got to understand, where'd that money go? You were taxed. Inflation goes up. Your income, your savings become worth less. And who's the biggest debtor in the world? The United States. Guess what you did? We get to pay back the U.S. sovereign debt with deflated dollars. Or, excuse me, inflated dollars. Meaning, we took your money, put it towards the debt. Now, where we get screwed is we get to do that for a little while. You actually see this funny calculation where debt to GDP moves. And then the fact that we got to constantly roll our debt, and the insatiable appetite of keep spending, keep borrowing, when you're close to 30 cents on every dollar is borrowed. And now you have to sell the bonds at the new higher interest rates. And that's when it functionally eats your lunch. And I've shown over and over and over that it's not that long from now, interest will be the number 2 expense in this country. It'll be more than defense. So when you start to look, here's that point once again. So let's just pretend the inflation caused by reckless monetary policy and spending, da-da-da-da. So you take a bond. Let's take a long-term bond. It's $100. If over, it's a 30-year bond. You bought it in August 2020. Today, that same bond is functionally worth almost 2/3 less money. And this is just an interest rate differential because on that 30-year bond, it's basic. Think of it, it's an annuity. Its value is the interest it throws off. The problem is you could take that same money today and get interest 3 times higher. You want to know about stresses in financial markets? This is it. This is a derivative of inflation. This is a derivative of our spending policies. This is a derivative of the Fed's policies. And I'll do a much better job in coming weeks sort of walking through some of the policy options out there. But you got to understand, you see this red line here? This is functionally what the CBO is telling us. And this is the moment where it's not partisan. It's us. We got gray hair. What we have 76 million baby boomers moving into their benefit years. This red line is almost all health care costs for our brothers and sisters who move into their benefits. There are proposals where you can at least flatten it out. And I'm going to throw a couple things that are just not often considered. I've done so many presentations here about if it's healthcare costs, disrupt the price of healthcare. One of the things you do is you cure people. You also legalize technology. But you got to understand how steep the curve is. And if I get one more person that comes, well, if we just got rid of waste and fraud, foreign aid, we'll be fine. No. I know it's hard seeing 14 zeros in your head. But that's the reality. I know these numbers are crushing. I know so many of us in the political class, we've gone up and given speeches of, if we just got rid of this, or isn't this an outrageous spending? They're all outrageous spending. Okay, fine. It doesn't actually fix the problem. So I'm going to go over some of this again because I have a new punchline. I did this a week or so ago, got all sorts of crap about it, except I have reconfirmation that my math was good. So let's actually take a look at the left's Inflation Reduction Act, which is the most Orwellian name in modern history. The cost estimates for the battery production credits in the Inflation Reduction Act, it was supposed to cost $30.6 billion. That's what they told us. That's what they told the American people. So we've had the economists breaking it down, looking at the numbers, and they're coming back saying, hey, that's not actually what the language in the legislation says. It's not $30.6 billion for the batteries. It's $196.5 billion. Okay. So maybe one of the first things we need to do around here as a body is say, brothers and sisters on the left, we're going to help you. We're going to hold you to your own promise. When we do our next budget, we're going to at least make sure these things are frozen where you told the American people they were going to be. Maybe this explains why so much of the lobbying class was absolutely giddy around here with the design of the Democrats' language on those legislations, because they knew it was going to call, they were going to get multiple to the multiple to the multiple of actually cash in their clients' pockets. You want to understand why the American people are so upset with us? It's scams like this. Well, let's actually take it a little bit further, and there's a punchline coming. Cost estimates on the wind. Okay, fine. You may love wind. You were told in the Inflation Reduction Act that it was the budget in there, the spending in there was going to be $11.2 billion. Economists are coming back and saying that's not what the language actually says. If you actually model it, it's $68.4 billion. Are my brothers and sisters on the left willing to say, hey, hold us to the 11.2, because if we start having this types of spending, remember that curve continues to just blow off the charts, and it will create more inflation, and you will be poor. And now we have others out there have been scoring. So when I did this a week or two ago, I got some lovely inbound from a number of leftist folks out there that think they're economists. Well, it turns out Credit Suisse, God bless their souls, actually came back and said, hey, you know, this actually total cost, CBO told us it was going to be well under $300 billion in total spending on all these clean energy, sundry tax credits. They're actually grants and other things, refundables. Credit Suisse comes back and says, no, it's actually closer to $700 billion. And the latest update, Goldman did a complete workup, and they're at $1.2 trillion. You're getting the punchline here. When the Inflation Reduction Act was passed, we were told this was going to be well under $300 billion over a 10-year cycle of spending on all this green energy. Great. Actually, not great. I mean, I voted against it. It was absurd the way it was being laid out. You know, you give someone a tax credit for something they're already going to do. But that's the way this place works when you hand people cash because, let's be honest, they're big contributors. Now we're finding out the language and what's really going on in the marketplace. You're going from under $300 billion to possibly $1.2 trillion. $1,200 billion. $1.2 trillion. Okay? Will the Democrats work with us to keep their own words and their own commitments, saying we need to cap this. We need to put this back to at least what they committed to the brothers and sisters, the members here, and also the American people. This sort of stuff is you wonder why you wake up the next day and the numbers are just running amok. We get scammed. This just happen to be scams that are now well over $1 trillion. This one's a little hard to explain. I'll do it fairly quickly. There's this concept of nominal GDP. Hey, here's where we can be at, we can grow, we don't set off inflation. I've tried to explain this multiple times. Here's where the Democrats went and spent that $1.9 trillion a couple years ago. And you can almost see within the next day, the actual nominal GDP explodes. And this difference isn't economic expansion, it's inflation. A dollar goes up by 5% because of inflation isn't a 5% dollar more valuable. You've lost 5% of your purchasing power. I've had members here go, well, look how much bigger the economy is. No, it's not. It's not nominal. You got to adjust it back for how much devastation's happened in the economy, called inflation. And now think about what you're doing to people with the higher interest rates. So let's actually talk a little bit more about the Biden budget and some of the baselines we were given by the administration. So even with the tax hikes, remember, there's substantial tax hikes in the Biden budget. Remember, we're going to cut the deficit. No, they're not. Even with the tax hikes, Biden's budget would still cause the national debt to skyrocket $44 trillion over their 10-year window. That's their cut. There's no cut. And now what we're finding out is when we actually dig into the math, there's all sorts of just, what's the best term? Yeah, fraud in that math. So you come to us and say, we're going to have, right now, debt held, and this is debt held by the public. And we need to explain this. You'll have many of us come behind the mic saying, there's 31, 32 trillion of debt. There's offsets that economists say, well, it's the $1 trillion that are left in the Social Security Trust Fund. We don't count that as a stressor to the markets and society because we're just taking the trust fund over here and we're buying treasury bills, and then when Social Security needs it, they cash in their treasury bills. Sort of think of it as internal financing. These numbers are where you got to go to the market. You've got to find people here in this country or around the world who are saving their productivity, saving their cash to buy our debt. You're heading towards $44 trillion in that 10-year window. And an interesting thing, I was sort of working through it today, so we made a slide. The Tax Foundation tried to work through the Biden budget on what would it mean, because you had people come here and give speeches about how wonderful they thought the Biden budget was. Well, now we got some scoring. Some of the cruelty in it, long-run GDP, long-run growth of the economy, actually shrinks by like 1.3% in the Biden budget. Wages, your salaries go down about 1%. And we lose about 335,000 jobs. This isn't us, this isn't the Republicans, this isn't the Congressional Budget Office, this is the Tax Foundation, which is nonpartisan, and they have some of the best modeling in the country. Look, stop making crap up. This is what their version, their vision of compassion, remember, we used to get the former speaker, show us your budget and we'll see your priorities, your ethics, your values. Okay, so losing 335,000 jobs and having workers lose 1% of their wages, is that the Democrats' compassion? This is what crappy economics do. So, President Biden's proposed budget comes nowhere close to solving the long term. Remember how they were just so excited? We're going to have $3 trillion if every dime of the almost $5 trillion of new taxes comes in. And I asked even Janet Yellen this, and she was very polite, completely avoided giving me an honest answer. Did you score what you do to the economy's growth? Well, you just saw on the Tax Foundation slide what happens to the economy's growth with all their almost $5 trillion in new taxes. But we're reducing the deficit. No, you're not. They just reduced how much more spending they were going to cause. They still raised the deficit by another $20 trillion. Once again, it's games with virtue signaling around here. This is their vision. When does it break? When do we break the back of this economy, the American taxpayers, the working middle class? How much more debt can we stack up on them? And if we do this, will we have any capacity to follow the Constitution, defend this country, and also keep the commitments to those who are Medicare or Social Security? You understand, remember the comment before, 9 budget years, you can wipe out all what you consider government. All defense is gone. All discretionary is gone. And you still got to borrow hundreds of billions of dollars just to cover Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, veterans benefits. President Biden's tax hikes would place significant burden on the American people. So they acted like, and I should have actually labeled this even better. You remember in the president's speech when, hey, here's my budget, some of the talking heads that were supporting it, total revenues, we're going to get this. Well, what they forgot to tell you is half those revenues come ultimately in income tax hikes. And when you work them out, it's small businesses, it's individuals. It's not the big corporations. Half that revenue is just coming functionally from people's incomes, from their salaries. It's income tax hikes. So the federal government reserve outlook for 2024 growth has worsened significantly. All right, what does that mean? Okay, think of this. Do you remember way back when, last December? So how many months ago? It was, 3, 4 months ago? Do you remember way back then, Congressional Budget Office, others, we were saying, hey, we're going to have 1.6% GDP growth. Completely anemic, dramatically lower than the long-term average, which we need to grow. Well, be happy to know, as of this month, it has gone from 1.6 economic growth when you adjust away inflation to we're down to 1.2. To anyone listening, do you understand how screwed we are if we don't get this up dramatically? And I'm sorry my language, I don't mean to potty mouth. I'm just frustrated because I don't know how to break through people mentally, because you're going to have this brain trust saying, yes, but if you got rid of this, or if you didn't do that. And look, I understand many of the comments we get are just bots, or people who actually may be off their meds. But take this seriously. A couple weeks ago, I had my 8-month-old here, and I kept trying to ask the moral question: do you have the right as an American to be secure in your retirement? Does my 8-month-old, my 7-year-old, do they have the right to have prosperity in their future? That 8-month-old, wonderful little boy, we're blessed to be able to adopt him. In 24 years, the taxes he pays will have to be 100% more, double what you pay, what I pay, just to maintain baseline services. Not expansion, not all this other crazy spending, just the baseline. That's every corporate tax, that's every individual tax, that's every... So I have this crazy idea. And I want to see if anyone else out there is willing to discuss this with me. Because every time I've discussed this, I look up and the room is running towards the exits. If you're a publicly traded corporation, you must actually now, according to what is the SEC and the Democrats, you have to disclose global warming, or environment, whatever we call it today. We call it climate change, and the stresses that could put on your book of business. Okay, fine. Disclose it. Should you have to also disclose the fact that over the next 24 years, your corporate taxes will double? What does that mean to your investment portfolios? What does that mean to your long-term capital outlook? What does that mean to your corporate risk? We're talking about, hey, shareholders deserve to have all sorts of disclosures. Environmental, climate change, fine. Should they also have to behave disclosures that explain what U.S. fiscal policy means to the future investments of that company? Why isn't it fair? Why does the left get to have climate change forced on corporations' disclosures, which I think fine, I'm not going to fight that, but why shouldn't they also have to disclose the actual math that the Congressional Budget Office has put out that their taxes will double over the next 24 years? Why isn't that a disclosable item? It's worth thinking about. Fair is fair. If you want investors to know what the risks are of their investments, it's like the brain trust here. I'm going to go buy a 30-year bond. Understand, by the time you get the final day of that bond, your taxes have doubled. What rate of return do you actually need? This is reality. It's math. Even confiscating. Now, let's get this one straight, because I keep getting leftists, my Democrat colleagues, who come and say, well, rich people just need to pay more. Okay, let's just pretend that's the way it works. Even confiscating all income over $500,000 would fail to eliminate the fiscal year 2024 budget deficit. Get the punchline with me right now. This is the fiscal budget we're working on right now. The amount, remember, End of the decade, that number's doubled. We're going to go from about $1.5 trillion borrowing here to the end of the decade. Its best number was like $2.7, $2.8 trillion of borrowing. So just the budget we're working on right now, if we took, hey, you make $500,000, $1, we get that dollar. We take every single dime of people over $500,000. You don't even get near paying off the deficit. You get it? Yet, I promise you tomorrow, I'll have members of the other side who are going to walk behind these microphones and just say, if we just tax rich people more, we'd be fine. It's not the math. And I've come here multiple times and shown the entire list that if you confiscated every dime of the wealthy, yeah, you get another year or two on the paid off on the borrowing, and then boom, it's all back. It's demographics. And unless we as a nation have a revolution, is disruption too uncomfortable a word for so many people? How about an alternative way to change the price of delivering health care to our brothers and sisters? Because that's 3/4 of all the debt over the next 30 years. We can do that. If we could have a disruption in the cost of health care, and it's not tomorrow, it's over the next decade, you're not going to pay off the debt. But what you do is the size of the economy and the size of the borrowing stabilize. Because the problem right now is that it grows dramatically faster than the growth of the economy. That's what crushes you. So I'm going to end on something I'm incredibly optimistic on. I've been mocked for talking about this, but it looks like it's heading towards its phase one. There's a company out there. They've been chasing this for like 15 years. There's stunning amounts of money and efforts have been put into it. They just got permission to start the next phase of a phase one trial. And the punchline here is this is joyful, this is optimistic, and it's moral. And it also would do amazing things on U.S. debt, actually for the entire world. So the concept here is a type of stem cell that's been tagged, I guess, with CRISPR. And look, I'm not a synthetic biologist. This is not my specialty, but I'm fascinated by it. And because the way they tagged it, you could get a stem cell treatment that gets your body to start producing islet cells that start producing insulin again, and you don't need anti-rejection drugs. It would be universal. That means there's this concept I've been reading about for a decade called a biofoundry. And yes, I am geeking out, but this is important. Turns out for every complex problem, there's a simple solution that's absolutely wrong. It's a complex solution that if we would actually do everything over the next decade to knock down pre-diabetic populations and then work with our brothers and sisters that have it, and the offer that at the end of the decade, if you improved your healthy lifestyle, we might get your body producing insulin again. Could you imagine the economic benefit? The crushing of income inequality to poor families that actually have someone that's severely diabetic, who's losing their feet, their eyesight. What is the morality for my tribal communities in Arizona? Also, it's the single biggest thing you could do for U.S. sovereign debt. And yes, this is just the beginning of the next phase of a phase one trial. And maybe it doesn't work. There's been so many heartbreaks in this over the last couple decades. But so far, the early data to get to this point is they've been given the green light about 5 days ago to start. This is the type of things we as members of Congress on the left and the right should be bringing in, people saying, is this a path? How do we help it? How do we do it safely? But we need to be starting to think through, what if it works? What have we done to change the way we deliver nutrition in this country? What have we done technology-wise that watch the things you can wear in your body that help you understand your blood glucose? What could we do to actually, what is it, and I'm going to screw up the proper name, but the pharmaceuticals that help some people suppress their appetite. Apparently they're safe, and apparently they come off patent very soon. What could we do to say, if this works, maybe by the end of the decade, we have a societal agreement that this is a deal because it would make the population so much healthier? And yes, there's dozens of ideas like this, but it's an example. It doesn't all have to be dystopian misery around here. What's the chance we're going to hold a single hearing and have a single conversation around here of something that's actually a potential solution? Or do we continue to just say, the debt's going to bury us, let's just keep spending because that's what gets us reelected, and God forbid we tell our voters the truth? Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to yield back because if I keep going, I might hurt someone's feelings, and we wouldn't want to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.